What's up, Rafe? How you doing? What's up, Haley? I'm doing great, Rafe. Glad you're doing well as well. Hello, Gim. My stream is lagging and disconnecting continuously. Says 0 frames dropped on my end. Am I lagging for anyone else? Yeah, it seems like I'm fine for other people. Thanks, Haley, for the feedback. Might be your internet, Rafe. My day was pretty good, Pump Daddy. How was yours? Well, I woke up late, so it's been good so far. No, I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. Glad you're making the best of it, though. Hello, Jerome. How you doing? Thank you very much. Hope everyone's doing fantastic. I got a little chilly all of a sudden. I might need a little coat. Whew. Doing great. Thank you for asking. Hold on, I need a jacket. Thanks for subscribing, Joshua. Welcome in, guys. Hello, Kira. How are you doing, love? Thank you. It was super fun. Sorry to hear that, Kira. I know that can be hard. Damn, that's rough. I'm sorry to hear that, Kira. Thanks for the follow, Muspel. What's up, Haddon Ross? There's something else I could call you. How you doing, Muspel?
Has it ever tasted like our McMuffin?
Just because a hotel says it's dog-friendly doesn't mean a dog will find it very friendly. Get an Airbnb that's friendly for everyone.
I used to hear the body cycle walking through the jungle. Listen, what I'm searching for. When I chat and I can hold it, they gone. Oh, my friend, when I just a little dreaming for the crystal, should I bury my soul? It's time, just let it go. Please tell me all the moments we got by the lavender spark. Could they help me visit in? Wishing my dream very well as we has gone. Oh dear God, if all the left that we got written by
The Catnip family. Oh, y'all are gonna make me cry. I love you guys. Thank you for being here, guys. Thank you for being a part of my life. Doing very well, Muspel. Very, very well. Bartlett should be down here in a bit. She's taking care of some stuff. But I'm gonna do my makeup first. I'm about to hop on TikTok live too, guys. If you want to pop in there and throw some likes my way. I'm gonna do the thing. I really need to put this on my... Hold on. I need to put this on my YouTube that isn't, that is premium because I don't like advertisements that much. Some of them are cool, but most of the time, can y'all chill, please? I don't need constant advertisements in my brain. Ugh.
I wanna be a cowboy, but I sleep too late. I stayed up all night watching Walmart fights on my phone. I wanna be a John Wayne, I wanna be a religion, but I need a change and I guess I'm just existing. Need a brand new start, need to change your heart, but I don't even try at all. Lying through my teeth, tensions underneath, no wonder why you never call. Don't go if you're in or out, just say so. I wanna be a cowboy, but I sleep too late. I stayed up all night watching Walmart fights on my phone. I wanna be your John Wayne, I wanna be a religion, but I need a change and I guess I'm just existing. 'Cause time ain't much of a living. 'Cause time ain't much of a living. 'Cause time ain't much of a living. I don't have the time to make hay when the sun shines, 'cause I'm too busy laying down. I can't ride a horse, and I can't decide what's worse, to be the bull or to be the clown. Don't go if you're in or out, just say so. I wanna be a cowboy, but I sleep too late. I stayed up all night watching Walmart fights on my phone. I wanna be a sold out. Another day, another night, another cold house. Need a remedy to kick the bottles and the loose out. But I know I'm not alone when I'm homebound. So I stay up. So you know I stay up. So I get down. So you know I stay up.
What's up, Bryson?
So I get down.
Why the serious stare? I was sorting through a USB drive. That's just my resting face. I smile a lot, so when I'm like resting, people are like, "Why so serious?" But I'm just chilling, man. How you doing?
So I get down into the rude boy sounds I know. Turn the mic on only when the joints roll. Boogie tea and ganja, we got the best smoke. And now you know, so I keep it rolled up. I got the fire on like I'm about to blow up. When the bass loud, all the people gon' show up. Say original, so the crowd gonna know us. So we keep it sold out. Another day, another night, another cold house. Need a remedy to kick the bottles and the loose out. But I know I'm not alone when I'm homebound. So I stay up. Break it down like So you know I stay up.
Still on your way to TwitchCon? No, in Europe? No, I'm not able to go this year. I still don't have my passport yet. I plan on going to TwitchCon San Diego though, and potentially TwitchCon Europe next year.
So I get down. So you know I stay up. And these flames, they can't consume us. Walking through the valley of the kings of the rumors. I stay blind to that type of abuser. So I get down into the rude boy sounds I know. Turn the mic on only when the joints roll. Boogie tea and ganja, we got the best smoke. And now you know, yeah. I need a little clarity. Reality's been turning into fantasy. This music is my therapy. This life that I be living isn't fair to me. And are we friends or are we enemies? Why stay original? They can't compare to me.
Thank you, Ryzen. Yeah, probably next year for Europe TwitchCon. I just I'm going through a divorce right now, so I want to get that taken care of. Okay, I am back. Hello, sorry. I am also going through a divorce, is what I said. I am also live on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, TikTok, if you guys want to hang out there. It's getting chilly. I think I'm going to shut the window. I've been separated since 2019, but it's been a very stressful, grueling process of trying to communicate with the other party and work together on it, and that's just not an option, unfortunately. So I have to pay for it all myself and figure it out all myself. So I'm very grateful to have friends and support systems, but I'm also very, 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 very stressed about it. So it is what it is, kinda. Welcome in, Gem. Just gotta do my best with it. Isn't fair to me. Friends, or are we enemies? Yeah, so I got married when I had just turned 19, about a week after I turned 19, after I got arrested with my ex for weed. Thought it was a great idea to get married. Yeah, and separated in 2019. That's probably why you didn't know I was married. Yeah, I have a boyfriend, and I have a wifey. You know, I have lovers and stuff, but I have been officially married since 2015, when I was homeless. So I got married really spur of the moment. I feel like there's a lot of people don't know about me, and they make assumptions. Welcome in, guys. Hi, Mello. Where's the lover's application form? Due to being extremely traumatized by intimate relationships, I honestly feel bad for anybody who has to put up with my shit as like an intimate partner, because I have a lot of trauma with relationships specifically. I feel like I'm a really great friend, but when I get like too close to people, I get really traumatized, because you know, my ex tried to kill me and shit. So yeah, definitely not taking applications at this moment. Yeah, it's rough out here, man. Shit happens. Still in my healing process with that. Assumption I make, you're cutie. Thanks, Mello. My live just got age restricted on TikTok. Is it because I said my ex tried to kill me? Wow. Not appropriate for all ages. Hey man, though, if someone would have told me when I was, you know, you age restrict my live, right? You make it 18 plus. If someone would have told me, like, what I'm saying when I was 17, when I got with the dude, maybe I would have been like, oh, you know, be careful. Thanks for liking the live, Bryce. Whatever, man. Yeah, I got with that person when I was 17, and they were like 5 years older than me, so yeah, it's been a long time coming. I'm turning 28 tomorrow, so it's been years. It's been years, man. 10 years ago, man, if someone would have fucking, I don't know, maybe like shared their experience, had a heart-to-heart with me about like relationships and confidence and mental health, like maybe I would have made different choices, but it is what it is. We are where we are now for a reason. Roll with the flow. I'm sorry, Ryzen. Yeah, honestly, with relationships, definitely try not to take it personally, because like a lot of people are going through shit you don't even realize, and sometimes they don't even realize. Like, it took me years to realize how certain things in life affected me and how they were impacting my relationships. So yeah, you know, I've talked quite a bit about my life on stream. Not all of it, but I would like to make like more videos talking about some of my experiences and lessons that I've learned, because I do think it can be helpful for some people. I know hearing other people talk about their experiences has been helpful for me with navigating my own. Assumption I make, Mello is a fangirl of Nickelback. You love me too much? So I think the you love me too much is like a fear response. So I definitely feel this myself, like where I, in early relationships, did not experience people showing me compassion or affection. So when I would receive compassion or affection, it would be that kind of mindset, like, you love me too much, and like self-sabotage, like I don't deserve this, kind of imposter syndrome. I feel like a lot of people struggle with that. But yeah. And also, like, I feel like certain people have certain things where they like to be loved in certain ways, because there's a lot of different ways to show love. I personally am someone who loves physical touch, but because of my CPTSD, I get really touch sensitive and touch adverse at points where it's like somewhere deep down I want to hug, but then also if someone touches me the wrong way, like my fucking physical like responses like kick in and I'm like ready to like defend myself, if that makes sense, which that's not like, you know, the best place to be when people are just trying to give you a hug. I am doing well, Kagato. I hope you're doing well too. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing, Emir? Emre?
We must go on.
But yeah, I would say I'm doing pretty good. I need to get back into a therapist again since moving to Colorado. But my tattoos, girl. What do you mean? I did have an ex that turned away from me mid wow and later told me, "Aw, yeah, that is really harsh." I used to, in the middle of intimacy, break down and cry, like a lot, almost every time for a long time. It's very much a thing, very, very much a thing. It's just something to be prepared for, and I would say definitely as like a spicy worker, I have an interesting relationship with that because it's like my job, you know what I mean? That's why like you guys don't see me like a ton doing the super spicy things anymore. I still do enjoy that, but just it's very sensitive headspace with it, if that makes sense. But yeah, a lot of like, even like not just women, like guys struggle with that too, and it's like more talked about with women nowadays. It used to not be talked about with women at all, and we've made a lot of progress with that, but I feel like some men still are like under some pressure to like be a certain way or perform a certain way, or not to be too emotional, or not to talk too much, or to like make sure every consent is like, you know, valid, but then it's not always like received. And yeah, I think a lot of us have a lot of work to do in terms of understanding each other and what each other have been through without just having like limerence with people, which meaning like you kind of project like your version of that person onto them that you've created in your head, which isn't exactly fair. Yeah, and I've done that and I've experienced that, and it's rough. Had too much dairy today, leave it at that. I kind of feel that. I started my day with coffee and it's like, oops. You have almost the same tattoos? What kind of tattoos do you have? Emre or Emir? How do you say it? Yeah, Kagoto, that's hard. Ideally, people can communicate more in detail about like what specifically it is, because then that gives you more room to work on things if you need to, or to like just know that it's like a personally them thing, because I think a lot of the times we can take things personally that aren't that personal, and it's just like specifically what that person needs because of what they've been through. And yeah, not everyone has to like fulfill other people's needs in that way, but if it is something you can work on, that if you know, like people want to grow together, that is nice to be able to have like more specific feedback. Good night, Ryzen. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you so much. Sweet dreams, and I will see you around. You see me jamming out to Nickelback. Hey, man. Think about Chad. Who's Chad? Is that a singer from Nickelback? See, I don't even know. I'm a fake Nickelback fan. I don't talk about my past experiences getting into trauma or anything. I plan to live in Chicago and find a girlfriend. I used to not talk about my past experiences, and that ended up with a really toxic 5-year dynamic where I would like, something would trigger me and I'd try and communicate it, and then because I never really talked about it and I think they didn't really have the capacity for it, they treated me as if like what I experienced wasn't real. So now I'm very much the opposite, where I'm like, here it is. If it's too much for you, please walk the other way, because I've been through so much shit and I got my shit figured out like on my own. And if like the CPTSD I have and the triggers I have are too much for you, please go find someone else. There are billions of people. And like that's with friendships too, honestly, for me. And like, yeah, there's like friends that I don't always go that deep with, but I have friendship trauma too because of the things that I've experienced. So it's kind of like, for me specifically, not for everyone, because you know everyone's different, but for me specifically, I've just been really rubbed the wrong way from people who aren't trauma informed and or practicing compassion towards people with CPTSD, because I know it's like a lot to deal with. I know it is. So that's why I'm like, I'm a lot. Here's your freedom of choice with that. No, it's okay. I'm just saying I operate, no judgment towards you or anything, Jerome. I just operate differently. I tend to overshare because, yeah, I don't know. I've had a lot of people do the like limerence thing with me, where they expect me to be this thing and they don't take into account the whole picture. So that's why I'm just like, here's stuff you might not anticipate. Because I don't like it when yeah, people kind of like expect me to be this like pristine like cosplay fairy thing, which it's like, yeah, I have my moments where I'm like my best self and I'm really vibing hard, but I also am a very messy, traumatized person. I just kind of have to accept where I am. But I really do appreciate the people who are patient with me. and encourage the good parts about me, but I get scared, so I'm like, please don't expect me to be perfect. I will let you down, and that's not because I'm trying to, it's just my brain has over time wired itself in a certain way. Right. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people, like, maybe, I don't know your situation exactly, Kagato, but maybe if you're coming off that way, there can be, like, underlying things, which those are things that I, I communicate, like, because of the past, I have both fear of abandonment, and I also have avoidance, and disassociation, and, you know, like, sometimes there's rage, like, if someone, like, doesn't respect me, like, I do feel, like, rageful, if they're, like, feeling, like, entitled to me, but they're not respecting me, I'm like, what the fuck? You know, like, who the fuck do you think you are, bro? Like, that's not towards anyone specific, you know, it's just certain energy exchanges, but also sometimes people can come off, I feel like, as entitled is because they have, like, a fear of abandonment and they need, like, connection, and there's lots of different reasons, like, why people act the way that they do, and a lot of people are like, oh, red flag, like, this person's toxic. So I tend to be pretty straightforward with my red flags and, like, the person I am if I'm gonna be, like, really intimate with people. Yeah. Which it's like, yeah, I don't know. I also don't want to reinforce the, like, negative things about myself anymore, you know, more so than, like, the positive aspects of myself, but I just know there's a lot of people out there with, like, not a lot of tolerance at all for trauma. So I just, yeah, try and keep it real. Mello, I think you were in here when I was talking about that. Sammy said she never wanted to speak to me again and said I was a bad person. She also called me a cry bully based off the basis that she thought a streamer that she used to hate, Destiny, called me one. And I actually recently had a phone call with Destiny where he clarified he wasn't talking about me with the cry bully thing. So she said a lot of really hurtful, uncalled for shit, along with saying she never wanted to talk to me again. And then we haven't been friends for a while. So, I cried a lot on stream about this situation. I feel getting, like, chest tightness and emotion coming up as I'm talking about this, and honestly, any single time she is brought up, it makes me feel that way. And there is a fear of mine that, like, addressing that will make people bring her up more, because some people like to antagonize me. But yeah, to answer your question, no. And if you ever want context or clarification on that, maybe you could ask her. I'm confused. She has multiple of my belongings. Maybe she threw them away, that she refused to give me back, as well as she refused to take down porn videos of me. So that, yeah, the more you know. There you go. Because I know a lot of people ask. So sorry, I'm on stream. No, it's like, and there's, like, legal action that could be taken about that type of shit, but it's like, also, I don't have money for that, and I'm going through a divorce, so if she wants to just keep, you know, those, little clips of us, making out and doing all that shit as little, like, trophies, and be like, oh, it's too hard to take them down, she could do that. I deleted every single fucking post of her on my Twitter, because I was so fucking, if I'm a bad person to you, why use me to profit off of? Why? Big question mark. Why, if I'm such a bad person? Holy shit. And that's my whole thing with society and me being, like, really transparent about all my red flags and all my flaws, is because I am so fucking sick and tired of the dynamic, like, this is a good person, this is a bad person. When a lot of these people who are, like pioneering themselves is like, oh, I'm a good person, but, like, be careful of all these bad people. A lot of them have shit. Oh, are you okay, baby? No! They got their own shit. Everyone's got their shit. I don't think things are as black and white as that. Are you good? Do you need help? I'm just so depressed. What happened? Like the raw ones? Okay. No, you're good. You're good. I love you. She dropped her pills in the toilet, and I was like, do you want me to get them? Just like, no, just flush them. It's all good. I love you.
Here, take a med. These are dry.
I might be good for now. I'll take the magnesium and the iron though.
Okay.
Thank you though.
They're okay. Don't worry. They didn't get wet.
I'm gonna do mushrooms because sometimes the ADD meds like
whack you out a bit.
Yeah, especially if someone just comes in chat and brings up Sammy, it makes me like feel really anxious and like not okay. And I wish there was closure, but that's completely up to her whether or not there's closure. She blocked me on everything and keeps my porn up, so
I'm sorry.
No, you're all good.
Did you see anything there?
Yeah, there is a thing there. It looks like maybe a zip?
It was a zip.
Potentially,
I
or
thought
like
this-
something that, yeah.
But now it's like a bump.
Fuck. No, you're good, Mello. I just, it happened like the beginning of the year or the end of last year or something, and I talked about it a whole lot, and then I just, yeah, no, she doesn't give a shit. She just thinks that I'm like fishing for drama, so like, fuck her, I guess. Whatever. Oh, sorry, my camera's messing up. I don't think she's a bad person. I would not say that to her because I know that the reasons like she has the maladaptive thing she has or whatever is from like a lot of shit she's fucking gone through in life, but it hurts like fuck she does not have that empathy returned to me. And it also hurts like fuck that she fucking sorry, I'm just gonna vent about it for a minute. Whatever. It's my fucking birthday. I could cry if I want to, bitch. Anyways, it's like she hated Destiny. She told me she hated him. But then the moment I go on there and I'm fucking sobbing, crying, talking about suicide, talking about shit that's like hard to talk about, but I felt like I needed to because the way that things were going was like making me so uncomfortable. And I do that, and actually like after I went on the stream, I really, really, really needed support. I was like shaking, crying. People were like spam messaging me and harassing me and saying fucked up shit to me, and I'm like, I had already before going on that stream felt like I wanted to leave the internet because of how toxic things can get here sometimes. And then like after that stream, the next day, yeah, I was like puking and not okay. And like, you know, Martlet which Martlet was in South Africa, and Ryder were like fucking there for me, like making sure I was drinking water, making sure I was okay. And it's like, I don't expect that from all of my friends because not everyone's like, they got their own shit going on. That's completely fine. Totally respect that. Don't hold any resentment for that. But then when I see her like liking his tweets while she's like ignoring me, I'm like, you hate this person, but you like them now that they're against me. That's interesting. But go off. Yeah, and then I had a falling out with like another friend where they like cut contact with me, and then when me and Sammy had the falling out, they immediately started like fucking tweeting at them and like, okay, go off. Y'all do your thing. Y'all go be besties. If that's how you treat your friends, you deserve each other. Do your best lives, whatever. And I don't want to hold resentment for these people, but it is hard to be told that like I'm a bad person and then not have any closure, and then yeah, them to leave that content up, continue to profit off of it, and just completely disregard me as a human being. And yeah, I don't want to quit this line of work. I don't want to quit streaming. I don't want to quit the internet. But I have to be really real about how this shit affects me, because when I hold it in, I'm like, that's when I start to not be okay. So I personally find that it helps me to talk about these things, and, you know, other people talk about the things that they want to on their platform. Sammy talks about all her ex-boyfriends she thinks are horrible, fucking, you know, loser, whatever. Like, she makes fun of people all the fucking time. It's not just fishing or farming drama or whatever the fuck for me to be like, oh yeah, I was friends with this person for a long time. I know you guys saw me stream with them a lot. I know, like, you know, they found me when I was like fucking 19 years old streaming in a closet. I appreciate the impact that they had on my life, but I'm not going to sugarcoat the impact that them leaving my life in the way that it was had. Yeah. Anyone's entitled to, like, call someone a bad person if they want to, leave their lives at any point. My issue is the hypocrisy and the like, using of me and my face and my body to continue to bring them higher on their platform. It is not that hard to delete tweets. It is not that hard to delete videos that you are broadcasting of you having sex with somebody who doesn't want to be a part of that anymore. It is not that fucking hard. And thank you, Ryder, for the heart. I love y'all. No, don't flush them to get into the water system. Oh, fuck. Shit. I mean, like, I've flushed my opiates before when I was prescribed opiates. No bueno. Okay, well, fuck. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Sorry, I just read that, Kagoto. I was on a fucking tangent. I'm good, though. I'm not, like, I'll recover. I'll continue doing my makeup, but I know, Mello, that you still visit their chats and you're friends with them, whatever. Do whatever you guys want to do. I'm not telling anyone what to do. I'm just expressing how it feels for me when it's, brought up. That, yeah. It is what it is, though. It's not any of y'all's fault. Not blaming anyone for that. Not even her fault. I get it, whatever, but it's not my fault that I'm like, hey, this sucks. Hey, I don't like to be treated like that. It's not my fault that I am affected by it. Yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it, sober guy. And I know I'm not a bad person, but it's like, when somebody who you've gone out of your way to reassure so much and to be there for them so much, and you've spent so much time with them, when they just tell you that you're the bad person, you're the problem, it's like, that's like really disorientating, and it gives me trust issues, and it makes me scared to get close to people, honestly. But I just have to keep in mind, like, this person has shown me so many times that they'll talk shit about other people, that they don't give a fuck about empathizing with people who are, in their mind, bad people. So if they decide someone's a bad person, that's their decision they've made. And I respect their right to make that decision. But also, I'm also kind of grateful for it, because then it's like, I'm not just, like, trying to pour into a relationship that doesn't see me, that doesn't value me. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Kagoto. I did not know that. Yeah, they just kind of fell in the toilet. I need to clean the toilet because the toilet was kind of dirty, and I was like, oh god. Okay, I gotta take my magnesium and my iron. Hello, is this a real person? What's up, PWNU? How you doing? Yeah, sorry if that was, if I unloaded a bit. Yeah, it still sucks. But I don't know, I'm the type of person where it's like, I know letting go is important, and I absolutely am. But it's also like, when things are like completely unresolved and I'm misunderstood, it is like really hard for me. I don't know if that's like autism, CPTSD, but I just like feel like things aren't right. Um, you know? Like, I don't like being misportrayed. I think that's why I kind of like overshare and I talk about my red flags, because like other people have like taken my red flags and created this like narrative around them about like my intentions and all these things, and I'm just like, that's not right. So I might as well just like say it, you know? Hello, Pinky. How you doing, love? Good. Kind of hungry. What you gonna eat? I should probably eat something more than a donut in a minute. But that being said, like about the trust issues and stuff, I still absolutely have them, but I'm definitely working through them and focusing more on letting myself having good experiences with people that I care about. Um, because if I'm always in my head, like, does this person hate me? Is this person like secretly think I'm like fucking annoying? Um, if I do that too much, it literally stops me from having like life experiences. And it's like also with the people who things have gone kind of south with and like it didn't work out and like we're not like in each other's lives anymore, or at least like not in the same way. I still do appreciate those memories. So it's like if someone is gonna hurt me later, all I can do is try and follow my intuition and communicate with people and go from there. Um, but I'm not gonna let it stop me from making friends anymore because I would just isolate and be like, everyone's so scary, like I'm so fucked up from all this. But when I kind of like zoom out and I like look at the lives these people have lived and the shit that they have gone through, it's like these maladaptive traits start to make more sense, and my maladaptive traits start to make more sense. And I really greatly appreciate the people who are still in my life who try and understand that and just kind of like hang around, and they're like, hey, I know you're going through some shit right now, but like we care about you and we're proud of you, bro. My friend Raven and her partner were like telling me that they were proud of me the other day, like a week ago or something like that, and I was just like crying. Because it's like shit's a lot harder than people realize sometimes, you know? I put a lot online, right? 'Cause I kind of trauma dump sometimes, sorry guys, but I don't put all of it online, and it's hard. It's fucking hard. But yeah, I'm extremely grateful for the people that are in my life that give me grace and understanding and compassion. I don't expect them to like or to show up every time. Um, but that's why I really appreciate friendships where it's like we could be friends for years, not talk for months, years even, and then it's like we hit each other up later, or family members like my cousin. I haven't talked to her in forever. I haven't seen her in years, but she's having a baby, and I'm so happy for her, and I'm so excited to reconnect when we get to. We had a rocky past, but shit happens. Thank you so much, Pinky. I appreciate you. It's okay. It's okay, sober. I don't think about this stuff like super often unless it's brought up. But then when it's brought up, I'm like, it's like for me, but this is kind of just the nature of being a streamer, right? I'm like, oh fuck, I've already addressed this. Like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. But then when it is like mellow, like no shade, mellow. Mellow's like been around for a while. Like people have like seen us like make content together, and they're wondering like what happened. And I also wonder that a lot of the time. But it's like it's out of my control. If they don't want me in their life, they don't want to have closure. That's their choice. But I just like if that's the case, I just personally don't want my naked body on their social media. I don't want that. And if they refuse to delete it because it's too difficult, I guess that's what really makes me feel like, were we ever friends? Or did you ever give a shit about me? Like, cause I would delete that shit if anyone was like, hey, could you please delete, me from your things, instantly, you know. But not everyone's like that. Like, because that kind of industry, some people are like, well, you signed a contract and blah, blah, blah. But that's not how it was between that. But, like, some people can be like that. And the content and the money means more than the person for a lot of people, which is kind of a huge disillusionment I have with that industry sometimes. It is what it is, though, sometimes. I don't know, just maybe I'll make more content to people who are just getting into the industry so they can be aware. Is like, if that's something you don't want to encounter, make sure you make paperwork to make it so that that is figured out. Because I never signed any paperwork when I was like 19, 20, just starting with anyone. I just did it because I was like, oh, you know, like they're my friend. I really care about them and they care about me. And friendship scares me too. I fucking love it though. But it's like everything in life is kind of a risk. That's why right now I'm just really, I only have energy for like reciprocative connections in my personal life. Because I used to just like people please a lot and try and like do things to like help other people all the time, and I want to like fix things for people and be there for them and show up when they're having a hard time. But then I just really started to realize like no one's showing up for me. Not no one, but like the people that I'm showing up for aren't showing up for me. And then people who I wasn't showing up for would show up for me, and I was like, why do you care about me? You think, because I would have this self-conception where I'm like, because the people I would show up for didn't show up for me, it means that I'm like less than them, or I'm like a bad person, or like not a good friend, or not desirable or something. And then like other people would be like pouring into me, and they would think that I was like a good person or like a desirable connection to have. And I'm like, wait. Cause I think that's like the BPD maybe I had when I was a teenager. Right now my therapist thinks I have CPTSD, but my sense of self would be heavily influenced based off how people would treat me. And that's definitely something that I'm like figuring out as I get older, how to relate with that, because I don't want to be so like, I know who the fuck I am, that I can never hold myself accountable, but I also don't want to be so like, I don't know who I am, that when someone tells me you're a bad person, I'm like, I'm a bad person. Because the things that I did, even if Destiny wants to get on stream back then, which I don't know if he still feels like this, but back then he was like, you're the most emotionally abusive person I've ever met. And Sammy really fucking fed into that. And I'm like, okay, the most, that's a big title. That's a huge title, bro. I must be just evil, bro. I must be worse than Hitler. Holy shit. Like, okay. Yeah, I'm not that bad. I definitely have my moments. I've been rageful. I've gone through shit. I haven't shown up for people in the best ways. Um, I've said shit maybe I shouldn't have, but to call me the worst person, bro. The worst? Like, fuck. You must have had shit easy. But I don't think they have. I think people just say shit in the moment. It's like a throwaway comment, but I feel like a lot of people don't realize like how much like throwaway comments like really impact people sometimes. And that's why closure is really nice. Closure is nice if it's ever possible. So that's why if there's ever closure with me and friends, when there's like a rift and we can like talk about it and become better people after it, I fucking appreciate that so much. What's up, Zanelle? How are you doing? I appreciate you so much, Pinky. Okay, I'm gonna smoke this little spliff that Martlet rolled me. Sorry to go on that tangent so much. I felt like there was more on my chest, so I just wanted to like get through it. Hello, Zanelle. So if everything goes right, I should be doing a little stream from my friend's place, maybe a little DJ stream. We're gonna try and see the logistics of it before I say for sure that we're doing it, because I want to make sure everything is like in order, as well as I have a friend visiting from out of town, so I want to make sure she's like chilling and relaxed and not too overwhelmed or anything. But yeah, I would say probably tomorrow we're doing a DJ stream, if not later this month for sure. Aw, thanks, Kira. I'm not done with makeup. I gotta finish it, but thank you so much. How's everybody else doing today, guys? Thanks for letting me vent. Sorry if it was a bit much. Aw, Kagato, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all so much. We are gonna party. It's gonna be so fun. I gotta get some stuff going on my thingy thing for it. If you guys can think of any songs you want me to mix, please let me know, because I'm still looking. Is there a way to download songs from SoundCloud easily? It's going alright, but I might be mixing in a different program just for the sake of, like, making things easier.
He will never be heard.
Aw, yeah, that would be so cute. And who the hell do I have to confide in? And things they never say, sometimes I say some things I don't mean things I don't say, it's insane. Switch to turn away, never lose a game that I never chose to play. I'm an alien from another planet. I told you I could never leave and never take for granted what you gave me. Even you and save me. Oops. The things that happened that made me the ocean of an alien, and he will never speak a word. I love you, Pinky. I was thinking tomorrow, yeah. I was thinking of doing that. I'll bring my laptop, probably multi-stream. I'll probably start setting that up today. Let me ask Raven what that program is that I need so I can, like, explore it a bit.
Feel these days getting longer and harder, and I don't feel myself getting any stronger.
Snorlax? I like Mew and Celebi and, sometimes I feel like a Chimchar. Or Charmander. Or Bulbasaur. Sometimes I'm a Squirtle. I'm definitely a Ditto, though. I shapeshift.
But I know it's too late. I'm already way too far gone, lost in my ways. If you don't hear my voice again, then I found my place. Shadows in my room, I'm falling into the arms, late night thoughts. I found my comfort in the dark, behind closed doors, looking at the ceiling. I can't help but fall in love with feeling nothing. Yeah, I'm so tired. Yeah, I'm so tired of pretending to be the man I can't be. I'm looking at myself in the mirror. I don't even know what I'm supposed to see. Yeah, I'm so tired of playing the part, faking a smile and hiding my scars. Yeah, I'm so tired, so tired. Feel these days flying by so fast, so I guess it kinda makes sense that I'm smoking all that every day, every night. Rainy day, open sky, clean my mind, pass the light, trying to slow down my time. The ashes piling up and the bottles running empty. The feeling of regret is now pouring over me, like the drink that I'm holding that ain't pouring anymore, and the smoke that I choke.
Oh, really? Damn. I want to play Pokemon. It's been so long. I played Mystery Dungeon not too long ago, though. What's up, Jams? How you doing? It even got recorded. Oh, well, I'd love to hear it, Pinky. Oh, Emerald was one of my favorites. Are you playing an emulator or on a console? They should do it. I mean, Ditto's cute, so it's kind of cool, I guess. Knew the meaning of dreaming I could always be with you, and I would sleep, baby, sleep. Wander through your dreams. Harder, baby, harder. Push me out a little farther. But sleepier and smaller. Oh, cool. That's really cool. All must leave like the sun and the moon. I'm helping you stop weeping. I'm sleeping here. They all come back, well, they usually do. If I'm hurting you, keep crying. I'm dying, dear. Hurry, baby, hurry, so I never have to worry. I've started feeling weary as the end is getting near me. I can see it gets better. I won't be here forever. I have to go before you know it. I will return with better weather. Ooh, I would love to hear it, Pinky. Sleep, baby, sleep, baby, sleep. Sleep, baby, sleep, baby, sleep. Sleep, baby, sleep, baby, sleep, baby, sleep. Sleep, baby, sleep, baby, sleep.
Bitches, they get out their face, nothing to say. AK stain or spray, looking up, feeling that take them away. Body decaying the hay, leave them to feed in the case. Body the way, wounds in the dirt in his face. Feeling like I should be praised. I got the rage, destroying all is my fate. Demons surrounding my cave, I gotta say, they're the ones testing my fate. Praying for all of the gates, but I ain't no saint. I am a demon and snake. I got a source for the take. You was a lame, you was a walking mistake. I got the mind for the flames, you gonna pay. You will get hit with my K. Slashing on Babylon, feel like I'm taking off. Who about to set it off? Me, then I be taking off. I'm close. Everybody knows that I gotta stay low. Everybody knows that I got the bankroll. Hit him in his home with a funk gon' pull. Pull up in his home with a funk take call. Say he told you walk with caution. Don't be talking all that shit and you never will be walking. Tippy told you walk with caution. Don't be talking all that shit and you never will be walking. Fold in this bitch. We got hoes in this bitch. You go fold in this bitch. We go hit you with a clip. Fold in this bitch. We got hoes in this bitch. You go fold.
I love Zubats.
Hit you with a clip. Slip grip. Put my fucking dick tip in her rear. Disappear.
Well, not while playing. I love how Zubat looks. I don't like walking around in caves and getting Zubatted in the face. Okay, I got start installing this DJ program on my phone, or not my phone, my laptop. I was like, is it still okay if I come over for my birthday tomorrow? And I was like, I don't want to feel like a burden. I'm feeling anxious. And then it was just come over right now. And I'm like, I love you guys. I do be getting anxious. I do be feeling feelings sometimes. I love my friends. I'm very, very grateful. Ah, fuck. Zubat me, BB. I also have like specifically birthday trauma. I've had some really good birthdays with the community online and I love you guys so fucking much. I've just had some somewhat sketchy things happen on my birthday in the past, so I have trauma with it. So like I'm a flaky little bunny, okay? I'm like a biscuit. I'm a biscuit bunny with little flakes. $14 green Zubats? Damn. Okay, I'm trying to think of what other songs I want to download.
What did you forget? What did you forget? You think?
Whenever you want to send it, Pinky, I can play it. But yeah, I'm also looking for songs to download for my mixing. If you guys have any recommendations, songs you hear me play a lot, or songs that you guys really like and want to hear. I almost want to turn the heat on. It's very chilly today. Guess it's because of the rain. Thanks for the follow, Cream Cheese Bagel Boy. Good to see you. How's your day? Mom? Who's mom? You call it me mom? Me mom?
What did you forget? You think?
Oh yeah, no worries, Kagato. I view birthday months as a whole month. Also, absolutely no pressure ever for you guys to get me things for my birthday. I've already received so much from my lovely community online. I appreciate you guys so much. I'm just gonna keep grinding away. Like, lots of free methods of supporting me are really great for my birthday, like sharing my stuff, liking my YouTube videos, commenting. All of that stuff is wonderful birthday present. Just saying hi in that chat and happy birthday too, a little tweet, whatever. I love that. I love homemade gifts too, and I'm gonna be getting a PO box soon. But yeah, I feel like I've been streaming for like 8 years solid now, and I've received so much that I honestly kind of have some guilt for it. I'm like, I don't deserve all this. Like, there's people out there starving, right? So I really want to give back more as time goes on. And I want to get everyone's customs out and everything. I get really good ad revenue on the spicy things now. So if you guys watch those videos and like and comment, that helps. I have free things. Yeah, and I really want to start posting more on YouTube here. And oh, hi Jams, I saw you said hello on YouTube, thank you. Posting more YouTube videos so I can get closer to monetization, and then there'll be like less pressure for me to like make my bill quota each month, and then I can really focus on like the substance of the content that I want to create and not feel pressured any one direction to do what's like trendy or what makes the most money. I want to just kind of really go with what my soul wants to create in this world. Which will be a lot of music, dance, traveling, talking about subjects in which we talk about here on stream, like ecology, mycology, drug decriminalization, prison reform, yeah, mental health, stuff like that. Thank you, Jams. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. You calling me your mom, cream cheese bagel boy? A cream cheese bagel sounds so good right now, honestly. No worries, Kagato. Yeah, and if you can't make it tomorrow, it's all good. I get people are busy. I also am not like planning a time or anything. It's gonna be pretty spontaneous. Because I just kind of, I haven't seen my friend in a minute, Mia. I haven't seen her in a minute, so I kind of want to chill out. Maybe we might make some sushi, some homemade sushi. Maybe go get the ingredients for that. Decriminalization, stuff like that. I'd love that, Pinky. Yeah, I would love that. And yeah, more information about how you guys do things in Norway would be really cool. I would absolutely love to do that. Very cool. Very excited. That sounds awesome. Pinky, did you send me the song, or are you not yet? I also had like a really amazing experience at Red Rocks on Saturday, and I absolutely adore that venue. But there's like little things where I'm like, I don't know, I bring this up to like the people who are at the med tent because someone fell on Ryder and it was like not bueno. And people fall there all the time. Like someone in the hospital had their face like busted up because they fell. And my first ever time going to that venue, someone had like sprained their ankle and fell. And I've only been to that venue 3 times. And so my thing with that is like, I don't know, the person at the med office was like, oh, good luck with that. But I'm like, if I sit down and I construct a YouTube video, like showing the venue and showing my idea for what we could do to make the venue safer, then maybe they'll be more willing to listen. And I'll be like, hey, I'll even do like some of the volunteer work, you know what I mean? Like to get this to a point where it's like, yeah, I don't know, I was talking with the people at the hospital too, and like it happens a lot. People fall at Red Rocks a lot. So yeah, I really want to tap into this next year of my life, using my voice more, sharing more experiences with you guys online, pushing more towards, I don't want to be all ego and think I know the right thing, but pushing more towards the direction I'd like to see the world go towards more, because I do feel like even if small of an impact, I have an impact on that. Very cool, Pinky. I think you did mention that briefly. That is very cool. And yeah, I would really love to highlight more companies that are doing stuff like that, specifically, like doing good in the world. There's so many like advertisements for like, you know, big monopoly companies and stuff like that. But yeah, I would really like to highlight some more like mom and pop shops that are, yeah, like doing stuff to give back to the community, brands, like stuff like that. you, Pinky. Yeah, here might be. Oh, it says video not available. Is it not available in my country, maybe? Or is it on private? Y'all, I'm so fucking grateful to be alive. I love y'all. I'm sorry if sometimes I'm spiky or emotional. I fucking love y'all. Sounds good, Pinky. Not gonna be on stream too long because, yeah, I do gotta go to my friend's house and start setting up over there. But so far, so good. We're gonna be doing a DJ stream tomorrow. I'm really hyped. Really excited for that. God, guys, Raven is so fucking sweet. She is such a fucking gem, bro. Guys, go follow her. She hasn't streamed on Twitch in a minute, but maybe she will soon. She might be popping in and doing a little back-to-back stream with me tomorrow. I love her so much. Twitch.tv/LilRavenReloaded. That's where I'll be tomorrow. Alright, we're gonna listen to what Pinky sent me. Matoma og Ruben Toker Allen Saman av Emil Hollow. Hver gang vi møtes. What does that mean? Okay, the song's in English though. Cool. Very cool. I miss Raven too. She does the OF streams, but I want to see her on Twitch again. The world needs her. Pinky, it's gonna make me cry. Pinky, I'm doing my makeup. Why you do this? Why you do this? Pinky! Pinky! Oh. I love you, Pinky. Pinky, have you sent me you singing before? I know you've sent me quite a few you've written. Oh, by the way, guys, go also follow my friend Martlet Norval. They're busy doing other stuff right now, but we should be doing more art streams together soon. They helped me decorate this lovely backdrop you see. If you have not followed them yet, twitch.tv/MartletNorval. I'll show you one of the recent things we did. We went to the bins and we thrifted this shelf and we put all my books on it and this one below it. It's two separate ones. Sorry, it's a little messy in here. As well as this guy on top. Got all the essential oils up there. And then down here is the fantasy book section. You see the Berserk. See the little ducky there? Got the Douglas Adams. Got the Stars of Asperia. Let me pull that out a bit, actually. Stars of Asperia. The Stars of Asperia is written by one of our lovely community members, Ollie. It's in the Discord, I believe, in the self-promo room if you guys want to buy a copy. But if you look up the Stars of Asperia on Amazon, I think it's right there. We're going to be reading it on stream sometime. Just trying to make some time in my life to make sure we complete the book. Maybe post the VODs on Patreon or YouTube. I'm gonna see how Ollie feels about that. Aw, well, I love it, Pinky. Thank you for sharing. Nice, Kagato. I saw that. I checked it out on one of my accounts, I think. I don't know if I watched the full thing, but I gave it a quick like. Bert, it's cold. Why is it so cold right now? Me anymore, not anymore. So much to tell you. Can't hear me anymore. It's so loud inside my head. And my regrets can't take back the words I never said. Okay, back live on TikTok if you guys want to stop in and say hello. TikTok.com/@Cassie Catnip, I believe. Bow, 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 bow. Inside my head is that I should have said. Your advice and did the opposite. Welcome, guys. All you could have hoped for, and if you held on a little longer, you'd have had more reasons to be proud. Questions, talking to myself. You can't hear me anymore, not anymore. So much to So that no way, Pinky. I feel like I sound like crap right now. Thank you, though. Longer I stand here, the louder the silence. Know that you're gone, but sometimes I still that I hear. Thank you for the likes, Jeremy. Welcome in, guys. Thank you. You might be listening, 'cause I want you to know. Never said. Pinky, write me a song and I'll sing it for you. Oh, good luck, Hagato. That'll be really fun. Yeah, I would be really down to work with other authors to do audiobooks at some point. My first little tester for that is going to be with Ollie's book. And then if there's any other people who write books or write stories and you want to work with me on some audios for it, I would be down. Reminder that I am live on TikTok, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. If you guys want to hang out with me, I'm on all of the things. I love this song. Martlet is going to be at some point doing world building things on her Patreon too. Before that's up on the Patreon though, if you have interest in like hiring like assistant services with world building or anything like that, Martlet is going to be available for that at some point. That one honestly got a bit too dramatic and edgy. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes.
In the mist I sigh, close call, it's the gist of my life. You were looking down, yeah, you missed your chance, try and get me now. Wanna whisper, guys, visit me 'cause I kept them nice. Healthiest around, guaranteed unstained, I will look around. I'm a fool who made a mess. What a misjudge and mess. I should've known, done it on my own. Bring the rookie on and the lookout zone. All in all, you were paralogous. Come on, be honest. Feels like I'm losing it all again. Seems I will never be whole, pretend. You see a side of me that I wanna hide here tonight. Freeze, hold the living inside your head. Please don't put me to rest. Dishonest, go make your profit. Coughing up my pride. Hope it sticks and emits your insides. You don't need them now. Betray every ethic you renounce. Don't you touch my hands. Don't you ever forget that you're alone. When you come undone, you will be alone. You'll be the soul now. On and on we're paralogous. Come on, be honest. There is fog in our story you're on. I wanna roll with you, make it a fight in the sun. Who will survive and who will be gone? You can yell and cry, but I will move on. Feels like I'm losing it all again. Seems I will never be whole, pretend. You see a side of me that I wanna hide here tonight. Freeze, hold the living inside your head. Please don't put me to rest. Dishonest, go make your profit. There's a chase on my heels, I caught it. Is it just closeness that you want?
Hi again, Mello. You thought you drove me offline? Why would you think that? Why would you think that, Mello? I was talking to TikTok chat. Why would you think you drove me offline with saying that? When you're the one who left. The whole point of what I was saying was that, like,
You feel the same.
I'm fine about it unless it's brought up. And then I need to vent. Because it's like, it sucks. But the concept that, like, you went offline, I left after you did. I didn't go offline. It says I've been online for 2 hours and 5 minutes with 0 dropped frames. Nope. Kick says I've been online for 2 hours and 7 minutes and 37 seconds. I'm not sure why it would say that, but no, I've been live on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick for the last 2 hours. I'm not letting someone who, like, has done shit themselves, who doesn't like me and wants to call me a bad person, and not address anything they ever do wrong, not gonna let that make me stop streaming. Nah, I'm good on that. What's up, Rye Toast? How you doing? Boop boop. What's up, guys? But yeah, if you guys see me mute and I'm talking to the, like, talking with while muted, there's a good chance I'm probably talking to TikTok chat, so just go check that. Yes, tomorrow's my bday, cream cheese bagel boy. Turning 28. You have both streams live. Thank you so much, Cream Cheese Bagel. I appreciate you. On tomorrow, any plans? So it looks like I'm going to be going over to my friend Raven's house and doing my first ever DJ stream. So I'm really, really hyped for that. I'm trying to get on my laptop and get all this stuff figured out. We also, I think we'll be making homemade sushi. And I think we're maybe gonna go mushroom foraging too. So I'm really excited. I'm like nervous because like I have anxiety and imposter syndrome and I self-sabotage and I melt down and stuff, but I'm really excited. I'm really fucking excited, and I'm so grateful for the people in my life. I'm grateful for everybody in chat here. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. Fitz, thank you for the rose. Let's say you're a parent and your kid had a 3 in math. What would you do? A 3? What's a 3? Like a score out of 10? Ooh, shiny Torchic would have been cool. Thank you, Kagato. Love you too. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm doing alright, Gray. How you doing? Had a 3 in math overall. I don't know what a 3 is. Are you asking if they scored low? If my kid were to score low or anything in a class, I would probably like work with them on it and try and find like where the part they're struggling with is and do the math. Also, maybe have one of my friends who are better with math help me, like tutor them. Good, just relaxing, very nice. I gotta finish doing my makeup. I just gotta do my mascara, guys. Good night, Jerome. Enjoy your sleep. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out. The Egyptian symbol, your eyeliner and eye makes. Is that intentional? No, it's not intentional. I kind of just wing it. Wing it, get it? And my friend was actually saying the other day that my eye makeup looks Egyptian, which that's really cool. Yeah, I guess so then. I like to get funky with it. Thank you for all the likes, guys. I appreciate y'all. Oopsies. Just took an edible. Ooh. What kind? Delta's nice. This is Vila. I love Vila. Have I ever done polka dot bars? I have not. What are they? It's the legal mushrooms that are chocolate bars. Oh, interesting. Actually, you know, as a matter of fact, I saw, I didn't know if that's what you were referring to, but I saw them at the Psychedelic Science Conference here in Colorado when I went last year. Good luck, man. Let me know how it goes. Welcome back, Bryce. How you doing? I have. I love mushrooms. Quite a few. I don't know how detailed I can get on TikTok. Several times though. Like Makilla Gorillas, Penis Envies, Golden Teachers, Melmas. Yeah, Makilla Gorillas. I've had them. Oh, you've never had them? Yeah, they're strong. They're like a offshoot of Penis Envies. Shamrock, thank you for the roses. Thank you. Okay, I'm actually gonna be right back on TikTok, guys, but I'm live on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. If you guys want to come out there, it's the same name on Kick. It's just Catnip. But I will be back, guys. Thanks, Gwen Sean. How you doing? Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, guys. I will be right back.
for a new vision to be chased. He follows it closely and the space. He stole a glance at his home as he shot away beyond orbit. He said, once I feared how I could not remain, but it got easier against the grain. But it got easier against the grain. Vision to be chased. He follows it closely and the space. He stole a glance at his home as he shot away beyond orbit. He said, once I feared how I could not remain, but it got easier against the grain. Hey there, space boy, moving through the galaxy. Can you hear me through the dark? I'm calling you. Where do I start? I'm an emotional, taking in your sweet and considerate heart. Come into my world, give me a spark. Time to land and visit the planet. Give me your try. Still wanna make you sure I'm the reason to come back here. Just don't linger too much, 'cause you're a stranger, baby. So come get to know me. Don't be a stranger now. Lunar station, meet me at bay number 3. Can you kiss me in the dark? I'm wanting you. Always apart, I'm so emotional every time you're back up and leaving your car. Why can't you stay here, soak up the charm, take a breather, I'm all you needed. Give me your heart, I wanna make you sure I'm the reason to rest up here. If you don't linger enough, you'll be a stranger, baby. So come get to know me. Don't be a stranger now. take my hands and let's get off the phone. Pay the world no mind. But when you call me, don't hang up. You're scared, I know it's late, but I'll get up. If your thoughts have frozen you, I will thaw you with my mood. Leave your door open so I can come inside. And I'll be quiet when I arrive. And in the dark where I can hear your mind, it's just you and I. It's just you and I. There's always a piece of you that has been on fire. Don't make me dig deep inside you. My melting point to get higher with you. Everyone better get ready to perspire. Might set the whole world ablaze with you. Light down the ashes and fires to grow and new. You are the list, you are a full complex. Don't let
Iran was killed in a helicopter crash. Sup, you beautiful bastards. We got a lot of news to talk about today. We're breaking down the disturbing truth about Diddy, the video that exposed him as an abusive monster and all the fallout. The president of Iran was killed in a helicopter crash over the weekend, and the impacts could be huge. The ICC is requesting arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Hamas leaders. And we've got to talk about these zombie mortgages because they may be about to screw you or someone you know. And then there's even more that we got to talk about today, so let's just jump into it. Starting with, P. Diddy deserves to be hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat. With a juice to the gills, big-headed Mark McGuire or Barry Bonds being the one swinging. Right, that is what I felt when I saw that surveillance footage that came out over the weekend. Which, if you didn't see, or you just need a reminder, on Friday, CNN obtained and published surveillance footage showing Diddy assaulting his then girlfriend Cassie Ventura at a Los Angeles hotel in March of 2016. While the video doesn't have audio, you can see Cassie walking down the hallway into an elevator bank, Diddy then running down the hall in a towel. At which point, I cannot show you what happens next here in this video, but it is very easy to find, and I will describe it. Because once at the elevators, Diddy grabs Cassie by the neck, throws her down to the ground, and then kicks her before attempting to drag her down the hall. And it looks absolutely vicious. Also, later in the video, Cassie's seen using a hotel phone before he pushes her into a corner. At another point, he throws an object down the hall, with reports saying that it was thrown in Cassie's direction. You know, with all this, you had Cassie's lawyers telling CNN this footage has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs. Or because, as should be noted, the events in this video match some of the claims in a lawsuit that Cassie filed against Diddy that was settled back in November. That lawsuit claiming that around March of 2016, Diddy became intoxicated and punched Cassie in the face, giving her a black eye. And so when he finally fell asleep, she tried to leave, but he woke up and followed her down the hall, yelling at her before grabbing her and throwing glass vases at her, with her taking a cab to her apartment. But according to the suit, upon realizing that her running away would cause Mr. Combs to be even angrier with her and completely stuck in his vicious cycle of abuse, Miss Ventura returned to the hotel with the intention of apologizing for running away from her abuser. When she returned, hotel security staff urged her to get back into a cab and go to her apartment, suggesting that they had seen the security footage. That lawsuit also alleged that she was raped a few years later and was subjected to various forms of abuse throughout their relationship, also saying that Diddy actually paid
Hi, Gigi.
$50,000 for the security footage from the hallway. Though Diddy's lawyers denied the allegations in the suit at the time, claiming a decision to settle a lawsuit, especially in 2023, is in no way an admission of wrongdoing. But of course, fast forward to Sunday after this evidence was released, and Diddy admitted to what we saw play out in the video, apologizing in an Instagram caption by writing, "I'm truly sorry," and then saying,
"It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you gotta do that. I was f***ed up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now."
With Diddy going on to say he's since gone to therapy and rehab, and that while he is sorry, he's not asking for forgiveness. But also notably with that, one of Cassie's lawyers slammed his apology, giving a statement to multiple news outlets saying that his statement is more about himself than anyone he's hurt. And adding, when Cassie and multiple other women came forward, he denied everything and suggested that his victims were looking for a payday, that he was only compelled to apologize once his repeated denials were proven false, shows his pathetic desperation, and no one will be swayed by his disingenuous words. You know, a lot of the reaction we've seen online is echoing that. Even in his own Instagram comments, you have tons of people saying he's only sorry that he got caught. But as far as if any legal consequences are actually going to come from all this, well, probably not. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office releasing a statement saying that they found the video to be extremely disturbing and difficult to watch, but if the conduct depicted occurred in 2016, unfortunately, we would be unable to charge, as the conduct would have occurred beyond the timeline where a crime of assault can be prosecuted. Saying that as of Friday, law enforcement had not presented a case related to the attack in the video. Right? Notably, this is coming as Diddy is facing multiple lawsuits with allegations of sexual abuse, sex trafficking, and more. And it understandably has many people wondering how many of the things alleged are true. Because he denied wrongdoing here until the video came out. They're saying he was innocent of all the awful things being alleged. These are people trying to look for a payday. But now we have this video, and a lot of the discussion has been about the video, with many saying it's just so sad that it takes people seeing a horrifying video to take these claims seriously. People saying things like, not all women are lucky to have a video where you clearly see the assault happening, but all women deserve to be believed whenever they decide to speak. And having to relive trauma is so painful. I can't imagine what it must be like for someone to relive this so publicly. Believe women and consider what survivors must be going through. And just a lot of people expressing sympathy for Cassie and hoping that this is the final nail in the coffin for Diddy. Though of course, this playing out as some people are still defending this monster. Which, on that note, to the people defending Diddy with their fucking full chest out, or even the people going like, "Hey guys, who are we to judge?" Fuck you. Are you kidding me? One, who am I to judge someone that doesn't beat the shit out of someone that they're with? Which, by the way, pretty fucking low bar. Underneath the ground, honestly, where Diddy should probably be right now, rather than just strolling around in Miami. But you're trash, you're a waste of space, you're fucking stupid. Like, I've seen people out there literally saying, "Oh, people just want to kick Diddy while he's down," not fucking even seeing the irony there. And overall, with Diddy, I just see a coward that's trying to hide behind God because he knows that what he did is truly unforgivable. And I say that not only because of what we saw happen in that video, but because of all the other things that were likely not caught on video. But that is a story, some of my personal opinion, and of course, whether you agree or you disagree with me, I'll pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? And then we've got to talk about zombie mortgages because while zombies, they're not scary because they're just in movies, zombie mortgages are fucking terrifying because they can actually come back from the dead to take your home. And the scarier thing is that some of you may think this is not relevant to you, but you should think again because neither did the people in this story. And to properly explain this, we got to take a trip down memory lane to the fall of 2008.
What in the world is happening on Wall Street? 21%.
Because we're now down 43%.
Traders here working the phone say a lot of their customers are freaked out.
On the NASDAQ, everything and more has been completely wiped out.
It was the worst day on Wall Street since the crash of 1987.
The housing bubble, it finally popped, threatening millions of Americans with foreclosure. Because, of course, mortgage lenders, they went nuts for years. They were throwing cash at anyone who would take it, even people with shit credit and no savings. And one of the ways they preyed on the least creditworthy borrowers was to bypass the normal requirement for a down payment altogether. And doing this by concocting something called an 80-20 loan, where one loan covers 80% of the home's value and the other loan covers the remaining 20%. But starting in 2007, the adjustable rates in those loans, they kicked in, spiking monthly interest payments way beyond what any subprime borrower could afford. So people defaulted, banks collapsed, and the American economy went belly up. But to save some people from foreclosure, the federal government created a loan modification program. Right? And so people who enrolled got the interest rate on their first loan, the 80% one, lowered back down. And they were told that second loan, right, the 20% one, that was forgiven, written off, or just rolled into the first one. You know, after not hearing anything about it for some 15 years, they figured, hey, it's really gone. But in fact, what they didn't realize is that it had only gone dormant, with debt collectors or other investors buying up that old debt for pennies on the dollar, you know, just quietly sitting on it until home prices rose, which notably they have been over the past few years, with them then launching a surprise attack on the homeowner with an exorbitant bill in their mailbox, retroactively packing on interest payments and late fees that they had no idea they were even supposed to pay all these years, right? Inflating the debt 2 or 3 times its original value, which is exactly what happened to one homeowner who told ABC.
They said, you are no longer liable for this debt. We will update your credit.
Just a few months later, that same loan showed up again. She owed $139,000.
I get a notice of default and hundreds of realtors calling me about my house saying, do I want to sell it? It's pre-foreclosure.
Which is why these second loans are called zombie mortgages.
It's like a horror story, right? They're coming back to haunt you from the dead.
Now, foreclosures, they're hard to track, so quantifying the scale on this is difficult. But with that, NPR looked at several states where the data is available, and the numbers are scary. Right? In New York, for example, foreclosures have been initiated on at least 10,000 zombie mortgages in just the past 2 years, with another 500 showing up in Maryland. You know, the debt collectors, they're making money hand over fist doing this because they're paying nothing, maybe several $1,000s for several $100,000 properties, which is why many of the victims have told reporters it feels essentially like highway robbery. Right? I mean, you have people who have lived in these homes for up to 20 years, who have raised families in them, made memories in them, planned futures in them.
I'm on the brink of losing my home over a simple piece of paper. Had they have sent me a paper every month stating, this is still here, hey, you owe this, I would have paid it. It's horrible thinking I could be out there homeless.
Yeah, the very big thing is that all of this is completely legal. Though that's not to say that you can't get a lawyer and fight back. Or depending on the details, you may be able to claim that the debt collectors violated certain regulations by not notifying you about the interest payments. Which is why if you have or had a second mortgage, listen to this foreclosure prevention advocate who spoke to Fox News.
You have to check your title report. If you have a second that you think is paid off, you need to make sure it was reconveyed. If you think it was not even just paid off, if you think it was just wiped out, it may still be there. You need to check your title. People don't check their credit reports as often as they should. They certainly never check their title reports, and that's the only place it's going to show up until you get a letter saying, hey, please give us an outrageous amount of money before we come take your house. The zombie mortgage business was primarily, for about 10 years ago, it was nothing but bottom feeders. Now it's publicly traded companies that are getting involved with this, and all they do is deliver misery.
Which is why ultimately, like, the only long-term solution here is the legal solution for state attorneys general, federal regulators, and most of all, politicians to get involved. Because otherwise, for a lot of people, this is just a horror movie with no end. And then they just killed off Sky. Remember this voice?
I'm really excited about teaming up with you, and I'm all set to dive in. So how can I make your life easier?
Right, it's one of ChatGPT's AI voices. A lot of people saying it sounded like a virtual Scarlett Johansson, just like you heard her in the movie Her. With many, after hearing it, also saying the voice sounded very flirty, kind of almost erotic. And that voice, you might not have known, was called Sky. And its similarity to Scarlett Johansson is perhaps most apparent in a blog post that actually came back in September, back when OpenAI started rolling out new voice and image capabilities.
Once in a tranquil woodland, there was a fluffy mama cat named Lila. One sunny day, she cuddled with her playful kitten, Milo, under the shade of an old oak tree.
But, you know, people really started making the comparison after the GPT 4.0 release last week, with The Verge even putting out a headline titled, ChatGPT will be able to talk to you like Scarlett Johansson and Her. Even though an OpenAI engineer told the outlet that the voice wasn't designed to sound like Scarlett Johansson at all, people still heard it, and it also didn't help that after the launch last week, Sam Altman, the company CEO, simply tweeted, her, with basically every response interpreting that as a reference to the movie. But then, last night, the company actually released a statement saying that it's pausing the use of the Sky voice, and saying in a blog post, "We believe that AI voices should not deliberately mimic a celebrity's distinctive voice. Sky's voice is not an imitation of Scarlett Johansson, but belongs to a different professional actress using her own natural speaking voice. To protect their privacy, we cannot share the names of our voice talents." Right? With that, saying that it worked with casting groups and producers to figure out what kind of actors they wanted to work with, what kind of voices they wanted to hear. Hundreds of people then submitted their voices, and 5 were chosen. And possibly the pause on Sky being connected to the fact that Scarlett Johansson is not scared to get legal. In fact, last year we saw her take legal action against an AI app that used her likeness without consent in an ad. And then we got more big news that we have to talk about, but I want to take a second to say I love hearing that a lot of you out there, you're taking steps to regain control of your life by going to pdsdebt.com/DeFranco and getting somewhere when paying off your debt. You know, nobody likes the stress of mounting debt, the pressure and the feeling of helplessness. And if you're feeling this way and you're ready to do something about it, today's sponsor, PDS Debt, has a program that rolls all of your payments into one low monthly payment. And I'm talking about one low monthly payment based on what you can afford. You know, PDS Debt is a top-rated company on Google with an A+ rating on the
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to like just apologize for stuff like that, and it like you know, that's really fucked up.
He is using his veto stamp right now the same way that I used myself when I first discovered pornography, which is to say an amount that the person doing the thing probably thinks is a regular normal amount, but what others might describe as aggressively excessive. Because just in the last year alone, Youngkin has vetoed over
I think that like key point is to like not normalize that type of behavior, because there are a lot of people who do normalize that type of behavior, and it is not normal. It's not okay.
201 bills, which, just to give you context, like a comparison, the previous record holder vetoed 120 pieces of legislation over 4 years. Right? In this totally unparalleled effort, it comes as Youngkin is working to thwart the Democratic majority that took control of the state legislature in 2022. Right? And notably here, many of the bills that Youngkin has vetoed concern culture.
So I think him giving at least somewhat of an apology is good, but
Democrats saying his waterfall vetoes, it just solidifies his record as a hard-right politician. Right? Most recently, we saw Youngkin striking down bills that would have protected access to contraception and closed tax loopholes for Confederate heritage groups, with Youngkin arguing that the first proposal was overly broad and violated religious and parental freedoms. Regarding the prevention of tax breaks on a handful of Confederate heritage groups, Youngkin claimed that the organizations named in the bill were being unfairly singled out, and that notably, as he even admitted that the property tax exemption was ripe for reform, delineated by inconsistencies and discrepancies. But also, you know, these are just the most recent. He's also struck down a number of other major measures this year, including a wide range of proposed gun laws, or things that would have banned ghost guns or prohibited firearms from hospitals providing psychiatric services. And so with all this, it's going to be very interesting to see how all this plays out in Virginia come November, especially because many saw the Republicans' upsets in the legislature last election as a response to Youngkin's increasingly hard right shift. And then we've got to talk about how world politics got a major shakeup this weekend after the president and foreign minister of Iran died in a helicopter crash. Both of them were visiting East Azerbaijan, which, despite the name, is part of Iran and in the western part of the country. Notably, the area is extremely mountainous, and during their flight, they ran into very thick fog. You know, helicopters and fog, not the best combination, especially when you combine that with hilly or mountainous terrain. And while it's currently unclear what the failure was, you had state media saying that there was a technical failure. But regardless, the flight crashed and killed everyone on board. Now, initially, there was some hope that there might have been some survivors, but, you know, it took rescue workers hours to get to the super remote crash site, and by then, essentially, all hope was lost. With footage from a Turkish broadcaster allegedly from the site showing that it was a Bell 212 that crashed. Right? And that's actually very notable because those are made by the US and Canada, and they were likely bought decades ago before sanctions. And those sanctions, they may have led to trouble getting spare parts, leading to speculation that maybe that played a role in the crash. Although it should be said that despite Twitter conspiracy theories, it doesn't look like this was some secret plot by the CIA or the Mossad to kill Raisi, especially as Iran state media is not even making claims like that. But, I mean, that said, President Ibrahim Raisi's death, it's a massive deal both domestically and internationally beyond just
the timing is insane.
There will be new elections soon, and the presidency will be temporarily filled by the VP. But there, Raisi was seen as one of the last old guard of Iranian leaders from during the revolution. You know, he was also widely considered one of the very few people who could really take over the supreme leader position when Khomeini dies. Right? That's short.
Yeah, I agree.
Shorter now, with Khomeini's son believed to be one of the most likely successors now, which is extremely ironic because it'll turn the republic into a hereditary monarchy wrapped in Islamic iconography, which is something the republic was established to get rid of. But that, of course, further down the road. And as far as the now, you know, there will be a funeral procession for Raisi. And while that will be widely attended, it's also very likely that this death will be celebrated, which, you know, might seem odd when you consider that he won the presidential vote with like 60+% of the vote. However, a very key thing there is that pretty much all of his opponents were barred from running on top of a record low turnout. Additionally, I mean, we're talking about a guy that was infamous in Iran for having blood on his hands because shortly after the revolution, he was in charge of killing political prisoners, with that leading to thousands of deaths. And he apparently never really broke that habit, considering how heavy-handed his government's been with the past 2 years of protests. And then with this, there's an international shakeup. The death of Raisi, as well as the foreign minister, I mean, it comes as tensions are extremely high in the region. Right? You have Iran and Israel exchanging blows, both directly, and not to mention all the proxy groups Iran supports that attack Israel. And those, they include the two major concerns that Israel has right now, Hamas and Hezbollah. And as a matter of fact, Iran is pretty much the only power in the region that supports those groups directly with funds and guns. But then finally, with this, of course, there is the big question now, that is, what's next? Right, we need to see which way Iran wants to go with a new leader, and whether that'll be a continued hardline shift on Islamic revolutionary politics, or a return to a slightly more moderate leader like ex-President Rouhani. Although there, you have most experts saying that Israel shouldn't expect much of a change. Though also, because Raisi was considered one of the few people capable of legitimately carrying on the mantle of supreme leader without much pushback, there's currently a growing question of just how long the Islamic Republic would last after Khomeini's death. So yeah, just a little tiny possible game-changing news today. And then, in big international news, Israel and Hamas have actually found themselves kinda on the same side for once, after leaders from both sides became the target of potential arrest warrants by the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. And in particular, he wants to get Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, as well as 3 Hamas leaders of war crimes and crimes against humanity. While this can sound like a major deal, it's also very likely that not much is going to come from it, at least for some time, if ever. At least for the leaders of Israel, and we'll also get to that in a second. First off, a 3-judge panel still needs to approve the warrant, which is notably something that the United States is heavily pushing back against, with President Biden calling it outrageous.
Thank you, it's delicious. It's just ramen, but I added some really yummy spice.
Which also, it shouldn't come as a shock, as the U.S. has long been opposed to the ICC and isn't party to it, which also means that even if an arrest warrant was made, the U.S. wouldn't enforce it. Meanwhile, Israel has also condemned the move, with the foreign minister calling it a historic disgrace that will be remembered forever, and that the country would work to ensure that any potential warrants are never enforced on Israeli leaders. And this, as Hamas has also condemned the ICC, saying that it, quote, equates the victim with the executioner. With this, one of the questions is, what exactly is the ICC pointing to in order to justify these warrants? And there, for Hamas, Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan pointed to the October 7th attacks, saying that these acts demand accountability. As for Netanyahu and Gallant, Khan said, the effects of the use of starvation as a method of warfare, together with other attacks and collective punishment against the civilian population of Gaza, are acute, visible, and widely known. They include malnutrition, dehydration, profound suffering, and an increasing number of deaths among the Palestinian population, including babies, other children, and women. However, with all this, even if a warrant is never executed, this could still serve as a big blow for both sides. Right, for Hamas,
what's up, Kellogg? What news? PayPal? I don't know. I don't know, man.
Set up. It's an independent court that's supposed to help places with a failing judicial system go after war criminals. And in Israel's case, it argues that it is a functioning judiciary and doesn't need the ICC. As a matter of fact, it's because
this is yesterday's show, though.
Don't even recognize the court, including the United States, Russia, and China. Hell, the U.S. even levied sanctions on the ICC prosecutor back in 2020 for their attempts to look into potential American war crimes in Afghanistan before Biden lifted them in 2021. Vladimir Putin, he's flaunted an arrest warrant since March of 2023 by traveling with seemingly no issues. Though that's also backed up by the realities of world politics. Right? Actually arresting Putin or Netanyahu or any leader with a capable military would probably mean serious.
Yeah, I saw that.
So they have that bubble, whereas Hamas would not. It doesn't mean that Netanyahu would be able to just go anywhere he wants.
I kind of know that about payment processors for a minute, though. Like my friend Mia, they shut down their Cash App for no reason. I'd have to ask her. I don't know if they took money from her, but I love it too.
I'd love to know your thoughts. That is where your Monday evening, Tuesday morning shows end. But I'll see you.
And the next one.
Beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip Franco Show. Daily dive into the news. And we got a lot of it to talk about today.
That ramen was delicious. Hit the spot.
Breaking news that I will not be sharing with my son, who just got over his fear of flying. A Singapore Airlines flight had such severe turbulence out of nowhere that 70 people were injured and 1 person was actually killed. So there was a Boeing 777 traveling from London to Singapore with nearly 230 passengers and crew on board. And at about 10 hours into the flight, while passing over Myanmar at 37,000 feet, it encountered sudden extreme turbulence.
Are there any airlines that don't use Boeing planes?
Shaking, so I started racing for what was happening, and very suddenly there was a very dramatic drop. And while some media outlets have said that the plane plummeted 6,000 feet, that's not true. With Flight Radar 24 pointing out that was actually a standard descent and the turbulence came before that. So as far as what really happened, the plane suddenly dipped, then swung back up a few hundred feet, dipped again, climbed again, and then finally settled back at a cruising altitude. And all of that happening in about 90 seconds, which was obviously more than enough time to cause chaos. I mean, anyone who wasn't wearing a seatbelt immediately got thrown into the ceiling. With a passenger, again, telling Reuters, some people hit their heads on the baggage cabins overhead and dented it. They hit the places where lights and masks are and broke straight through it. I mean, he's right. You can see parts of the ceiling and luggage compartments broken or collapsed in photos. With another passenger telling the
The
BBC,
military. I was literally just talking to my friend about how if we didn't like invest so much in the military that we could afford to fucking make much safer planes.
adding, I hit my head on the ceiling, my wife did, some poor people who were walking around ended up doing somersaults, as well as a third saying, I heard that there was a guy hitting the roof in the toilet and he was injured quite badly too. And so the plane made an emergency landing in Bangkok soon afterward, and as for the one fatality, we know that it is a 73-year-old British man. And while the exact cause of death is not known yet, we have learned that he did have a heart condition. And as for the 71 reported injuries, only 6 of those are serious as of recording, or with the rest mostly getting cuts and bruises and probably just PTSD for the rest of your life. You know, with this story, I do want to note for you, severe turbulence is extremely rare, but it's also my job to tell you that reportedly because of climate change, it is going to make it more common during this century, which is a fun little thing I wish I didn't know, but now we both know it. And then Belle Delphine and Scarlett Johansson are some ladies getting paid today, or rather, one is getting paid and the other very likely will. Starting with Belle, because it's some good news, bad news. The good news is that she got her bathwater money back, which arguably, yes, is a very random sentence if you don't know the backstory. Because Belle exposed that back in 2019 when she did that ultra-viral stunt where she sold her bathwater, that she actually ended up not getting that money, saying that PayPal closed her account and took the $90,000 that she had made. Also saying that she was fined for violating the company's terms of service, even though they wouldn't actually tell her the rules that she broke. But it turns out after making it so public, she got her money. With Business Insider now reporting that after Delphine tweeted about her years-old problems with PayPal and several media outlets, including Business Insider, contacted PayPal to ask about the situation, the $90,000 has been returned to Delphine. With a PayPal spokesperson saying, you know, they can't comment on individual accounts, but they did get rid of its heavy fines about a year ago. But the bad news is that if you are not Belle Delphine and something like this happened to you, you're still probably shit out of luck. Because as Business Insider noted, the reversal wasn't automatic. Belle had to make this issue public on Twitter. It had to make headlines before she was able to get her money. With Belle even telling the outlet herself, if I didn't have any social media following, they wouldn't have given my money back. Which is so shitty because what are all the normal non-social media users meant to do in this situation? I followed all the normal—
That's what I'm saying about this too. It's like she's getting attention about it because she's huge, but I know so many people have had their shit shut down. I've had stuff shut down. My Google Pay, nothing was done about it.
PayPal does uniquely suck. I mean, PayPal and Venmo have even been called out by the ACLU. So this is not new, and if I were to guess, most of the time, if there's not going to be a spotlight on them, they are still going to do shitty things. But then, as far as Scarlett Johansson, you know how yesterday we talked about how OpenAI, they paused the Sky voice, or the voice that sounded very much like Scarlett Johansson? And I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's because Scarlett has some sort of lawsuit or some legal things happening. Well, an hour after I posted yesterday's show, Scarlett actually released a statement saying, last September, I received an offer from Sam Altman, who wanted to hire me to voice the current ChatGPT 4.0 system. He told me that he felt that by my voicing the system, I could bridge the gap between—
What's up, Wolverine?
But adding, after much consideration and for personal reasons,
I think there's something like flying cars. There's like gliders.
Sky sounded like me, or saying that she was shocked and angered to hear that voice, noting that Sam Altman's tweet essentially insinuated that it was intentional. And then adding, 2 days before the ChatGPT 4.0 demo was released, Mr. Altman contacted my agent asking me to reconsider. Before we could connect, the system was out there, saying that this forced her to hire legal counsel to figure out exactly how this Sky voice was actually created. Now, for his part, Altman released a statement saying the voice was not hers and was never intended to sound like hers, but he apologized for what he said were communication errors. Though, I will say, based off of things that he has openly tweeted, how it sounds and the way things apparently played out, it seems like the actions here from OpenAI were just brazen and fucking stupid. Like, why would you involve and then seemingly screw over not only an incredibly famous actress, but one who has proven herself to be litigious? This is a woman who sued Disney, a company that employed her, and she got what she wanted. right? And it actually went down in a way that helped change what the landscape there looked like. And so it'll be interesting to see if something similar happens here with OpenAI. And then, there was once a time where you could open up Twitter and you'd see a post and you go into the replies and you're like, the worst thing I'm gonna see is some batshit takes. But now, you click a post to see the replies and just ass getting thrown left, right.
Yeah, the things I was thinking of were gliders.
With some booty cheeks.
Me too. I've been watching him for years, over a decade.
Is a dangerous game, which is actually why in recent months there have been more and more articles calling out the porn problem on Twitter and trying to figure out how the hell we got here. Because as many outlets noted, spam and bots have long been a problem on Twitter, even before Elon Musk's takeover. Though notably, one of Musk's biggest promises was actually that he was going to defeat the bots. But fast forward to now, and you got New York Magazine saying the bots have not been defeated. If anything, they've become much more visible across the platform in ads, searches, and especially replies. Right? Even though bots have always been a problem, you're not alone if you feel
Dude,
like
it was like
a
fucking ploy. I swear. He's like, I'm gonna get rid of the bots just so he could put more. I swear he's working with them.
Saying that some of this appears to be part of a coordinated network, spamming out links.
Or he just doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Places like Bloomberg explaining that of all the social sites, Twitter was always the most permissive when it came to porn. And ever since Musk gutted content moderation teams, it's just made it into more users' feeds. But what's funny is part of the reason we're even talking about this today is that Elon Musk, among other things, appears to be one of the least self-aware people on the planet. Where, for example, yesterday, Elon tweeted encouraging creators to stream on X. And he did so along with a meme suggesting that Twitch has become filled with too much sexual content. And while there is no doubt there is a fair share of scantily clad ladies,
You can straight up have nip nops. What is he talking about?
When they hear the phrase pussy in bio, you're gonna get mocked by all the people that are not already up your
Bunny in bio, boys. Bunny in bio.
Pussy in bio website.
Bunny in bio.
Stream on Twitter because there's less sexual content is insane. Porn bots run this site. And what's critical saying Goober has clearly never gone into the replies on a single tweet in the last 6 months. This site is infested with porn bots. Just spread asshole pictures on every post. And I don't know about you, but obviously Elon doesn't have a leg to stand on when it comes to criticizing platforms for sexual content, but it also feels like Twitter is just less usable. If a situation blows up enough, it's like, okay, it feels current, it feels like something's happening, but the amount of old content being repurposed and just shit that I'm not interested in being recommended to me is at an all-time high. And I hate that because it used to be such a reliable utility. And then we've got more news that we're going to dive into, but I just got to take a second to say shout out to Claritin for supporting this episode and providing us with samples. Allergies can really stop you in your tracks. When my nose is plugged up, I feel like I can't do anything. I can't enjoy dinner. Used as directed. And then, in big veterans news, the largest outreach campaign in VA history has actually now paid off in a really big way. With the White House now announcing that it's approved over 1 million disability claims to veterans and their surviving families under the PACT Act, right, which you might remember was the law passed back in August of 2022 that vastly expanded VA benefits to veterans who suffered toxic exposure primarily from burn pits.
Thank you so much, Wolverine.
Largely stopped in the mid-20s.
My friend Martlet helped me design it.
All their trash, everything from plastics and rubber to chemicals and electronics, and they dumped it into giant pits and they doused it in jet fuel and set it on fire, which then predictably blanketed the service members nearby in a cloud of toxic fumes. And many, possibly millions of them suffered a host of medical conditions as a result. Stuff like cancer, allergic rhinitis, bronchial asthma, hypertension. The list goes on. The headline here is lots of bad stuff. But it was also hard to definitively prove that these conditions were service-related. And for years, the VA resisted calls to recognize the connection, which led to protests from veterans, their families, and even the BAMF that is John Stewart, who's been an outspoken advocate for this issue.
Here's the bottom line. You cannot be America first when you put veterans last.
Since the PACT Act was signed into law, the VA has actually received 1.65 million related claims, completed 1.32 million, and approved over 1 million, meaning that the approval rate is about 75%, which is actually nuts because before the PACT Act, the VA denied 70% of claims related to burn pit exposure. So, those numbers, they basically flipped, and for all of that, it cost the government about $5.7 billion. Also, a key thing here is that for President Biden, this issue is both personal and political. He believes that burn pits may have caused the brain cancer that killed his son, Bo, in Iraq in 2015.
Folks, in the last year, the VA delivered more benefits and processed more overall claims than ever in the entire history of the VA.
And also, politically, this is an achievement before the November election. But the most important thing about talking about this news is that If you are watching this right now and you are a veteran and you think that you have suffered a condition related to toxic exposure, you can apply for benefits at va.gov/pact and not feel like the odds are not on your side. And honestly, you never know how long the government will be helpful. So jump on this shit while you can. And then, in the world of political news, we got a few interesting things happening. The first being that we had 2 Republican senators, Ted Cruz and Katie Britt, actually proposing a bill to protect IVF at the federal level. And specifically with this, the legislation would block states from receiving Medicaid funding if they ban IVF treatments. Though notably here, the proposal would also not force any organization or individual to provide these services and would allow states to implement their own health and safety measures. Now, that said, as far as if this is going to pass, that remains unclear. After Alabama's Supreme Court ruled that frozen embryos are considered children and effectively banned IVF procedures in the state, many Republicans rushed to show their support. But the issue for many there still remains a political liability.
So I actually was just spraying some stuff on it. Sorry, there's someone outside. It's this ginger root pacifica stuff that I use. 10-in-1 hair volumizer with B vitamins and ginger. And I haven't cut it in a while. And I don't shampoo it super often. Sometimes I let it be for a few days. Sometimes I do a conditioner wash.
Into their anti-abortion messaging. And this, as Democrats, of course, have continued to target them on this heading into the election, which also has some saying this Republican proposal, it's really just a political move going into the election, especially because there was a similar proposal by Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth that would have established a right to fertility treatments under federal law, but that failed to pass amid GOP objections. Now, Cruz, for his part, has tried to brush that off by telling reporters that Duckworth's bill didn't have Republican support because it tried to, in his words, backdoor in broader abortion legislation. But then also with this, even if Cruz is able to get the support that he needs in the Senate, key players in the House have been hesitant with all of this, with that including the House Speaker himself, who said he thinks the matter should be left to the states. Then, of course, we had Trump news with his defense officially resting today in the hush money payments trial without the former president testifying on his own behalf, which had been discussed a lot as a possibility up until the very end. And so with the prosecution also resting yesterday, the case is pretty much over now, with closing arguments set for next week and, of course, the jury deliberation.
I usually take a bath at least every day. But to wash my hair like roughly every 3 days, 4 days maybe sometimes. Usually if I don't shampoo it, I at least conditioner it a little bit every other day.
But also, I put very little faith into any and every survey and poll when it comes to the election. What people say and what people do don't always line up, especially at 100% level. That just doesn't happen. But also, a key thing with this is, if he is convicted...
Yeah, and the conditioner mainly just to get the tangles out, if there's any, like, frizzy spots. Sometimes I'll use oil, too, in it. Like, I have this rosemary oil that's really good for your hair. Of course.
$27 million first quarter loss this year. Instead, it's because he posted a video to the platform yesterday that he later...
Yeah, rosemary oil is supposed to be really good for your hair. I'll show you it. I think I have the bottle near.
For those of you who need a quick refresher on your high school history, the word Reich means empire in German. But then more deeply, has largely become associated with Hitler and the Nazi regime, the Third Reich. And in this video featuring hypothetical headlines celebrating a 2024 victory for Trump in the span of just 30 seconds, you see the phrase Unified Reich shown 3 separate times, with many of the headlines and text blurbs appearing to reference World War I. And so with this, you had a lot of people up in arms, many pointing to his history of using rhetoric echoing Hitler and Nazi Germany. And among those, you even had the Biden campaign, which immediately seized on the clip and accused Trump of foreshadowing the creation of a unified Reich. But to that, you had Trump's team hitting back in a statement saying this was not a campaign video. It was created by a random account online and reposted by a staffer who clearly did not see the word while the president was in court. Though notably, the account that appears to have made the video is from a meme creator who's actually worked for the Trump campaign before. And they shared images on X indicating that the video footage was just stock that came with a template. And then finally, here we got an update on that big deep dive I did a while back about midwives in Maryland and the broken system that allows those responsible for the deaths of babies and home births to continue practicing, which if you didn't see, I'll link to it down below. But
it smells really good too.
One that really didn't get the light that it deserved until the Washington Post published a super lengthy, detailed investigation. Right in that, specifically detailing the plight of one family and a midwife by the name of Karen Carr, with Carr keeping her license even after the deaths of 3 3 infants. But the news that we're talking about today is that a years-long effort to allow midwives to handle certain high-risk home births has now been halted, with lawmakers withdrawing draft legislation over safety concerns. Because that proposal would have allowed certified professional midwives to care for patients who had previously given birth via C-section but wanted to have a vaginal birth at home for their next child, something widely known as VBAC, vaginal birth after C-section. And that move would have significantly expanded the client base for Maryland midwives, which is why we saw many of them lobbying for the bill, including Carr. But this notably, as you had many doctors, hospital associations, and patient safety advocates pushing against the bill, arguing that it could threaten the lives of patients and their babies because of the risks associated with VBACs, with most doctors recommending that VBACs occur in controlled medical settings with professionals who can perform emergency C-sections. But actually, back in January, the Maryland Board of Nursing, which oversees midwives and previously pushed for this legislation, they pulled their support suddenly, citing those same safety concerns. And so without that backing, the bill sponsors decided to pull. And the timing of all this is especially key because the board's flip-flop happened just a few weeks after the Washington Post published their insanely damning investigation. And then we've got to talk about a lot of big news involving Israel and Palestine. First off, Israel's government's not doing itself any PR favors today after it seized equipment belonging to the Associated Press and cut a live feed of northern Gaza. And this, of course, notably coming after Israel has faced accusations of becoming increasingly authoritarian due to a new law that heavily curbs news outlets that allegedly pose a national security risk. And as we talked about on the show before, Al Jazeera became the first network to effectively be shut down over the law. And Al Jazeera is actually important to this story as well because Israeli officials claim that the issue wasn't that the AP was providing a news feed from southern Israel and showing northern Gaza, instead saying that the AP was giving that feed to the now banned Al Jazeera, with Israeli authorities also adding the claim that the feed, which just showed smoke coming from the bombed out city, showed what they said were the activities of the IDF forces and that it endangers our fighters. But with that, the AP pushed back, saying the Qatari satellite channel is among thousands of clients that receive live video feeds from the AP and other news organizations. So this, as you have some saying, fortunately in the grand scheme, the seized items aren't likely a huge financial blow to the Associated Press, with reportedly just involving a camera, tripod, 2 mics, and a live modem. But with this, it's less the items and more the principle of the matter that the AP and journalists are upset about, with the outlet urging Israel to return the gear and let them reinstate the stream. And all this is within Israel, opposition leaders are growing increasingly frustrated with Netanyahu's continuous authoritarian streak, saying things
I'm going to go to a friend's house possibly to prep for a Twitch stream that I'm doing tomorrow. Prepping for my first DJ stream. What about you guys? Do you guys have any fun plans today? Thank you so much to Steel Reserve. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. I just saw that message. I don't know how long ago it was.
Won 53 Pulitzer Prizes, saying this government behaves as if it has decided to make sure at all costs that Israel will be a pariah all over the world. They went crazy. And on the note of possibly being a loner on the world stage, it's been argued that Israel's been on the brink of that over Rafah. The city is the last major one in Gaza, and it's pretty much where Israel told Gazans to go at the start of the war if they wanted to be away from the fighting. But then we saw the fighting make its way down there, and now Gazans have nowhere to flee to, leading to a tense situation where President Biden threatened to cut off a lot of U.S. support if Bibi approved major military operations in Rafah. And since then, there have been a few military actions across the city and region, although none to the level of a full-scale assault of the city. But that's not to downplay what has happened, right? There are still a ton of people dying because of Israeli-targeted attacks. And there's clear evidence that Israel is slowly building up its attack across the city to the point that it now claims to control 30 to 40% of it. With this, you have the IDF and Israeli sources saying this slower pace has also seemingly meant that nearly 1 million people have been evacuated from the city. Though it's argued that that wording puts a positive spin on the fact that 1 million people were forced from relative safety or face Israeli attacks. And even outside of the direct war zone, aid's still lacking. Notably, this is happening as there are bombshell reports coming out that right-wing police officers and soldiers that they're tipping off ultra-nationalist settlers and activists to where aid truck convoys are going to be. But then those groups going out to slow down the convoys or block them completely, with those involved justifying this action by claiming that all the aid being sent to Gaza is being stolen by Hamas and weaponized to control the populace. Well, notably, their aid agencies on the ground deny that. And even the United States claims that Israel has yet to provide evidence that this is a widespread problem. And then we've got even more news.
Nice. Very cool.
I just gotta take a second to say, if you care about accessing a free internet or protecting your data and devices, why don't you have a VPN yet? I use NordVPN to keep my digital life secure, and Lynn for being a fantastic sponsor of our show. And then, so you may have heard me talk about food deserts or news deserts, but have you ever heard about blood deserts? Which if you haven't, that makes sense. It's actually a new term that was coined in a paper by a coalition of 27 doctors, researchers, and patient advocates to raise awareness about an incredibly serious global health crisis that's not being talked about nearly enough. The fact that there is a shockingly high number of people around the world who lack adequate access to blood transfusions. Right, in this paper, published in Lancet Global Health, specifically defines blood deserts as geographical areas where there's not enough enough blood in at least 75% of medical cases where it's required. Now, with that, one thing that I want to clarify right off the bat here is that while we've talked about blood shortages in the US, this is actually a totally different situation. First of all, the scale is just absolutely massive. We're talking hundreds of millions, if not billions of people living in these blood deserts. And as is often the case, this global crisis disproportionately impacts low and middle income countries, aka LMICs, with studies showing that the vast majority of countries, 61%, have blood shortages. This is especially notable in sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and Oceania, where every single country is in deficit.
Oh, I see. Well, good luck with whatever you decide, Wolverine.
Or when the World Health Organization recommends a minimum of 10 units of blood donated for every 1,000 community members, low-income countries don't even reach half that amount. But the main common thread connecting all these blood deserts is that they're mostly in rural areas, where the vast majority of blood banks are concentrated in urban centers. And while international health organizations have long called for more as a solution to this global crisis, that's easier said than done.
I bet you're beautiful, Wolverine, but whatever you decide, I fully support. Because I know sometimes, like, there's things about myself I want to change that other people are like, no, you're fine. But then it's like a me thing. So I get that. I really want to get new teeth at some point.
You have folks like Dr. Nicole Raykar, trauma surgeon and co-author of the Lancet paper, explain it. It will take decades to build and fund enough functional blood banks to meet the world's needs. And so for hundreds of millions of people who live in rural settings without any access to blood, the only hospitals with blood banks are hours away. And that's even more challenging for many people who have to first face difficult terrain or poor road infrastructure in order to even get to those urban centers. And all of this, as the consequences here are incredibly dire. In places with access to blood, conditions that require transfusions like excessive bleeding after a physical trauma, hemorrhaging after giving birth, or anemia have all become highly treatable. But in those blood deserts, those conditions can become deadly very quickly. And this isn't hypothetical. Millions of people die preventable deaths every year because of blood shortages. And Raykar says that the lack of blood supply is a huge reason that so many people die after trauma in LMICs, with in fact some studies finding that as many as 50 to 60% of trauma patients die in those countries compared to just 1 to 2% in high-income countries like the States. Also, there's other research that's shown that postpartum hemorrhage causes more than 1 in every 3 maternal deaths globally. That makes it the single most common factor, and this also goes beyond emergency care. Doctors in areas with blood shortages, they also have to defer life-saving surgeries because of the high likelihood a patient's going to bleed out on the operating table without a transfusion to replenish blood loss. So clearly, you can see this is a huge, serious crisis. But despite the fact that this issue is so far-reaching and it impacts so much of the world, it's gotten very little attention, which is why we have Raykar and other researchers behind this paper not only trying to bring more awareness on this overlooked topic, but also with that, they're proposing 3 innovative solutions to help the crisis. Though, one thing I want to make clear is that these are not long-term solutions. These are really just stopgaps that can be used to help address shortages while more long-term efforts to expand.
I died a little. Oh, okay, though.
So the first proposal here has the potential for the biggest impact, and that's the idea of a walking blood bank, where healthcare providers are able to draw blood from community members in times of need, rather than storing blood in physical blood banks. And under this system, healthcare workers identify people to recruit as donors, mobilize them during a crisis, rapid test their blood for transmissible diseases like HIV and syphilis on the spot, and then they transfuse the blood directly to the patient in need. And sometimes, in very serious situations, healthcare workers themselves can also go through the process as well. Right, so that can seem like an amazing solution, but there is also a major drawback. Many low and middle income countries banned walking blood banks in the 1990s and 2000s amid the AIDS crisis, but that largely in response to pressure from HIV activists and the World Health Organization, which called for zero tolerance for blood transmitted cases. You know, many of those policies still remain. I mean, even the WHO's most recent guidance from April of 2023 strongly recommends against walking blood banks unless there is an acute emergency, with a WHO spokesperson telling NPR, while the transfusion of blood collected from donors to patients can save lives, it involves risks itself and could cause serious consequences and even death of patients. You know, that position has been backed up by others, like a former medical officer for the World Health Organization Regional Office for the Eastern Mediterranean, with him specifically pointing to accuracy issues with rapid diagnostic tests, saying in countries in Africa and Asia, the environmental conditions are so diverse and sometimes hostile, so if you don't have the right storage conditions for the test kit, you will not have the correct results. He also noted that personnel in these rural areas might not necessarily have the same experience as urban clinicians, but this is you also had other experts pushing back against that, noting that studies show rapid diagnostic tests could screen walking blood bank donations for HIV and other diseases with 98 to 99% accuracy at local clinics. And so as a result, you have people like Dr. Nabhojit Roy, a retired rural surgeon from India, telling NPR that while safety is important, these concerns have been overemphasized to the point where they are trading off with life-saving solutions, noting that walking blood banks are actually a tool that the U.S. military effectively uses in war zones, explaining what we live through every day in these blood deserts is nothing short of that. How many people need to die before you say this is war? And also going on to say that the WHO's current guidance for walking blood banks fails to acknowledge acknowledged that blood deserts are a state of emergency. Adding extreme blood scarcity in much of the world is not an impending catastrophic event, but the current status quo. So while walking blood banks could be an effective tool for addressing blood deserts, this strategy is difficult, if not impossible, to implement without a total overhaul of the current system. Which then brings us to the second short-term solution: drone-based blood delivery. But under this model, drones are launched from blood banks in major cities and then sent to hard-to-reach rural areas, because often drones can surpass difficult terrain, bad weather, traffic. This is something that's actually been successfully tested. Like in one northeastern Indian state in the Himalayas, where experts say blood used to take 2 to 3 days to arrive. But now, with drones, it can reach clinics in just 4 hours. But that, while there are still issues with it. First of all, it doesn't address underlying problems with lacking blood donations in general. As well as always a big deal with these things, drone programs are expensive, with one in Rwanda, for example, costing $4 million. But then finally, the third idea this paper outlines to help blood deserts is a process called autotransfusion, where blood pooling inside of a patient's body is collected by surgeons, run through a device that cleans it, and then retransfused into the patient. There are a number of benefits to this. First off, it saves time and money because doctors won't have to run tests for diseases or cross-check matching blood types. That in turn also allows them to allocate in-demand blood to other patients in need. And in fact, this is actually something that's already pretty commonly used in the US. And while price barriers have prevented it from spreading to LMICs, there are a number of groups working on more cost-effective methods that have the potential to revolutionize the use of autotransfusion in places that need it most. Right? And so with all that said, clearly there are some good ideas being put out there. With all of this, some experts like Raykar say that the biggest hurdle is just raising awareness about blood deserts and getting people to care. And so in sharing all of this with you, part of this is hoping that it does draw more attention to the issue, because then maybe a few of you share the information, share this segment, and it could be the smallest part of paving the way for an actual change, a positive change in the future. But of course, like with everything on the show, but especially on these deep dives, I'd love to know your thoughts here. But that is the end of your Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning dive into the news. And of course, I'll see you soon, because my name
Goddamn.
is Franco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here for more news tomorrow.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time. What?
Not for long.
I'm gonna do it.
Welcome to the Daily Show. My name is Jon Stewart. We got a great show for you tonight. There is so much going on in the world right now. The president of Iran
Thank you.
died in a helicopter crash. The International Criminal Court is moving towards arrest warrants for Bibi Netanyahu, and Michael Cohen admitted on the stand today he stole money from the Trump organization. Only in a Donald Trump trial would the star witness be the one who ends up going to jail. How lucky is Donald Trump? Donald Trump is like a corruption Mr. Magoo. He's just stumbling around, quid pro quoing, metal beams falling all around him, gets out completely unscathed. But forget about all that, because there is one story still with so many unanswered questions. It made its way all the way to the White House press corps.
Can we still assume that the Kansas City Chiefs will be visiting the White House this year in celebration of their Super Bowl victory? You confirmed is the Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker welcome at the White House?
Butker! Apparently, the Kansas City Chiefs field goal kicker gave a conservative Catholic commencement speech at a conservative Catholic college. Seems expected. Although we did have a shout out to the ladies.
Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world.
Ha-ha! Hey! Apparently, enjoy the PTA, bitches. Not the advice you want to hear when you're $100,000 in debt earning a degree in electrical engineering. But I imagine that the cancellation of one Harrison...
Sorry, I was making TikToks.
...swift and unforgiving at the White House.
Welcome in, thank you.
We invite the entire team, and we do that always. I don't have anything beyond that.
Aha! You woke-a-rati at the communist... Wait, well, I'm sorry, what was that? What did you... He can still go to the White House and be on his football team, and all that's really happened is some people roasted him on TikTok? So I guess this is just kind of a passing distraction. Or if you happened to tune into more conservative media,
Major scandal rocking the NFL. Players in big trouble. Not for doing drugs, betting, or beating women, but because he's Christian.
The left seeks to destroy an outspoken NFL Catholic.
He's been doxxed, he's been slammed, they're calling for him to be canceled.
The left hates Christian values.
They will try to denigrate you, isolate you, cancel you, and ultimately silence you completely. But be not afraid.
How can I be not afraid when what you have proffered is so afraidable? By the way, and you're hitting us with that King James sentence structure. Be not afraid. People only say that when there's shit to be afraid of. Let's say 3 to 4 horsemen. But my question to the right, I guess, is, have you never been on the internet before? Because that's all it is. It's just people giving each other shit all the time. I mean, my God, you're all so thin-skinned. Look, Jerry Seinfeld took more shit over the past 2 weeks promoting a Pop-Tart movie than Harrison Butker did for his entire speech. And I ask you people, what is the deal with that? No, I'm not doing an impression. I legitimately would like to know why he's taking so much shit about everything from everybody. And who are these people? It's so hard not to do the voice. And who are these people? No, it's please. No, it's. The Jerry Seinfeld impression is the first thing a Jew learns in kindergarten. It's not. Of course, nothing about the right-wing reaction is surprising, because the idea that there is an all-pervasive, all-powerful threat to free speech called cancel culture has become a central tenet of modern conservatism. They celebrate.
Yeah, I should be doing a DJ stream here tomorrow, actually. Not sure exactly what time, but we will figure it out. Probably spontaneously, but you can check back here tomorrow. I should be streaming.
Unless you don't know, nobody reads anymore. And by the way, if you already read A War on Woke and Woke Inc., you're really not going to learn anything from woke warriors. Conservatives have an entire industry devoted to complaining about not being allowed to say the things they say. Constant victimization. They say
Tonight, every American
exhaust is actually being done by MAGA. For example,
they will shout you down and try to shut you down as opposed to discuss with you.
yes, the woke mob shouts you down. And what happens when you're a Republican and dare?
Today, we're going to talk about something super cool. How to shape your behavior without involving you. So the core problem that we have is that we have ideas of what we should do, but we keep on getting in the way. So you have certain goals, you have certain desires, you have certain ambitions, but the problem of choice enters the picture, right? Because you would rather do something else. And so the question is, can we remove you from the equation? Because if we removed you from the equation, would you act in the right way? So this may sound kind of weird, but if we stop and sort of think about it, a lot of the problems that we have in life are because of the choices we make. So there's like thing A that I should do. This is maybe study or work out or eat healthy or something like that. And instead, what happens is my mind or I make a choice to do something else. And so a lot of our problems in life come from the choices that we make. And so if we look at improving our lives, can we actually improve our lives by actually removing ourselves from the decision-making process? And that may sound like a weird goal to have, but if we look at some modern theories of neuroscience, basically a lot of neuroscience tells us that we don't have free will, that actions are deterministic. that the choices we make aren't real choices, but they're actually calculations that are performed by our neurons. And if our neurons decide to do something, then we end up doing it. That free will is essentially an illusion. So I started thinking about this concept quite a bit and started to realize, okay, hold on a second. If there is no free will and everything is just neurons making calculations, can we change the calculations that our neurons make?
It is a bot. A chat bot. Yeah, I do follow Dr. K. I actually met my partner in his server. Yeah, I've been following him since, like, I think late 2019. Yes, I set the bot up. I programmed the bot. So the bot is me. An extension of me.
Inside the brain, can we then utilize that programming in the same way that we can kind of program a computer to create the correct actions? So this is sort of what I investigated. And what I found was absolutely fascinating. Because as I was going through the literature, and there's a ton of it, we'll share a couple papers with y'all today, but as I was going through the literature, I started to stumble upon a realization. So I work with a lot of very successful people, and I also work with a lot of very unsuccessful people. And as I was looking through this literature about deterministic behavior from the brain, I started to realize that, holy crap, a lot of my very successful clients, patients, utilize these mechanisms and they don't even realize it. A lot of my very unsuccessful clients and patients, these are people who are like degenerate gamers, failure to launch, even people who are homeless, do not utilize these mechanisms. And it was crazy how clear this was, because once I read it in the literature, I hadn't even realized that my successful, like my high performers that I work with, these are people like CEOs, like heads of billion-dollar companies, content creators with millions and millions of followers. They all do this stuff. So today, what we're going to do is share those deterministic principles. And the crazy thing is that this is not usually where we focus. It's not about motivation. It's not about convincing yourself. It's not about logic or anything like that. They're actually discrete things that these people do that aren't really things even. We'll get to it in a second. I know it sounds kind of weird. That I see very commonly in people who are very successful.
What's up, Osh? How you doing? How's life? Yeah, I got a few. Thank you, though, Animal. I'll consider you if I need another, if shit ever gets crazy. Birthday twin, really? Happy birthday, buddy.
Is that they can look at your life from the outside. They can understand what's going on, and they can help guide you.
I've been good, a little stressed, but good. Life be lifin'. But really good. I should probably set like a thing in chat for my birthday thing tomorrow. I should probably pick a time. Okay, I'll do it. At least an estimated time.
So just a quick disclaimer that this is sort of a combination of very basic science research, and then also like clinical experience. And what I've tried to do is tie the two together. So let's start with this concept that there is no such thing as free will. So this may sound kind of shocking, but this is actually an old idea. So back in 1983, Libet and colleagues made the assertion that the conscious experience of volition cannot trigger the initiation of action. It further suggests that conscious volition is an afterthought and not any part of the action-generating process at all. So people did a series of experiments, and we'll show you what that is, in 1983. And they basically concluded that the decision to act happens before any conscious decision is made or any awareness of a decision is made. So that the brain decides ahead of time what you're going to do, and then later your consciousness thinks that it basically makes a decision. But this is essentially an illusion of the mind. So what people were sort of looking at, they were doing this is a schematic of Libet's findings. And so this is the case of like some kind of motor movement they were making. And what they basically noticed was that there's this thing called a readiness potential. So like the decision in your brain gets made between 1 and 2 seconds before you act. And then they asked people, okay, like tell us when you decide to move. And the decision to move was about 200 milliseconds before you move. So basically they asked people like, okay, anytime you're going to like move your hand, just tell us when you've made the decision. Tell us when you've decided to move. And so what happened is people would decide, okay, like I'm going to move now. And that would happen about 200 milliseconds before they actually move. But what this experiment showed is that they could actually detect the movement, the decision to move, about 1 second before the actual movement. And so this is how they kind of concluded that we can detect that your brain has made the decision before you're even aware or before you believe you've made the decision. Now, this isn't the only experiment that has shown this. This experiment has been sort of carried out in different ways. So we'll sort of show you all a more recent experiment. I think this is from 2008 or 2018, where Soon et al. Concluded that the outcome of a decision can be encoded in the brain activity of prefrontal and parietal cortex up to 10 seconds before it enters awareness. So this is kind of crazy, but more recent research has shown that you can detect this decision up to 10 seconds before someone thinks that they made it. So the experiment that Soon did was very interesting. They just basically said, here's a lever, and you can press the lever with your right hand or your left hand. And then what they did is they measured blood flow to different parts of the brain. So we have this thing called the motor cortex, which is like how we move our fingers and stuff. And so what they were able to do is predict up to 10 seconds in advance. They would see blood flow go to a certain part of the brain, and they would be able to predict which hand the person would choose to push the lever with. So they could see that, okay, blood flow is going to the right hand, so this person is going to make a choice that they're going to press the lever with the right hand as opposed to the left hand. And they couldn't predict with 100% accuracy, but if you look at like what should be the prediction, it's basically a coin flip, right? It's random whether you pick right hand or left hand. They were able to predict with about 60% accuracy which hand someone would pick before they even knew which one they were going to pick. And the key thing still remains that if our brain works like this, how can we program ourselves so that our neurons move in the right direction? And we can essentially remove free will or consciousness or motivation or any of that crap from the equation. So the key takeaway here is that there does seem to be some evidence that conscious decision-making is not actually what happens. What a lot of people believe, what a lot of neuroscientists believe, is that your brain makes a decision, and the idea of free will is essentially an illusion that happens afterward. That your brain sort of concocts some idea of choice, but the decision is already made. So we're going to start with the original 1983 experiment. And this
Yes, I was listening to... I'm listening to Dr. K also, but I was just listening to a birthday message someone sent to me, and it was very, very, very sweet. Thank you, Kira, if you're in here hanging out. I don't know if you're still here. Thank you so much, Kira. Did the neck tattoo hurt? Yes, it did. It was like the most pain, like here. And then like this was like kind of awkward, and then when it like got towards my jugular, I'm like, oh god, oh god, oh god. Yeah, it was pretty painful in like the chest collarbone area. I'm good. I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. Am I right-handed or left-handed? Right-handed. Can't do shit with my left hand.
Okay, so this is super cool. So the Bereitschaftspotential, or readiness potential, okay, is this thing that begins 1 second or more before the onset of movement and continues to rise up until just before the onset of muscle contraction. So what this basically means is that there's this weird thing called the readiness potential, which is sort of, subjectively, I would kind of describe this as working yourself up to the action. So if we look at people who are very successful, they're able to work themselves up to the action. Whereas people who are struggling with things like procrastination and delaying things and not doing the right things, they have difficulty working themselves up to it. So we have a subjective experience of this, and it turns out that there's a neuroscientific correlate. So the first thing that we want to do is harness the Bereitschaftspotential for our benefit. And then you may be wondering, how the hell do we do that? And that's where it's cool, because people have figured that out. So the more that the participant thinks about the action, the earlier and larger is the RP. Longer interaction intervals were associated with earlier and larger RPs, suggesting that the time available for the preparatory buildup may have a major influence on RP. Okay? So what does this mean? In our brain, we have this thing called the Bereitschaftspotential, or the RP. The RP determines whether we act or not. And so what we want to do is increase the RP, because the larger that the RP is, the more likely that we are to act. And this is what I've noticed about successful versus unsuccessful people. The high performers are the ones who give themselves a lot of time to work up to something. Whereas people who are low performers, less successful, have very small transitions. I'll give you all just a very simple example. So if you look at, I'm thinking about my life when I was a degenerate, I would bounce from one form of procrastination to another. I would never sit still during the day. I did nothing all day, but I wasn't actually sitting with myself, right? I'd play a game for 4 hours, and then I'd be like, okay, this is crazy. It's been too long. I'd hop in the shower, right? It's hop. It's not like move mindfully and slowly and carefully into the shower. It's hop into the shower, order some food, go pick it up, jump into a queue. Even the language that we use suggests that our transitions are very small. And if you pay attention to your life, what you'll find is that there is a correlation between rapid
Thank you.
and doing the wrong thing. I'm dating this person, and then I just broke up, and instead of spending time with myself and learning how to be healthy on my own, I'm going to rebound into another relationship. So it's so crazy that we sort of see this already in our lives. And when I work with people who are very successful, what I see is that they give themselves time. And this is going to be a key theme that we're going to focus on today, is that successful people focus on the transitions between action. And a lot of people who really struggle to do the right thing focus on the actions themselves. And that's what's really crazy, is it seems like our brain really decides the right things in between actions. So that's the first thing, is give yourself time. Very practically, spend a few minutes before you go from one activity to another activity. Now, this may sound kind of weird, because you may be thinking, what do I do in those 2 minutes? Do I need to think a particular thing? We'll get to those things. But basically, this is the crazy thing, is if the brain is deterministic, it's not clear to me that you need to think any particular thing. It's not like there is a right way of thinking or a wrong way of thinking. It is simply giving your brain the space to build its RP, and then let's see what happens.
I watched a couple minutes of it, I think. Just briefly. I didn't really get that into it, though. I'd have to watch more of it. Oh, really? What's the quote?
We all know about avoidance and procrastination. And then we had this stupid idea. We had this idea that, oh my God, what I need to do is overcome avoidance, right? Because then I can be like these disciplined people who are not avoiding tasks at all. So it turns out that this is wrong. It turns out that the reason that procrastination is so uniform is because avoidance is baked into our brain. The difference between high performers and low performers is high performers utilize their avoidance in one direction, and low performers utilize their avoidance in the wrong direction. The big difference is, what is it that they're choosing to avoid? So someone who is a high performer or very successful is much more likely to avoid wanting to do something in the future. So the way that they literally think is, I have this task to do. I don't want this task hanging over my head over the next week. I don't want to have to take care of this tomorrow. I want to avoid waiting. So this is key. What research shows us is that a huge part of volition is the avoidance of waiting. And I want you to think about things that you've done where you haven't procrastinated. If you really stop and pay attention, sometimes it's passion, sometimes it's inspiration, but a lot of times it's just, I don't want to deal with this shit tomorrow, so I might as well take it off today, take care of it today, right? And this is the same idea behind ripping a Band-Aid right off. We don't want to belabor this over a long period of time that is extensive pain, so we just want to take care of it. Just get it done. I don't want to deal with it tomorrow. And that's literally what the science shows us, that some people do this. So participants made volitional actions as a means of avoiding random and potentially long waits for stimulus onset in a perceptual decision-making task. So I want y'all to understand this. The task isn't really that important, okay? The key thing here is that volitional actions are made as a means of avoidance. This is crazy, right? We have to really stop and think about this. This is not conquering avoidance. This is utilizing avoidance. So if we want to be more successful, if we want our performance to increase, we don't need to conquer avoidance. We actually need to channel it in the opposite direction. So spend a little bit of time thinking about avoiding this in the future. Ask yourself, hey, wouldn't it be fantastic if I didn't have to worry about this crap tomorrow? This is a question that I utilize a lot with my coaching clients, especially not the high-performing ones, but the low-performing ones, where I ask themselves, what is the world that you want to wake up in tomorrow, right? This is a key question to ask yourself. How do you want to wake up tomorrow? Do you want to have your fridge stocked with food? This is something that I did a lot. So when my
Thank you, Hoboken. How you doing? I'm taking some photos for my stream announcement tomorrow. Don't mind me. Just trying to look pretty for the camera. Don't look at me. Don't perceive. Unless you want to perceive. I'm just a little awkward being.
And so it's even the avoidance of the problems tomorrow that actually got me to get my ass up and go to the grocery store at 10 p.m. at night. This is something that high performers do. They're just as avoidant as you or me. The big difference is it is what they choose to avoid. So start to choose to avoid different things. And what you'll find is that it is very easy for you to do that because you're not trying to conquer the circuit in your brain. The brain naturally wants to do it, and we want to move in line with that. The next thing we're going to talk about is superstition. And I love this so much. This is what I found so fascinating about looking at these research studies on volition and action and human choice. So superstition is dumb. We all know that superstitions are false. We have tons of scientific evidence that show us that if you wear your lucky scarf, a sports...
It's a HyperX quadcast.
Right? We know this. This is something that we know 100%. And yet, superstitions are a fact of human...
I'll put the equipment in bio soon.
And we have to understand why, right? So what is going on? Why do human beings believe in superstitions even though we know scientifically that they're false? And it turns out that we can harness this superstition circuitry, which is actually a cognitive bias in our favor. So let's take a quick look at the science. Moreover, asking people directly whether they are responsible for an outcome is notoriously problematic because of self-serving bias. People routinely report agency over positive events, but deny it over negative events, regardless of whether they actually caused those events. So this is basically talking about superstition. This amounts to an enhanced perceptual association between action
You tap the bottom?
presumably highlights
Turns on and off.
the experience that one's actions cause the outcomes. Duh, right? When I do thing A, it causes thing B. So we're going to talk about, why is Dr. K talking about this? So let's understand this. So the goal here is to shape your behavior, right? The goal here is to remove free will from the equation. So if I go to someone who is superstitious about wearing a particular scarf when their favorite team is playing, let's understand what's going on. There's a particular outcome in the outside world which then shapes their behavior. And then if I tell this person, hey, help me understand what the science of wearing the scarf is, the person is like, there is no science. And then I'll say, okay, fine, bro, so take it off. And they're like, no. Never. I will never take it off. I will, no. And I'll tell me why. I don't know. I just won't do it. So let's just stop and think about this. This is not free will. Their fucking brain is telling them you cannot take off the scarf. And so this is the beautiful thing about superstition. we actually know the science through which superstitions form. It is a weird thing in our brain where we observe a particular outcome and then we kind of track it back to a particular action. And the beautiful thing about this is if we manipulate this behavior,
Later, Wolverine.
we may be able to induce the same,
Take care.
not discipline, the same stubbornness of a superstition for positive behaviors. We can be very, very stubborn about our behaviors, and our behaviors feel very, very automatic. So let's understand how to harness this principle so that we can shape our behaviors and be stubbornly attached to something that we actually want to do. So let's take a look at that. To produce goal-directed action, the brain needs 3 essential processes: an action selection mechanism to select an action, a motor output mechanism to execute the action, and the monitoring mechanism to confirm that the goal has been achieved. Now, this is the last thing that really focuses on superstition. So if you look at how a superstition is formed, after an event happens, what people usually do is a post-mortem. So one day I'm wearing a scarf and my team wins, and I don't really think about it. The next time my team plays, they lose. And then I spend a lot of time thinking about it. I'm like, oh my God, they lost. Oh, I didn't wear my scarf. That's why they lost. It's not about the particular conclusion, and this is what I've seen from my high performers, is they spend a lot of time after an action is completed doing a post-mortem. What went wrong with this relationship? How did I screw up this presentation? What do I need to do to perform better in an interview? They spend a lot of time after the action is complete, monitoring and thinking about the outcome of the action. And what we know from research on superstition and volition is that the more time we spend dwelling on something, the more likely we are to re-engage in some kind of action. So this is where very practically what we want to do is spend time doing a post-mortem. And I encourage you all to think about the times in your life when you screw up. And we may dwell on things in a very negative way, but if you're like me, we don't really dwell
Thank
on
you.
things.
Thank you very much.
Post-mortem, right? We don't really think about things in a very logical way. What we tend to do is actually avoid it. So anytime that I would take a test, for example, and the test did not go as well as I wanted, I was so frustrated that I would jump immediately into something else. If you break up with someone and there's a very, very bad breakup, let's get drunk and have a rebound. We don't spend any time doing a post-mortem. And what we literally do when I work with people who are low performers or less successful, what I force them to do in my office is a post-mortem. Let's unemotionally look at the situation. Let's not jump into a reflexive behavior. Let's just spend some time monitoring the outcome of our actions. And what I tend to find is there's 2 camps of people. One person who just jumps right into the next thing, once again, really short transition, and other people spend time doing a post-mortem. So you should absolutely do that. Now, a lot of people may be wondering, but what is the right way to do a post-mortem? And that's the crazy thing. There isn't a right way or wrong way. I mean, I guess the right way is to really think about it as logically as you can. But the research actually shows that it isn't a particular kind of post-mortem that leads to positive reinforcement in behavior. It is just the fact that you do a post-mortem. And this is kind of where we tap into this idea that your neurons are making their calculations. We just need to give them the space to make the calculations. The last thing that we're going to talk about is intentional binding. So anytime we take an action, there's a particular outcome. And we think that depending on the outcome, the action is reinforced or not reinforced. But now we understand through this concept of intentional binding that there are certain things that you can do to encourage the repeat of the action. So if I go to work out today, so I know this sounds kind of weird, but let's say that there are 2 people. Both of them go to the gym for the first time. Now, for one person, this is the first and the last time that they go to the gym for this year. But for the second person, this is the first of 100 times that they go to the gym this year. But at the end of that first day at the gym, both of these people are equal, right? But something changes between these 2 people. One person doesn't ever go again, and the second person decides, okay, this is great, I'm going to go again and again, but they don't actually decide. That's the whole point. There's no free will. There's no decision. Something happens in their brain that causes them to go again and again and again. And this is the concept of intentional binding. The more that we increase our intentional binding, the more that we will actually repeat behaviors. So now we're going to look at the neuroscience of how to increase intentional binding. And the crazy thing is that we all have these ideas of Pavlovian reinforcement. We have all these ideas that the first person who went to the gym has a negative experience, therefore this is not rewarded, therefore they don't go again. And the second person has some kind of reward that increases the action. This is the crazy thing, right? So when we think that, we think, okay, when I act, I need the right reward to re-engage the behavior, dopamine, and all this other crap. Turns out that isn't the case. Several studies confirm that the ability to choose among several possible actions increases intentional binding. So what does this mean? The first thing that increases intentional binding is having lots of choices. That's number one. Second thing is that, interestingly, this effect of free choice was found both when all possible actions led to the same outcome and when they led to different outcomes. So we're going to stop for a second and really digest what this means, because this is very different. So what this research suggests is that the outcome actually doesn't matter. If I give someone all the same choices, let's say I give them a choice of, do you want this piece of cake, this piece of cake, or this piece of cake? And the cakes are all the same. We tend to think that it is the size of the cake that determines my decision. And if there are all equal outcomes, then there should be no reinforcement. But what the research on intentional binding shows us is that making a choice reinforces the behavior. It's not even the outcome of the choice. It is the fact that you stop and make a choice. This is absolutely true for high performers versus low performers. High performers stop between actions and consider all of their choices. Low performers jump from one thing to another. They don't consider all the options. They're just, I feel like doing this, so I'm going to do this. They actually try to avoid thinking about all of the choices. And what the research in intentional binding shows us is that simply pausing, reflecting, and selecting something increases the likelihood of the behavior. So let's apply this to something like exercise. Rushing to the gym is unlikely to result in a repeat of going to the gym. Sitting down for 5 minutes and asking yourself, okay, I want to exercise today. What are my options? If you go through this cognitive exercise, that cognitive exercise is sufficient to increase your intentional binding and make you more likely to go to the gym in the future. So let's look at one other aspect of intentional binding. In another study, compared conditions in which the same action choices either did or did not predict action outcomes. Intentional binding was stronger in the former than in the latter case. There is an element of behavioral reinforcement based on outcomes. When we go to the gym, if you have a good experience, you're more likely to go again. That's absolutely true. The key thing about intentional binding is that that's not the only thing involved, right? Which kind of makes sense, because if we sort of think about it, we'll sometimes do things in life where we do have a positive outcome. I went to the gym and I felt great, and yet we don't go again the next day. So what's missing? Why not? If there is that Pavlovian reinforcement, that is not sufficient to shape your behavior. So this is where intentional binding comes into play. So choosing between a lot of options is the other thing that increases intentional binding. And there's a third thing, which is making a prediction. It doesn't matter what the prediction is, but in that process of making a choice, if you stop and predict the outcomes, that process of making a prediction, whether that prediction is right or wrong, seems to increase intentional binding. So once again, what I see between high performers and low performers is low performers tend to not really think too much about the consequences of their actions. In fact, if you're like me, you avoid making predictions. You try very hard to not think about what the consequences of your actions are, because you know they're going to be bad. And if you know they're going to be bad, why doesn't your brain avoid them? It's because we're missing this section of prediction. So anytime we make a prediction about the outcome, if I do this, what will happen tomorrow? Literally, that cognitive exercise increases intentional binding. So let's take a quick look at one last bit of research. So interestingly, DaCosta and colleagues did not find reliable differences in intentional bindings between rewarded and unrewarded actions. So this is the point that I made earlier. This is very interesting, right? So whether the action turns out good or not does not affect intentional binding. The most important things is considering all of your choices and making predictions. Those are the two things that actually correlate with an increase in behavior. Now, I realize I've made a lot of weird contradictory statements. So I said, on the one hand, the reward doesn't matter, the outcome doesn't matter. On the other hand, there is Pavlovian conditioning. So like, what's the deal here, Dr. K? How the fuck does this work? So what I'm pointing out to y'all is that if we look at people who are successful or unsuccessful, what's the difference? So what we tend to find is that successful people, it's not the outcome itself, which there may be some degree of reinforcement. And remember that sometimes studies can have conflicting findings, right? So how can we make sense of this? So this is what I've observed. When people are very successful, they utilize these principles of intentional binding without even realizing it. They pause and they think through things before they act. They make intentional predictions. They stop and think about what the consequences of their actions are going to be. Whereas unsuccessful people don't do that. Right? What they actually try doing is avoiding predictions. And if we look at this study and we say that, hold on a second, the study is telling us that the important thing to reinforce behavior is not the outcome, it is the prediction. Does that track with your experience? Does that track with what I have seen in my office? Absolutely. Because sometimes things go well for people who are lazy, but they don't change their behavior. And sometimes things go poorly for people who are highly successful, but they keep trying. So if we stop and think about it, it's not the outcome that is significant and the only thing that reinforces the behavior. There are other factors at play. And it turns out that the research on intentional binding tells us what those are, and it tracks perfectly. Some people make predictions. Some people make intentional choices. Some people follow whatever the fuck they feel like doing and try to avoid thinking about the consequences of their actions. And those are the things that correlate with success or failure. So, just to summarize, there's this idea that our behavior is deterministic. There's no choice. You don't get to decide what you do. Your brain makes a decision up to 10 seconds before you even realize it. And I also see this in my patients who have addictions. When I really tunnel down and I talk to them, they know they've made the decision to relapse before they consciously make the decision to relapse. Their brain has decided for them. So does that mean you're fucked? Does that mean you can't control your life at all? Well, let's see if we can actually program ourselves in the right way, which gets into some weird paradox of, is this actually free will or is this programming? Is it possible that simply watching this video has planted a seed in your mind and that your Bereitschaftspotential is starting already to move in the right way? I don't know. We don't have a final answer, but let's hope so. There are a couple of principles which you can absolutely engage in, which will correlate with improved behaviors. The first is take advantage of the Bereitschaftspotential, which is give yourself time in transitions. The second thing that we want to do is harness avoidance instead of conquer it. Avoid the wait. Avoid dealing with it tomorrow. Try to save yourself the trouble of dealing with this crap and just get it done, right? Like a Band-Aid, one movement, take it right off. This is what successful people do. The third thing that we really want to focus on is a monitoring mechanism for the outcome of our actions. The more time we spend doing a postmortem, the more these illogical and controlling superstitious circuits in our brain will activate, the easier it will be to act in a stupid way in the future. So we have to be a little bit careful there, because if you don't do the postmortem in the right way, you can sort of arrive at the wrong conclusions. But we absolutely do know that spending more time is
Thank you,
better
Pinky.
than spending less time. The last thing that we want to consider is this concept of intentional binding, where if you consider your choices and make a prediction, these two things will reinforce the behavior. It is not the outcome itself. So a lot of people will wonder, oh, why should I bother doing this? This didn't work, this didn't work, this didn't work. How do I keep going? How do I keep going? How do I motivate myself? And it turns out that what you need to do is just have lots of choices and make predictions, and those will increase your intentional binding. So I hope this has been helpful to y'all. I know it's kind of weird, but let's just stop and think for a second. If there's no such thing as free will, we should be able to program our brains. And what I really want y'all to do is try this stuff, right? Maybe it's not even your choice anymore, so go ahead and implement it. Do as much of this as you can and report back.
Today we're going to remix this pop song and turn it into this. So for this video, we're going to use Serato Studio to make our remix. And you can download a 2-month free trial on it by checking out the links down below and using the coupon code DJ Carlo. Also, every sample and sound heard in this remix is free to download. So download the software, download the samples, and follow along. So once you download Serato Studio and the samples, the first thing you want to do is open Serato Studio and select New DJ Edit. Once you do that, let's select our acapella and drag it over here. Serato will then analyze your acapella and beat grade it for you. And conveniently, the first cue point Serato made is perfect. So now that we have our acapella loaded, let's make a dope beat to go behind it. So let's go to the scene section. Now on the top right, we can start making our beat. And this section over here is called the step sequencer. This is the section where we'll program our beats. So let me show you an example. Alternatively, you can press the Make Drums Pattern button to get instant drum patterns in various genres. Now, one of the cool things about Serato Studio is that they provide sound packs, which help jumpstart your production journey with a bunch of samples and sounds to fit a mood, genre, or sound. So I've personally gone ahead and downloaded all these packs, which I recommend you do when you download Serato Studio. But if you don't have the patience to download everything, please do at least download the genre starter packs. They're completely free and completely amazing. So let's select the house drum kit. So let's go to our library section and find a good one. So when making a remix, I usually start with a good drum kit. And since this song is a bit housey, let's follow that vibe. So let's use this house drum kit. To load it, let's drag it to the step sequencer section. Now our old drum kit has been replaced with a house sample pack. The next thing to do now is to program our drums. And since this is a house song, let's first start out with the kicks, then claps, then hi-hats, then some other stuff. Nice. Now we have a decent beat. Let's extend this beat from 4 beats to 32 beats. To do that, click the plus sign over here. Let's now check how our acapella sounds with our beat. So let's go back to the song view section and let's press play. It sounds alright, but it's missing a nice melody, so let's go ahead and find one. So let's go back to the library section and look for a cool melodic loop we can use. So click audio samples, then click all sample loops, and let's select something from the hip hop section. So this soul synth sounds pretty good. So let's drag it to our drum kit section. Now on the left, you can see our sample. And since we're just going to use its beginning, which is marked as pad number 1, let's double click the section over here and drag it all the way to the end. And now let's give our track a listen. Sounds pretty good. So this beat is the backbone of our remix. So what we'll do from here on out is make variations of it and arrange it on the track. So back at the scene section, let's rename this intro to chorus 1. Now let's copy it to make chorus 2. And on chorus 2, we'll add a shaker loop. So let's go back to our library section and at the all audio sample section, search shaker. And drag that sample to the step sequencer section. Now let's give this sample a listen. To use it with our chorus 2 beat, let's select its pad 1 section and like a while ago, let's drag it all the way to the end. Now let's give it a listen. Nice! Now we have a variation of our first beat, so let's go back to the song view section and add our new second beat. And now let's give this part a quick listen. Our chorus section is complete, but our verse section though, which we just entered, is not. So now we have to make a verse section beat, and like the chorus section, we'll make 2 variations of it. And don't worry, making a verse beat is actually pretty simple. All we have to do is take away a few elements from the chorus beat. So back at the scene section, let's copy chorus 2. To do that, select chorus 2, then select an empty section and select copy. Now this scene will be automatically titled chorus 3, so let's rename it to verse number 1. So now let's remove a few elements from this beat to match the mellower section of the acapella. So we're going to remove the open and close hi-hat samples. That's it. And now let's insert this new beat to the song view section and let's give this track a listen. Sounds good. And now let's make a variation of this as verse 2. So let's do what we did a while ago, but this time, let's only remove the open hi-hats. So now is where the fun begins. We'll arrange the 4 scenes into our song view section, and since the song follows a simple pattern, which is chorus and verse, then chorus and verse, let's follow that as well. As for our outro section, let's add 2 verse 1s. And let's drag the acapella's tail closer to the end of verse number 1. So this remix is almost done. To complete it, let's add a cool intro section with effects. So let's copy verse number 2 and delete all the elements from the house drum kit and shaker sample. So the sample we're going to use as an intro is a soul synth sample. But since we want to activate an isolated effect on it while it's playing during the intro section, we'll create another cue point or another pad. So the first thing we're going to do is clear the soul synth sample as well. Next, let's delete cue point 2 or pad 2 and place it at cue point 1 or pad 1 section. Now this pad will be the only pad we'll be affecting. So to activate an effect on it, let's view our effects section and let's make sure effects pad number 2 is shown. Now let's add an effect on it as well as a dry reverb effect. And now let's give our intro a listen. So with our intro done, let's add it to the song view section. So the first thing we're going to do is select this whole song and drag it 32 beats to the right. Then we'll drag the intro section to the beginning. And now our remix is complete. To export it, go to File, select export song, then press export, and now you're done. And that's it. So let me know your thoughts on this video and if you want to see more production content just like this. And with that said, I will see you all in the next one.
Most DJs at some point in their career and on their journey will want to start producing their own music or making their own DJ remixes or bootlegs. It's something that I did, and it was a tool that really allowed my sets to become unique and stand out. And in this 6-part tutorial series, I want to pass that along to you. I want this video series to inspire you to get started on this journey and to learn something new when it comes to producing your own music. Now, it's a really daunting thing is starting to produce music because there is so much software out there. It all seems really complicated and it is just a big step to take. I know a lot of DJs that will start to try and produce music, get all the equipment, but then just not know how to get past that first hurdle. In this 6-part video series, I'm going to break that down and I'm going to be using Serato Studio. Reason being is because as soon as I got onto this software, I felt right at home. It was the simplest software to get started with, and it makes it really easy for you to get some good results quickly. You can follow along with this series. The first 3 videos are all using Serato Studio, the free version, so you can just download it. You don't need to spend any money, and you can follow along to make your own DJ edits, DJ intro versions, and we're going to be looking at an a cappella intro too. The second 3 videos are using the full version of Serato Studio. Now, if you sign up via the link using the code CROSSFADER, you get 2 months free subscription of the Serato Studio software, so you can follow along with this entire series. I'm hoping that you get inspired, that you download this software and get started, even if it's just playing around and testing out some ideas just to get the ball rolling. First video, let's take a look at the DJ intro. Serato Studio is a free piece of software to download from the link in the description to this video. When you first open the software, you'll be presented with new beat or new DJ edit. Now in this video, we're going to be focusing on the DJ edit. So I'm going to click plus here and it will open up a project in a DJ edit template format. Now this is a great layout if you're working with audio and creating things like in this video, like an intro edit. They make it really simple. As you can see, it says drop audio here. So you need to choose what song you want to work with and make more useful for your DJ sets. To access your music, if you're a Serato DJ user, you can simply access your Serato library right here, which is amazing. You can go in your crates and think, I've got a load of music here that really needs working on and creating intros or DJ edits to make them more useful in my DJ sets because I'm just struggling to mix them. There isn't much to work with. There maybe isn't much of an instrumental at the start, so you can create your own. If you don't use Serato DJ, then you can simply just drag and drop audio from your Finder or your computer or from any window on your laptop directly into the software. Now, for this particular edit, I'm going to be using this song, West 10 by AJ Tri. Welcome back to this 6-part tutorial series on Serato Studio with myself, Jamie Hartley. If you haven't watched the first video, then go back and watch that now. In this second video, we're going to be taking that same project that we worked on, beefing it up, adding our own drums, and this is the first instance in producing your own music. We're going to be layering some drums down, and most DJs at some point in their career and on their journey will want to start producing their own music or making their own DJ remixes or bootlegs. It's something that I did, and it was a tool that really allowed my sets to become unique and stand out. And in this 6 into produce, and it is really easy, and we're going to do this and get the Serato Studio and software, so around and testing out some ideas just to get the ball rolling. First video, let's take a look at the DJ intro. Serato Studio is a free piece of software to download from the link in the description to this video. When you first open the software, you'll be presented with new beat or new DJ edit. Now in this video, we're going to be focusing on the DJ edit. So I'm going to click plus here and it will open up a project in a DJ edit template format. Now this is a great layout if you're working with audio and creating things like in this video, like an intro edit. They make it really simple. As you can see, it says drop audio here. So you need to choose what song you want to work with and make more useful for your DJ sets. To access your music, if you're a Serato DJ user, you can simply access your Serato library right here, which is amazing. You can go in your crates and think, I've got a load of music here that really needs working on and creating intros or DJ edits to make them more useful in my DJ sets, because I'm just struggling to mix them. There isn't much to work with. There maybe isn't much of an instrumental at the start, so you can create your own. If you don't use Serato DJ, then you can simply just drag and drop audio from your Finder or your computer or from any window on your laptop directly into the software. Now, for this particular edit, I'm going to be using this song, West 10 by AJ Tracy and Mabel. You'll notice it previews the song when I play it, click on it. Drag and drop up onto the audio panel. You'll notice now Song View appears. If I want to go back to Library View at any point, it's just this tab. And you'll notice the bottom of the software has this sort of swipe gesture back and forth between your library and the Song View. As you load a song in, Serato Studio will automatically change the project's BPM to the original BPM of the song and the key to the original key of the song, so that it sounds right, it's playing at the right speed, and it's in the right key. Next, we want to work out what part of the song we want to ultimately loop to create the intro. If we listen to this song, there isn't much to work with at the start. If we were a DJ and mixing it, it's very short, and there's a bit of vocal in there, so that could clash when we're mixing it over another vocal song. Let's have a listen.
I would love that, Pinky. That would be so cool.
So already by 10 seconds, we're straight into the track. If I just go back to the start of the track with this button. Now, the next thing I need to think about is, where is the instrumental? So I heard a little bit of instrumental even in this intro. If I press play again, so we've got vocal, and then here we've got some instrumental. Now, if I had this in Serato, for example, I would maybe set a loop here, and maybe loop that, and then jump towards the main section of the song to get into the track. But there's a lot that you have to do there when you're DJing to get that set up. So Serato Studio makes this easier. You can basically recreate that DJ edit and then export it, so you don't have to set up loops, jump around using hot cues when you're mixing in the club or in your DJ sets. Now, if you do use Serato DJ, by clicking this drop down, you can access your Serato DJ cue points. If I just press that now, it will bring up any Serato cue points I have saved. Now, I've only got the cue point at the start of the song on this particular track. What we want to work on for this DJ edit is Set Endless Slicer. What this feature will do is set slicer points at these intervals throughout the track. So if I've got this set on 32 beats, it will set ultimately like a cue point throughout the track every 32 beats. Now make sure your playhead is at the start of the song. When you do this, I can just drag it back. Now simply if I click Set Endless Slicer, you'll notice it sliced the track into 8 different clips underneath. If I press any of these clips, it will play the track from that point. Clip 2. And these are different phrases in the music. Now the phrase that we currently have at the start is about 4 bars long, or maybe 8 bars long to get into the song, so it's not very long, and I want to create at least a 16-bar intro. So from here to here is 1 bar of music, so I need 16 of those to make this intro much more useful as a DJ. To do this, I can simply just drag clips down, but I need to make sure I find the right bit of instrumental to drag down. At the moment, I don't have any instrumental. I want this section of the music. To do that, all I need to do is to half the length of the slicer, half it again, and you'll notice now clip number 2 has come down to this instrumental section. So if I was a DJ, I might be looping this section over and over before jumping later on into the main section of the song. Now let's automate that, and let's do that in Serato Studio so we don't have to do it in our DJ software. It's as simple as clicking on a clip and dragging it down onto the timeline at the bottom. I could click on this whole audio and just delete it, so I've got a blank canvas to work with. Now clip 2. This is 8 beats long, as you can see by the slicer here above, 8 beats. So I need to drag this down once, and then if we count along, 8 beats later, I'll need to drag it down again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, and pause, and let's drag it down again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, and drag it down again. Now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. So I've got 3 lots of clip 2. I might want to alternate the loop that I've got going on and make it a bit more interesting. So I could drag down clip 1, which has the vocal. Let's have a listen. So I'm rejuggling this track around and I just drag it down. So if we listen to this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4 bars, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars, 6 bars, 7 bars, and it changes 8 bars, and then back to 1. So I need to make this twice as long, really. So I just simply repeat the process. I can drag down clip 2 again, drag it down again. You can obviously count along. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. And I'm just pressing the space bar to pause and play the song, and then drag down the clips as needed. Now, when it gets to this last part of the intro that I'm creating, I need it to jump straight into the song. So let's have a listen to the other clips. That's still part of the beginning. So this might sound quite good. It's a bar before the main section kicks in. It's got these drums, which should lead in really nicely. So clip 4, I might drag down as the last part of my intro. Now let's have a listen and count along to what we've just created. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 bars, 2, 3, 4, 3 bars, 4 bars, 5 bars, 6 bars, 7, 2, 3, 4, and 8, 2, 3, 4, repeat, 2, 3, 4, 2 bars, 3 bars, 4 bars, 5 bars, 6 bars, 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, and in. So suddenly we now have a 16 bar intro. We've got 2 lots of 8 bars. So this is the first, up to here is the first 8 bars, and then up to this section are the second 8 bars. This now is much more useful to us as a DJ because we could mix this extended intro into something else and it sounds natural. It sounds like the actual song, but we weren't presented with that song when we downloaded it. We've made our own version of it, which makes it much more useful to us as a DJ. Once we've done that, all we need to do next is export the song. So it's as simple as that. Drag the clips down in the order that you want. Because we're on Endless Slicer, once we've dragged the last clip down, you'll notice the rest of the song is there. We don't need to do anything else. And then to export, all we need to do is just check on the master. We can listen to the whole song and see the whole file on master. You could skip through it and just check it sounds okay. Let's press pause and then just click export song up in the top right corner. You're presented with this export song and export master. So I want to export it as an MP3 and that's all that's available in the free version. If you unlock to the premium version, you can export it as a WAV as well. But let's just keep it as an MP3, click export. Obviously, choose where you want to save it and name it. So I'm going to name this AJ Tracy featuring Mabel West 10 intro edit. And there we go. It's as simple as that. So there you can see, super quick, super simple, and super easy to make tracks that were harder to mix, now very easy to mix. The Serato Studio, it's free software. You can do that with lots of your music that you're struggling to mix with. You don't have to mess around with loops in your DJ software or hot cues. You can just make that edit and export it ready to play in your next set. In the next video, we're going to be looking at beefing up this track, adding some of our own drums, and this is our first step into music production. So make sure you click on the next video, go watch it now, and keep following this free tutorial series on Serato Studio. Remember to use the code CROSSFADER via the link below to get 2 months free of Serato Studio Full Edition. Welcome back to this 6-part tutorial series on Serato Studio with myself, Jamie Hartley. If you haven't watched the first video, then go back and watch that now. In this
Okay, sorry. Had to take care of the dogs.
So a lot of you guys have asked me, what DAW should you use if you're on a limited budget? And yes, I did say DAW. I know you guys are going to grill me on it, but I got one for you guys today. We're going to do a video on Serato Studio, which is a neat little application that helps you put down ideas really quickly. What's great about this application is there's a free version as well as a paid version, which gives you a lot more features and accessibility. So I'm going to show you all the basic functions of Serato Studio today, creating an A-min drum and bass track, and then we're going to have a speed session and see what we can do with Serato Studio. By the way, my name is Stranger. If you want to improve your music production, especially with dance music and drum and bass, then this channel is for you. If you want to see more videos like these, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to my channel. All right, without further ado, let's get right into it. So here's the pricing model for Serato Studio, and as you can see, there's 3 different choices. As you can see, there's a version for free. So this goes out to anyone that really wants to get their hands wet with production. You don't have money to pay for a DAW, but if you need one right away and you're a beginner, Serato Studio is a great way because you can get results really quickly and it's fairly easy to use. So I recommend you grab the free one right away. Otherwise, there are subscription packages as well you can buy outright. When you pay for the full version, you have access to additional features and sound packs. So if you can afford it, it only costs $9.99 a month, so it's not bad. And if you are paying, then you have access to all these amazing sound packs, and they're really high quality sound packs. So do encourage you guys explore it. They have some packs from some well-known producers. Here's one from Ocean, who's a well-known YouTuber. Keep going across. There's tons of nice looking packs. There's one by Jazzy Jeff. And again, they're very high quality, all royalty free, and they sound great. So I encourage you guys to check out the sound packs for Serato Studio. All you have to do is download them, install them, and you can find the sounds right in the application. Okay, so here's Serato Studio, and on the bottom far left you have the browser for all your samples. Click under drums and we can find the different drum kits. So these are the different packs that I downloaded from Serato Studio. So I have the reggaeton drum pack, I have some hip-hop drum packs. You can just click and pull it in as a new instrument. I'm just going to replace this pack that's already defaulted here. And what's really cool about Serato Studio is they have these patterns which you can access right away. All you have to do is notice up here where the sequencer is, just click on this hip hop rap. They'll create a hip hop pattern. And if you click again, it'll give you another pattern. Keep going. And if you click here, you can choose other genres. Let's try dancehall. There's even drum and bass. Now let's bump it up to 170 so it sounds like drum and bass.
Hey, I'm Sonny James from Serato's Artist Relations team here in Los Angeles, California. Welcome to Serato DJ Pro. This is the most popular DJ software in the world due to its intuitive layout, ease of use, and compatibility with over 90 pieces of DJ hardware you'll find in most professional settings. So many amazing DJs who are both legendary and up and coming rely on this program to share music with millions of people every year. Serato DJ Pro is an award-winning program with lots of amazing features to help keep you on point in the DJ booth and anywhere else you may be performing as a DJ. If you haven't already, you'll want to head over to Serato.com, sign in, and then download the latest version of Serato DJ Pro. Please note, you will need to purchase a license or subscribe to fully connect a wide range of devices. If you're planning to use the program with DJ hardware, be sure to visit our DJ hardware page and confirm that your device of choice is compatible with Serato DJ Pro and whether you need a license or not. Once you have Serato DJ Pro open, sign into the program. You'll be briefly taken back to your browser for a moment to confirm that it is indeed you on Serato.com. If you have a license for Serato DJ Suite, you will have access to all of the expansion packs available. There's even an option to DJ with Serato DJ Pro using only your laptop, but for now we'll be connecting to hardware. To import MP3s into Serato DJ Pro, you can use the Files panel and drag a folder to the crate area, like this. If you have your music locally stored in iTunes or the Music app, you can enable that library to show up by going to your Setup menu here. Click the Library and Display tab and check the box that says Show iTunes Library. Depending on the size of your library, Serato DJ Pro may take a while to load your music for the first time, so be sure not to do this for the first time at a gig. You have to start right away. And remember, streaming tracks in Apple Music won't show up in the program. Currently, you can stream songs from your Beatport, BeatSource, SoundCloud, and Tidal libraries. You will need to have an active paid subscription on whichever service you choose. Once you have your tracks in Serato DJ Pro, you'll want to analyze your files to determine the BPM of your tracks. You can either simply click the Analyze Files button to begin analyzing the entire library, or drag only the songs you want analyzed to the button. This will automatically tag the BPM and key on the tracks, which will allow you to sort your library by BPM from either slowest to fastest or vice versa. You can hold the Command key and click to sort a second column like this. Now you can start choosing your tracks based on the tempos, which will allow you to find songs that are in a similar range. To stay organized, utilize crates to arrange tracks for your sets. Just click the crate button here. Rename it whatever you like. Now you can drag songs to the crates as you like. Order them by BPM or however you'd like to see them organized. Now it's time to plug in a device. Today I'll be using the Pioneer DDJ Rev 7. You may be prompted to install a driver for whichever device you're plugged into. Once the controller is fully connected, you'll see the view change indicating that you're now online with your hardware. Now I'll scroll on the controller and load tracks to both the left and the right decks. Since I've sorted my crate by BPM, it's easy to find a track in a similar range of tempo. Start the first track by pressing play on the controller and bringing up the left line fader. Once that's playing, I'll start the second track and bring up the right line fader. Be sure to match the BPM of the second track to the first using the pitch slider on the device. Alternatively, you can press sync to lock both tracks in time with each other. Bring the crossfader to the center. Now we can hear both tracks at the same time and begin fading the first track out of the mix. Using the FX buttons can help add extra sauce to your mix too. Simply click on the FX option at the top of the screen to open the FX panel and show the options available for you. Some of the effects available include echo, reverb, filters, and more. Now, turn the effects on as you choose and bring the wet-dry knob up to affect the track. With Serato DJ Pro, you can add in your own samples to spice up your performance or let people know your DJ name. Simply open up the sample player by clicking on the air horn symbol at the top of the screen. You'll notice the sample play panel open below the decks. Here you can drag sounds that you like into the slots to trigger them with a push of a button. On the controller, you can enter sampler mode by clicking on the sampler button above the cues, which will make the top 8 pads trigger your 8 sample slots. These are all fun techniques and options you can use in Serato DJ Pro, either standalone or with controllers like the Pioneer DDJ Rev 7. Now it's your turn to get in the mix and try it all out for yourself. Time to get busy and have some fun.
right, YouTube? What's good? What's good? My name is Andrew Lindley, representing the DJ Connect. You already know what it is. Make sure, before we do anything, that you like and subscribe to this video because I'm brand new on YouTube. I need your subscriptions just so that I can keep bringing this hot fire non-stop. I'm just gonna keep bringing you guys fire. Whatever you guys need, just drop it in the comments down below. I always personally respond to every single comment. So if there's ever something that you guys need help with, I will definitely make a video to really get in there and help you guys grow. And whatever it is that you guys need, I am here to help you and serve you guys because that's what it's about. The djconnect.com, that's where my private group is at. If you really just want to take your DJ career to that next level, start booking high paying gigs, that's where you gotta go. But enough of that, let's get into the video. Today, it's just gonna be like a very kind of introductory video into Serato, how Serato works. I've had a lot of people asking me like, why do you use Serato? What is the difference between this and that, blah, blah, blah. And this is just gonna be my rundown. For me personally, I use Serato because it was the very first, and it is probably, in my opinion, the single most stable system. Never had a crash. Like, I've literally never in my entire 15-year career had a crash or had something go wrong. And that's just the test to prove how strong Serato is. It might not have all of the bells and whistles that a lot of other like programs have, but I feel like it's a lot more about just DJing and there's no like gimmicks or anything. So this is just going to be my video kind of explaining about Serato, what you can do with it, and that's it. So let's get into it. So I just got my little, there we go. Anytime that I'm going to do something in an area, I'm going to use this little thing. You see my mouse, it's showing you where it's at right now. And we're going to start off right from the top corner. We'll go across the whole screen and break it down that way. So the very first thing that you run into, well, first is your clock, and then you got your USB buffer. If you're plugged in, this is going to be on the other side. I'm not plugged in right now, so here we go. The next thing over is your daylight mode and your night mode. And trust me, this day mode is incredible. If you're ever outside, like the sun is coming down, make sure you turn it on day mode. It's going to change the game for you. The next, this is something just to do with a plugin that I have. It's called Serato Play. It just lets me, like, I could literally just DJ right now on the computer. Like, I don't need a controller or anything to be able to play. I can do it here. I got my mixer. I got my 3-band EQ here. Everything is here if I wanted to. I've never used it. I don't see the purpose. But I guess if you're like on a flight and you need to prep some work, you can definitely just set everything up and work on here. The next thing along the line is your view mode. So realistically, normally when I'm DJing, I'm always in vertical mode. It's just what I'm used to. It's what I've done my whole career. That's how I DJ. But when you see me on live and on these videos, you're always going to see me in horizontal mode. I just find that it looks better on Serato when it's in that mode. You guys get a lot more view of what's going on. So I always keep it in horizontal just so that it kind of helps you guys out. But there's more. There's extended mode, so you can see more of that screen, more waveform. Library is just like very basic. My mode is vertical, but I keep it on horizontal on this computer just so that you guys can see it a lot better. Link is for, it's a plugin when you're DJing on Twitch. This is going to pull out and link your songs to your Twitch stream. So it's good to have if you're a streamer. I don't really stream, so I have it, but I don't stream too often. Maybe in the future I'll get back into streaming, but for now I don't. Quantizing is back in the day when you had bands, music was not like 68 BPM beat gridded out. Quantize is the function that's going to help that stuff get back into beat grid, and it's going to lock your beat grids. And if you're using any of like the effects and that are on your controller, or like which one is it called, the slicer, Quantize is just going to make sure that it's on beat the whole time. It's going to help you out to get that done. So it's a great feature if you need it. I'm old school, so I don't actually use Quantize ever. I don't even have it enabled.
just because like I feel like that takes it away from me and what I need to do as a DJ. If I need to fix something or pitch bend, I can do that on the fly. I can make it happen. So quantize is just like, it's great for training wheels, but I feel like one day you're going to want to turn it off. Next is record. Very simply, you have your record button here, record location. Once you hit record, make sure you hit save before you stop. If not, you're going to lose it. It's very unfortunate, but I don't know why they haven't fixed this yet, but it will just like get rid of your entire stream. Next is your effects. So if you're using Serato effects, or if you have a controller using Serato effects, this is where you come in, change it, play around. It's great. I love Serato effects. They're amazing. A lot of new controllers have their own like post faders, and if you're using a Pioneer especially, it's going to have usually its own sound effects bank. But the Serato effects are amazing. Love them. Next is your sampler. I don't have anything here because my drive isn't plugged in right now, but you get numerous banks. Oh, here it is. Here's some here right now. I've done videos on samplers already, so I'm not gonna like run down this again. I can spend an hour talking about the sampler. If you need more information on samplers, just check out one of my prior videos. I'll see if I can link it here somehow. I'll see if I can get help on that. I'm new to YouTube. Give me a break, guys. It is what it is. The next thing is it's just more plugins. So this is a loop. So if you're gonna start building, I forget the official name. Let's check here. And you can always go here to the help show tooltips, and this will tell you exactly what it is. So this one's called Serato Flip. It's a plugin. I could do, I guess I would do a whole nother video on Serato Flip. It's just too much stuff to read into right now. And the next one is this, what I was talking about before, Serato Play. Just another plugin. So that should get rid of everything here. Next, you got your 1 deck or your 3 deck. So if you have 4 channels, you can do 4 deck mixing in here. This is just the name of your track. A hack here is if you, oh, they got rid of that. They got rid of that. It's actually, it'll be in the settings now, but before you would come in here, type AM, and it would get rid of your track names. Just if you ever had a DJ staring over your back all the time, you can delete your track name so nobody can steal your set. I don't use that. I don't see the reason, but some people do. Next is your key. You can change up the key if you're using pitch and time, which it's just down here. I'll get into that in the very short future. Sorry. But that is the single reason why Serato destroys every other program on the market. Pitch and time is incredible. This is just your key lock. And then it would be pitch lock here too. So if you're ever going up +8 or down +8, normally it would sound very chipmunky or like slowed down and sounds very different than what it would talk like. Serato came through with pitch and time, which is the greatest plugin of all time. Like you could go +8 or -8 +10, and it's gonna keep it in the same pitch. It's gonna like keep it in the same pitch, so people aren't going to notice. They might see that it's like a lot faster, especially if you're going over +10. Like in my opinion, you should never go over +8, but some people do. Some people go +10. If you're using acapellas and stuff, that's a different story. And you can literally make any kind of acapella, any kind of remix with pitch and time. It changes the game. So pitch and time is incredible. This is the single reason why Serato destroys every single other program on there. Like big ups, Serato pitch and time. It's next level. It's the way to do it. And next, running down on offline mode, like you got your pitch fader here. You can pitch bend, and this is where you set your range. Like if you want to go +16, you could, but maybe I need a longer effect, but let's turn this off. So you hear that? Let's put pitch and time back on. It's still +16, but it sounds normal. What's normal sound like? Slower. Like it's a lot slower. I don't know if I have any music on here though, unfortunately. Acapellas. Might have something in here. There we go. I don't want to get dropped from Facebook, so we got to do this very quickly. Let's go plus 16. So you can very clearly see the difference here, right? Let's put pitch and time back on. So it's faster, like it's very clearly faster, but you can't really tell the difference there. I hope my sound was on so you guys can hear all of that. Let's check real quick. Sorry guys. Desktop audio is on, so you should have been able to hear a bit of that. If you guys are wondering what I was just hopping into, that's OBS. I have another video on OBS and how to set up live streams, but we're not going to take away from this video. That's just showing you the power of pitch and time. It's the game changer. The one reason why I will never, ever leave Serato. It's better than everything else. Like, it changes the game. The stability, how long it's been around. Like, Serato is the one. And I'm not going to push my views. Like, play any system that you want. It doesn't really matter at all. They all DJ. They all do the same thing. Some have a lot more features. Some have other features. But for me, Serato is all about DJing. Keeps me a sick DJ. And that's what's up. Next, what do we got here? We got the cue points. So you'll set your cue points up. Hopefully you guys know how to use cue points. If you don't, drop a comment and I will go deep on cue points. Next are your flips. So I don't have anything set. I'll definitely do a better video on flips. Next is just loops. So you can like set loops. Now I could save this forever if I wanted to. Anytime that it came up or I came to this spot, it'll be here. It's kind of built in now. You can lock it forever, but I don't want that. I don't want that loop there, so I deleted it. But that's all that's for is loops. Here's auto loop, Serato features. Auto loops are incredible. You can set the time on all of that. Eject. Now I don't have that anymore, but that's okay. And then which is this? Let's get a tooltip on that. Censor. Okay, so if you're playing at a venue who wants no curse words and you don't have that, if you want to live on the edge, you can just hit this button and it's going to reverse for as long as you're holding that button. Most controllers have an actual censor button on it, so all it's going to do is hit that button for you. And that should be it for this. Let's check a tooltip on this one here. Slip mode. So slip mode is just going to let you hit buttons, and then it's always going to jump to where it was. So if you ever use like a loop roll, it's using the slip feature. So yeah, that should be it. That takes care of it. Everything on this side is the same. This is obviously your crates. I've done a lot of videos on crates. I'm going to have more coming, so I'm not going to dig deep on crates. If you guys want videos on smart crates, just drop a comment. I will definitely get videos on smart crates. That takes care of that. This is your master sound. You never want to hit the red. Never play in red. Like, once you're starting to hit yellow, that's your limit. Never go over that. You're in the red, you're dead, right? So always remember that. If you're in the red, you're dead because you're going to blow someone's speaker and they're going to come kill you. Never go in the red. Like, if you're a beginner, know this. Red is a no-go. Green is good. Yellow is where you want to be, like number 1 or 2 yellows, and you're good. Anything above that, you're going to start distorting, and you don't want to do that. 2 green, and now like the speakers are overcompensating. You just want to be in like the very low yellow, and that's good to go. Next is just your volume. That's your master volume. If you have to turn it up, you can turn it up here. I don't recommend it. Expansions are, I don't need to do it here, but it'll be in the settings. I just wanted to hit it here, but I have play. I don't have Serato effects. You can buy more sound effects if you want. Pitch and time is everything, like right here. Full license, paid in full. If you don't have it, get it. Serato flip. DVS is so that you can use CDJs or vinyl turntables. Video is something I'm going to be getting into soon, but I've heard that there's a better program and not to get Serato video, so I've never done it. I don't need to pay for Serato DJ Pro, because if you have like a new controller or a good controller, one of their flagship controllers, It's all free. Never waste your money on this. Like, just buy the controller that you want to get once you're at that level. You can always use Serato itch to get started. Don't worry about it. I don't produce, so I don't have Serato Studio. My expansions are these. I have all 4 of these. And that's it. Let's get into the settings. Let's go. That's just profiles, obviously. We don't got to worry about any of that. That should take care of everything. You got the autoplay button in the bottom corner here. This is great for weddings and stuff, like cocktail hour. You can just set a playlist up, and this will play it out. I'll show you guys real quick. Oh, and then that one's not there. So sorry, guys. It would have played this. Like, you'll see if you scroll back a couple seconds, it was gray, but because I don't have this track anymore, it went orange. So I'm just gonna delete that now because I have no use for that. See you later. Now we're getting into the settings. Playback keys use shift. So this is great if you've ever like made a mistake. I should have this on because if you ever hit the Q button or the A button, it's gonna start playing only in reverse, and you're gonna start freaking out. Like, you're not gonna know what to do, but there are a bunch of hotkeys on your keyboard. All this is changing is that you have to be holding shift and then hit Q or then hit A or any of the other buttons on your keyboard for it to work. Lock playing deck is kind of the same thing. It's gonna lock the deck so you can't accidentally drop a song on it. Like, I can't tell you the amount of times that I've dropped the track on the wrong deck, like live in a concert or wherever I am, just because like you're stressed out or whatever's going on, or you're not thinking and you drop it on the wrong deck and it just cuts the music, cuts it all, and you're done. It sucks. Sort cues and loops chronologically. All this is going to do is if you have cue points, it's going to sort them chronologically, like in the time order. That's great for most people. Some people set up special cues at the end that they want to, like, they know what they're for. So I would say this is good if you're a beginner, but if you're ever like past that, like making sentences or something, you're not going to want that on. Enable hot.
What's up, Deep Hud?
Yes or no?
I do read chats, yes.
Track end warning. If the track's coming up, it's going to start blinking for you to like warn you, make sure you're good. I don't run into this issue. Sometimes I do, but I don't have it on. Doesn't really need to. Disable needle search during playback. That's just if you're using vinyl. Not too many people use that anymore, but if you do, this is going to let you search with the vinyl track at the end. Show beat jump controls. This is great. I have it on my other computer. This is just my home computer, so I don't have it on, but beat jump is sick. Quantize value, again, if you're using quantize, like what do you want it to quantize to? Quarter beat, eighth beat, half beat, 1 beat, 2 beat, 4 beat. What do you want it to like snap to? Use auto gain is great. Like, it's going to try and keep everything at the same gain. Braking is just like if you have a controller, if you want it to do like the, or like when you hit the start button, if you want it to go like and start, this is where you set that. On song load, play from start, instant doubles. These are sick. Instant doubles is just gonna, like, if you have a track going right now, it's gonna drop that track at the exact same time. So now it's doubled up and you can start doing little tricks. Play from first cue point, that should be on. Like, always for me, play from the first cue point. Because my first cue point is like that first thing. Like, where should it be at the start? That's the first cue point. Turn off all effects. So if you're ever bringing a new track in, sometimes you have the effects still on and like loaded, ready to go, and you forgot to turn them off. This is just going to turn it off right away when you pull it in. Virtual deck speed 3345. If you don't know what that is, you probably do not need to play with that. Recording, like what do you want the bit depth to be? 16 or 24. File format, AIF or WAV. Sync mode, sync is off. Or do you want simple sync? So the first sync press, all it does is match the BPM or if you have beat grids, it's going to match it. Smart sync is so if you press it, it sets the master deck. Second sync press matches BPM and beat grid phrase. So this is going to like make this a no-brainer. It makes it a lot smarter and better for you. Honestly, like, I use sync every now and again when I'm DJing, but like, please, 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 if you're learning how to DJ, Do not use sync. Don't do it, man. It's just gonna hinder you forever. Like, you're never gonna learn what you need to learn. Once you know how to mix and stuff, like, go ahead and use sync. But when you're learning at the start, just don't do it. It's just gonna mess you up. It's not good. Like, you shouldn't do it. Audio, this is just your buffer size, your latency. Just depends on what kind of computer you have. The lower, like if you have a better computer, you want it lower because it's just going to make your controller tighter. Like mine set to a 2 millisecond delay. 5 is the normal, but if you're scratching and stuff, you're going to want it at 1, but it all comes down to the computer that you have and how good it is. I changed it to 2 because I was having an issue with my Rain 72 that I think I figured out, but yeah, we haven't confirmed yet. Audio output, make audio available to other applications. So this is making it easier to stream. If you don't have a streaming setup, this is making it like dummy proof to make sure that you can stream to anything with any form, like any kind of controller. Next, we're going to move to library and display. This is becoming a long video. I wanted this to be very short, and I'm running out of breath here, so let's go, guys. Library. Show iTunes library. If you use iTunes, if you build your library on iTunes, obviously you want that. I've never used iTunes in my life, so I don't need that. Protect library is just protecting it, making sure there's a backup. Custom crate columns. If you want to create custom crate columns, you can do that here. I've never done this. This must be a new feature, so let's check it out. Wonder, I just double click here or nothing. Yeah. I'm gonna look into that and I will let you guys know in the future. I've never seen that one. That's a new feature for sure. Custom crate columns, center on selected song, include sub crate tracks. So if you're clicking on the top crate, it's gonna include everything for you. I want to see what this one does specifically. With this option selected, the song library will keep the highlighted song centered. Interesting. So that probably, if you're clicked on something, it's always going to come with you. That's interesting. I'm gonna look into that as well. Actually, let's check it out. I don't have enough music on here though. Is the problem? Main triber, yeah. Oh. So let's double click it. Center. I don't know what that does. We're gonna look into that, and I will follow up with you guys. Center on selected song. Display, show tempo matching display. That's just, you want to show the tempo. Are they matching? Here, this is what I was talking about before. Hide track and artist. It was AM mode from DJ AM. Rest in peace to DJ AM. EQ colored waveforms. Like if you want to show the waveforms as you're playing with like the EQ and stuff, it's just gonna keep it all colored for you. It's great if you use it. It's great. Color key display. It's gonna keep your keys in color, and you're gonna know the keys by color. Again, this is more of an intro video, so don't even worry. Like what I like to tell my students is, if you can't mix yet, don't even worry about key. Like, get keys out of your brain. Don't even worry about keys. Keys don't exist. Worry about BPM. BPM equals BPM. That is the only law that you should be worried about. Keys come later. Beat matching comes first. Performance pad cue layout. So it's just going to have it. There's 2 different layouts. If it's going to match your performance pad, your performance pads are the 8 cues, 8 here, 8 here. If that's the layout that you want, it's what I use, so that's what I want it to be. Show key as Camelot, classical, or a different kind of tag. Camelot is I guess the DJ style way of keying, so 7A, 8A, 1A, 2A, 3A, 3B. That's that style. Or if you change it to like classical, it's going to be like A minor, B major. So you really need to know your music if you're going to change it to that. I recommend Camelot. Send data usage. You don't need to worry about that. Show streaming services. So if you use a streaming service, you're going to want this, and you're going to choose the one that you want. You'll log in here, obviously. I don't use streaming services. Don't need that, so I turned it off. Played track color, very important. This is going to change the color of the tracks that you've played. Change it to blue. Reset play track counts on exit. Enable play count, like that's just going to tell you how many times you've played it and do you want to reset it. Library text size, I keep my library very small because I can read it like that. BPM display, do you want 1 decimal place, 2 decimal place? Normally it should be .00 or .50, but once you're playing with older music, you're going to notice that sometimes it's not exact. So that's where it comes in, where like you can't rely on quantized, you can't rely on sync for everything. There are things that you have to know, and if for some reason a song is analyzed wrong with a wrong BPM, it's gonna train wreck you within seconds. So these are things you need to know about and be worried about. High res screen display, I'm not too sure what this is. I've never done it before, but let's try it out. I got high resolution, never enabled that. I don't normally go in the settings, so there's a few things that are new. New stuff comes all the time. Next we got mixer. So if you need an EQ boost, what do you want it to be? Up fader, you can set it to whatever you want. Like if you want it fast, slow. Crossfader should always be fast. A lot of times your mixer is going to decide what the crossfader is, but sometimes you got to come in here. If you don't have a curve on your mixer, this is where you would change that. Effects are just your effects, like if you have some favorite ones. Right now I'm using all controller effects, like Pioneer effects, so I don't even have this set up. I don't need to. And last but not least, you got your expansion pack. So Serato Video, this is where all the things are. Like if you have Serato Video, you'll enable it here. Sampler's here, and you have to enable it, so make sure you enable it. All the stuff that you have, you come in here and you enable it. Serato Playlists, live playlist, that's a thing where it sends the stuff to Twitch to pull it up for you. Serato Remotes, if you have that, I don't use that. Pitch and time, 100% pitch and time. Like pitch and time is everything, and you don't have to pay for it. It comes included, but if you want it for like something else, like I use it for Pro Tools offline, that's what you would pay for it for. And flip and Serato Play, and that is it. So one other thing that I forgot to mention, here's your files. This is where you would load your crates from the files. Browse is just like it's kind of like a smart crate system. So Afro Pop, it'll just come up with the stuff in here. It's already gonna have it in here. This is a great way to use, like if you're gonna use smart crates, this is a great feature. It's funny because I've never used it, and thinking right now, maybe I should use that sometimes, but it is what it is. Prepare is where you would send tracks, like when you're playing in the club, and you're like, yo, I gotta play this song in 20 minutes, you drop it in here, and then once you load it, it's gone. So this is where you prep. Like if you were using records or crates, this is where you're pulling the records out, leaving them there for the future because you know you're going to play it. And then history, last but not least, this is your history. This is all the stuff we played. And earlier I said like it's going to turn it blue to tell you that you've played it. All you do is you come here at the start of a gig, hit reset, you're good. You go to history, reset, to new night, everything is good to go. So long video. I wanted to be very short. Hopefully all this stuff was to the point. I didn't want to like waste any time with anything. But yeah, make sure you guys like and subscribe to my channel. Nothing but new fire coming out for my people. And if you're actually looking to take your DJ career to that next level, you want to open up a business, you want to make this like, you want to turn this from
Hey, I'm Sonny James from Serato's Artist Relations team here in Los Angeles, California. Welcome to Serato DJ Pro. This is the most popular DJ software in the world due to its intuitive layout, ease of use, and compatibility with over 90 pieces of DJ hardware you'll find in most professional settings. So many amazing DJs who are both legendary and up and coming rely on this program to share music with millions of people every year. Serato DJ Pro is an award-winning program with lots of amazing features to help keep you on point in the DJ booth and anywhere else you may be performing as a DJ. If you haven't already, you'll want to head over to serato.com, sign in, and then download the latest version of Serato DJ Pro. Please note, you will need to purchase a license or subscribe to fully connect a wide range of devices. If you're planning to use the program with DJ hardware, be sure to visit our DJ hardware page and confirm that your device of choice is compatible with Serato DJ Pro and whether you need a license or not. Once you have Serato DJ Pro open, sign into the program. You'll be briefly taken back to your browser for a moment to confirm that it is indeed you on Serato.com. If you have a license for Serato DJ Suite, you will have access to all of the expansion packs available. There's even an option to DJ with Serato DJ Pro using only your laptop, but for now we'll be connecting to hardware. To import MP3s into Serato DJ Pro, you can use the Files panel and drag a folder to the crate area, like this. If you have your music locally stored in iTunes or the Music app, you can enable that library to show up by going to your setup menu here. Click the Library and Display tab and check the box that says Show iTunes Library. Depending on the size of your library, Serato DJ Pro may take a while to load your music for the first time, so be sure not to do this for the first time at a gig. You have to start right away. And remember, streaming tracks in Apple Music won't show up in the program. Currently, you can stream songs from your Beatport, BeatSource, SoundCloud, and Tidal libraries. You will need to have an active paid subscription on whichever service you choose. Once you have your tracks in Serato DJ Pro, you'll want to analyze your files to determine the BPM of your tracks. You can either simply click the Analyze Files button to begin analyzing the entire library, or drag only the songs you want analyzed to the button. This will automatically tag the BPM and key on the tracks, which will allow you to sort your library by BPM from either slowest to fastest or vice versa. You can hold the Command key and click to sort a second column like this. Now you can start choosing your tracks based on the tempos, which will allow you to find songs that are in a similar range. To stay organized, utilize crates to arrange tracks for your sets. Just click the crate button here. Rename it whatever you like. Now you can drag songs to the crates as you like. Order them by BPM or however you'd like to see them organized. Now it's time to plug in a device. Today I'll be using the Pioneer DDJ Rev 7. You may be prompted to install a driver for whichever device you're plugged into. Once the controller is fully connected, you'll see the view change indicating that you're now online with your hardware. Now I'll scroll on the controller and load tracks to both the left and the right decks. Since I've sorted my crate by BPM, it's easy to find a track in a similar range of tempo. Start the first track by pressing play on the controller and bringing up the left line fader. Once that's playing, I'll start the second track and bring up the right line fader. Be sure to match the BPM of the second track to the first using the pitch slider on the device. Alternatively, you can press sync to lock both tracks in time with each other. Bring the crossfader to the center. Now we can hear both tracks at the same time and begin fading the first track out of the mix. Using the FX buttons can help add extra sauce to your mix too. Simply click on the FX option at the top of the screen to open the FX panel and show the options available for you. Some of the effects available include echo, reverb, filters, and more. Now, turn the effects on as you choose and bring the wet-dry knob up to affect the track. With Serato DJ Pro, you can add in your own samples to spice up your performance or let people know your DJ name. Simply open up the sample player by clicking on the air horn symbol at the top of the screen. You'll notice the sample play panel open below the decks. Here you can drag sounds that you like into the slots to trigger them with a push of a button. On the controller, you can enter sampler mode by clicking on the sampler button above the cues, which will make the top 8 pads trigger your 8 sample slots. These are all fun techniques and options you can use in Serato DJ Pro, either standalone or with controllers like the Pioneer DDJ Rev 7. Now it's your turn to get in the mix and try it all out for yourself. Time to get busy and have some fun.
Hi Meg, how are you?
Hey, this is Sonny James with Serato here in Los Angeles. I'm here to help you learn the things that you need to know in order to maximize usage of Serato DJ Pro. In this video, I'll be showing you how to mix music using practice mode. This can be a helpful tool for preparation and working out ideas on the go before it's game time. You can either listen using your laptop speakers, by using your 1/8" output jack or USB audio interface connected to external speakers, or just with headphones. So let's open Serato DJ Pro and double check that our layout is set to view 2 decks by clicking here. If you press the track control tab below the virtual crossfader, you'll be able to see cue points, manual and auto loops, beat jump if you have enabled them to show, and flip if you have that expansion. You'll notice you have 8 cue point slots for each deck. If you check in settings and visit the library and display tab, you can change the cue pad layout to performance pad view, which mimics the look of most DJ hardware you'll be connecting to. Load a track to your left deck by dragging it. There are also hotkeys available for a quicker workflow. By pressing Shift and the left arrow key for the left deck and Shift plus the right arrow key for the right deck. Slide the crossfader here to your left side to cut off sound coming in from the right deck. Next, start your first track by pressing the play button on the left deck. Using your keyboard, you can also press the W key or space bar to start and stop the left deck. Load your second track in a similar range to the BPM playing and match the tempos either by pressing sync on the deck you are mixing in or by using the tempo slider. I'm going to use sync here for a quicker workflow. Start the second track by pressing the S key or Enter
Thank
on your
you.
keyboard.
It's just kind of faded, but thank you.
Use cue points to trigger the tracks in. I always set a cue point at the beginning of my track so I can quickly jump back to the start. You can also use the temporary cue, and this will bring the track back to the start and stop it. To accomplish this, press the I and K keys on your keyboard. I will correspond to the temporary cue on the left deck, and K for the right. It's important to note that temporary cue does not save to the file and will be gone next time you load the track. On each deck, there are volume up faders and corresponding input gain meters. You can use the volume up faders to fade up and down the volume of the track that's playing on the computer with your mouse. If you want to adjust the gain, you can do so with the track gain adjust. The general rules are to stay in green and yellow and avoid red, as this may cause distortion. In addition, you can use the key lock or pitch and time DJ if you have a lag
Nice.
to maintain the key of the song while changing the tempo. Once you have your tempos matched, bring the crossfader back to the center to mix in your new track. No matter how you use Serato DJ Pro in practice mode, there are options to help you feel prepared and confident to step in a DJ booth and get to work. For more information, check out serato.com and the other videos in this series, which will be diving even deeper into what's possible with Serato DJ Pro. See you soon. Hey, this is Sonny James from Serato here in Los Angeles. We've been unpacking Serato DJ Pro one awesome feature at a time. In this video, we're going to talk about how to use cue points when you're mixing. A cue point is sort of a bookmark that saves to a track and allows you to quickly jump back to or trigger it again. I use cue points frequently to quickly jump ahead to a bridge or hook of a song that an audience may be anticipating. I'll also use them to creatively rearrange a composition of a song to surprise the listeners. You can easily set cue points by pressing the buttons or pads on your controller, like this. If you no longer want the cue points you've set, you can easily remove them by holding the Shift button on your controller and tapping the pads with the corresponding cue points you want to go. You can also use your computer keyboard to set cue points. To use this method, press Shift plus the number keys 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which will set and trigger cues for the left deck, and Shift plus 6, 7, 8, 9, and 0, which will set and trigger cue points for the right deck. Here, you can easily delete a cue by using your trackpad or mouse and clicking the small X on the cue point on screen. I find it best to place a cue point at the beginning of a track on the downbeat and also on other major parts of the song that you may want to jump to, like the chorus, outro, or breakdown. You can also name your cue points by double-clicking on them like this. Many DJs like to use our color coding options to create a uniform system of knowing what each cue point represents at a glance. For instance, red could mean that the track starts here, while yellow could mean that there's an 8-bar count in, and green means the verse starts now. Once you have created a cue point for your track, it will be saved and automatically shown the next time you play the track. If you share or move your music library, the cue point will still be there when you open it in Serato again, as the metadata is written to the MP3 file. This also applies to tracks included in the integrated streaming services. So that's cue points in Serato DJ Pro in a nutshell. Once you're in the habit of setting them on new tracks, you'll find it can really help speed up your workflow when mixing and be a useful tool for highlighting key moments of songs for your audience. Try it out for yourself, and we'll see you next time. Hey, this is Sonny James here with Serato in Los Angeles, California. In this video, we'll be covering how best to use loops in your mixes. Loops can either be triggered on screen or from a device that has loop buttons. First, let's talk about manual loops. Manual loops can be set with beginning and endpoints. This is great for punching in and out of loops on the fly for an on-hand organic feel for performing. To do this, using your computer keyboard, scrub the playhead to your starting position, and for your left deck, press the O key. Once you decide where you'd like the loop to end, press the P key, and your loop is set. If you'd like to disengage the loop or engage it once again, press the open bracket next to the P key. For the right deck, you can press the L, semicolon, and apostrophe keys. Since I'm connected to the Rain 1, there's a dedicated loop section, which is here next to the performance pads. And in that section, there are in and out buttons for manual loops. When I press Shift plus in, that will be the beginning of the manual loop. And when I want to complete the loop, I'll press Shift plus out. If I want to make fine-tune adjustments to either the in or the out, I'll press it again. In this case, I'll press Shift and in. Then I can use the platter to fine-tune the adjustments. And when I'm finished, I'll press Shift and in again. Now that I have that there, I can go to the loop section and I can double-click on the time and name it whatever I want. I'll just name this one Loop 1, and it's all saved. Here on the Rain 1, there's a dedicated pad mode for my saved loops. Loops that are active will be blue. If I want to deactivate an active loop, I'll press the blue one to turn it off. If we want to turn it back on, simply press it and it'll turn back on and become blue again. I can also activate or deactivate manual loops in saved loop mode by pressing the pad with the corresponding loop. If you want to re-loop the saved loop once you have it disengaged, you can do this by pressing Shift plus Auto Loop. Auto loops are commonly used.
I might have set the timers too frequently. I will fix it in a minute, guys.
Between 1/32 of a beat and up to 32 beats. Automatic loops can be activated and deactivated either on the controller or on the computer keyboard. So here on the Rain 1, I have Auto Loop, which defaults to 4 counts or 1 bar. If I'd like to change it quickly using the device, I can press the half button to chop my loop in half or the ×2 button to double it. Once you're ready for the loop to stop, simply press Auto Loop again and it will disengage. Auto loops work best when the tracks are beat gridded correctly. The auto loops will activate on the grid and on the beat. And when adjustments are made to the beat size of the auto loop, they'll also land in time on the grid. Auto loops can also be activated on the screen and saved by pressing the plus symbol in the cue point tab or the manual loop tab. Once the loop is saved, you can double-click the loop start time and name the loop as desired. So that's the basics of how to use loops in Serato DJ Pro. Practice different methods for looping so you can easily use this feature on the fly while you're mixing at home, on the radio, or in the club. You'll find it really helps create smoother transitions for you overall. For more information, be sure to visit serato.com. Hey, this is Mr. Sonny James, part of the artist relations team for Serato here on the West Coast. In this video, we'll be showing you how to get Serato DJ Pro going using DJ hardware. I'll be connecting to the Pioneer DDJ 1000 SRT. So we'll plug that device into the computer and then we'll need to install the driver. Once that's all complete, I'll restart my computer for good measure. So I'm going to explore my library using the scroll knob for my left deck and find a track to select. Once I've decided what to play, I'll tap the load button and the track is loaded. I'll do the same on the right side, and now I'm ready to mix. I'll tap the cue button for channel 1 so I can hear what's happening in the headphones before bringing up the volume. Let's use the performance pads in hot cue mode to cue in the tracks as I play them. I enjoy using them in combination with the platters for even more control. Now let's get ready to mix in the second track by using the headphone cue button for channel 2. Let's adjust the pitch to make sure both tracks are at the same tempo before mixing. Alternatively, you can also use the sync button. Once you start the track, pushing the sync button will snap the transients to align both tracks. But remember, using sync will now cause both song tempos to change when I move one of the pitch controls. I'll bring my crossfader to the center to allow both tracks to play. Now we can hear them both playing, and I can begin mixing out. To do this, I'll use the auto loop button here on the track playing on my left deck. The length will automatically default to 1 bar or 4 counts, and I can quickly change that by holding down Shift and tapping the in or out button. I'll shorten the loop to half a bar and then to 1/4 before using the Pioneer color effect to fully transition out of the first song. I can also use the sampler pad mode to trigger my samples here like this.
Mr. Sonny James.
I can begin looking for the next song I'd like to load, but first I'll use some effects to spice up the performance. This particular controller has great hardware effects. I'll use echo here and change the values for different timing. First it will echo at a count of 1, then 3/4, now 1/2, 1/4, and so on. Now I can rinse and repeat. No matter what compatible DJ hardware you connect to, it is sure to improve the way you're able to perform using Serato DJ Pro. There are plenty of dope features to explore with the program, and once you're comfortable with the ones you find essential, you'll be sure to have the tools needed to play a great set every time you DJ. Now go ahead and get busy with your own music and style, and as always, for more information, be sure to visit serato.com. What up? Sonny James here with Serato in Los Angeles, California. One feature I
Blue, thank you so much for the raid. How's your stream? Everyone go follow Blue.
This feature can be helpful for seamless.
Thank you, love. It's not my birthday quite yet, but thank you so much.
Or for skipping over sections you don't want played, like a long breakdown.
Thank you. I thought it was good. What'd you do? 10 minutes away? Are you East Coast time?
It could be a useful tool to add to your arsenal, so let's check it out. To get started with Beat Jump, you'll need to turn it on in the Serato DJ settings. Go to the settings column here.
Nice.
In the
Very
DJ
fun,
Preferences tab, go to Control
Cool,
Preferences
cool.
and check
Be
the
right
box
back. I'm
that
changing
says
the laundry.
Show Jump Controls. When you return to your main Serato DJ screen, the Beat Jump controls now appear under your auto loop section for each deck. You can beat jump from 1/32 of a count to 32 counts, which is 8 bars. Once you determine the length of the jumps you'd like to make, select it and then use the left and right arrows here to actually make the jumps. This feature is even more fun when using DJ hardware. Here I'll be using the Roland DJ 808. To access my beat jump controls on this device, I'll tap the Loop Roll Performance Pad mode. Now my top 4 pads will become loop rolls of various lengths, and the bottom 4 pads will be controls for beat jumping. The 2 inner performance pads on the bottom will now adjust the length of the jump I'd like to select. The 2 outer pads will actually do the jumping for me. Check it out. I frequently use beat jump in a number of ways when mixing. Sometimes I'll use it at the end of a track to jump back a few bars and allow myself a little more time for mixing in the next tune. Try incorporating this feature the next time you play music with Serato DJ Pro. You may find it to be super useful. For more information on Beat Jump and Serato DJ Pro, please visit us at serato.com. Hey, Sonny James here from Serato. By now you should have Serato DJ Pro up and running with your music library. In previous videos, we've covered how to use cue points and loops, as well as how to use the program both in practice mode and connected to hardware. In this video, we'll cover using the sampler to quickly trigger sounds without having to unload any of your playing decks. Many DJs like to use the sampler for triggering DJ drops, for transition effects, loops, one-hits, and more. If you want to use one-shot samples like kicks, snares, and hi-hats, you can even finger drum along to the track that's playing. To get started, simply open the sampler by pressing the air horn symbol above the left deck. This will open the sampler panel on the screen directly below the playing decks. It has 8 sample slots and 4 banks to load samples, drops, and loops into. To load a sample into a slot on the sampler, you can drag and drop sounds from your library. And if you don't already have a set of samples, we can help you get a head start with a free sample pack available for download on serato.com. I prefer to keep my samples organized in a crate so I can drag and drop from one place. In Serato DJ Pro, I'm going to create a sampler crate and call it SP8. I'll drag my folders of sounds in from my laptop like this. Now I'll drag those new crates under the SP8 parent crate to have them operate as subcrates. I have the corresponding letters A, B, C, and D to match my sample banks in the program. Now I'll just drag the sounds into the slots I'd like them to go in. Once you have the samples loaded into the slots in the bank, you can trigger them a couple different ways. First off, if you're using Serato Play without hardware plugged in, you'll be able to see your sampler options. To trigger each of the sample slots on your computer keyboard, use the 8 keys on your bottom row right above the spacebar. Let's use the Hercules DJ Impulse 500 and explore this feature when connected to hardware. So here on the controller, I'm going to press the sampler button, and now I have access to my samples. This will be a similar workflow with pretty much any DJ hardware that has performance pads. I can also assign the sampler output to any channel I choose, but assigning it to master will ensure my samples play even if I have both channel faders down. Some devices have a dedicated knob for the sampler volume, in which case you could assign the sampler to an auxiliary channel and control it there. The top row will control the first 4 sample slots, and the bottom will control the second 4. You can control the volume of each sample by using the mouse to adjust the gain level. Pressing the sample settings cogwheel will allow me to adjust how the sample plays when I trigger it. I can decrease or increase the volume for each sound. I can also decide from which point I'd like the sample to begin playing. This is helpful for setting cue points precisely where I'd like the sample to start playing. Pressing here where it says start will show me any cue point saved to the audio file and allow me to select it as a start point. And if you have a pitch and time DJ license, then this setup menu also allows you to turn it on and off, as well as mute and use pitch bend. Once we close the setup panel, there are a couple additional options on the sample slots. For instance, you can also control playing modes from trigger mode, hold mode, and start-stop mode. There's also the ability to auto-repeat and even use sync, which is helpful when loading a longer piece of music into a slot. For example, you can drag loops from the playing deck into the sampler slot and sync it with tracks that are playing in the decks, or to other loops in the remaining sampler slots. Finally, when you're making a crate of samples, you can organize them in the order that you want them to be in by number. Then, when you select all the samples and drag them into the first slot of the sampler, they'll all load in the same order. Once you're happy with how you've set up your sampler, you can click the arrow here to minimize or change the sampler view to slim view mode and preserve some of your screen space for viewing the library, history, and more. Using the sampler as a tool in my DJ sets has been essential for how I like to mix in clubs, on stages, live streams, and on the radio. Try incorporating this feature to add even more flavor to how you present music. And as always, be sure to visit serato.com for more info. Greetings, Sonny James from Serato here in LA once again. One of the features that helps me at every event I DJ is being able to sort by BPM and key. This allows me to organize the songs in my crates from slowest to fastest and mix songs that are in a similar key without having to rack my brain. First off, track analysis is a free function, but it's only available in practice mode. So make sure you're not plugged into hardware And when you have the application open, you will notice the button that says Analyze Files. This is an important button to familiarize yourself with as it prepares waveform overviews, detects possible corrupt files, and if you have the option selected, can calculate BPM and set a beat grid as well as detect the key of the songs in your library. Once you press the Analyze Files button, Serato DJ Pro will automatically start analyzing any files that haven't been analyzed yet. But let's check the settings for analysis first. I'm going to check the box for setting the key as well as the box for setting the beat grid. If you'd like, you can set a target BPM range for the tracks you're analyzing. If for some reason I want to analyze or reanalyze my entire library, there's a button for that as well. So now that I have the settings the way I like them, I want to make sure the key is displayed in one of the columns showing in my library. I can accomplish this by clicking the arrow here and making sure key is selected as viewable. I usually drag it here so it appears next to my BPM column, but you can place it wherever you want. Now, I can either click the Analyze Files button or drag only the song or songs I want to be analyzed onto the button. There are 4 different ways of displaying the key in your songs. Let's check them out by going to the Settings menu here. Then, we'll click on the Library and Display tab. And under Display, let's click Show Key As. The first option is Camelot. This is my favorite. There are also the options of Classical Key, Open Key, and Original Tag. It's great having the option of view classical keys if you understand notation and how the keys work together. Options like Open Key and Camelot give us the ability to easily mix tracks together that are relative based on the number and letter combinations. For instance, when viewing the key as Camelot, a song in 2A will generally mix well sonically with tracks that are also in 2A, but also tracks that are in 1A and those that are in 3A. When in doubt, you can reference this diagram that quickly breaks down how each number-letter combo corresponds to the classical key, and which key are harmonically close enough to match when mixing them together. If you have pitch and time active, you can quickly transpose the key of any track that's playing by clicking the arrows here to go up or down a semitone. There will also be the option to use key sync. This works similarly to the BPM sync function, which means when you click the musical note here, it will sync your second track's key to the key of the track that's currently playing. Now that I've analyzed the tracks I want to play, I'll plug my device in and start to mix based on the new key info and BPM analysis. This metadata will remain on the tracks and be visible whenever you open Serato DJ Pro again. So that's a quick overview on using key analysis in Serato DJ Pro. Having that extra information associated with each of my tracks definitely makes my life a lot more manageable when I open the program. There's so many useful ways to incorporate key information in your library, and as always, you can visit serato.com for more information. What's up? Sonny James here once again with Serato here on the West Coast. I've done the job just about every way imaginable. One thing I never imagined will be possible though is the Serato Stems feature. This allows for real-time audio separation on the fly while you're in the mix live. This is an exciting feature with a streamlined workflow that'll help your mixes and performances stand out from the rest. It's a great solution for when you want an acapella or an instrumental for a track you never had one for. Or simply making 2 songs work together in ways you never thought was possible. So let's get into how it works. Before we begin, be sure you're using Serato DJ Pro 3.0 or above. Once you're up and running, find a track to play and load it to your deck. Serato Stems works in practice mode on your laptop with limited functionality. It also works with Serato Play without hardware, but I'm going to plug in the Rain 1 since it allows me to replace a pad mode with Stems mode. Since this is a controller that is supported, there's a new related option in the DJ Preferences tab of the Setup menu. I can choose to assign stems to one of the performance pad modes that I don't use as much. The options here for the Rain 1 include Loop Roll, Slicer, and Sampler. Since I use Sampler a lot as well as Loop Roll, I'll replace the Slicer pad mode. Please note that not all DJ hardware will have these modes. On the controller, I'll press Slicer, which is now Stems mode. There's a new view option available on your decks. The tab below Hot Cue mode is now for Serato Stems. Click on it and you'll now see 8 new pad options. The top row represents 4 key sonic elements to most tracks you'll be playing, while the bottom 4 rows are for pad effects. The elements that can be separated are vocals, melody, bass, and of course, drums. By default, these stems are turned on and therefore are blue, which correspond with the pads on my DJ hardware. I can now turn off each element one by one and hear audio separation in real time. Let's begin with removing the vocal stem. Now, I'll remove the melody, then the bass line. And as we listen to the isolated drum track, I'll spontaneously bring back the other elements one by one to create my own edit on the fly. When I press the vocal echo button, it will apply that effect while muting the vocal and keeping the other elements playing. I'll use the drum's echo effect now and keep the melody and bass going. If I use instant doubles, the track then loads to my other deck with the same stems isolated. I can, however, choose which elements I want to play with for each deck. I can also use the left parameter button in stems mode to quickly go from full track to acapella, and the right parameter button for a quick instrumental. In the setup screen, under the DJ Preferences tab, there is an option to analyze stems on song load. You can turn this on or off depending on your needs. Serato stems does use a bit more CPU, so depending on your laptop specs, there's a possibility your computer will do some extra heavy lifting while using this feature. In this case, we recommend using the Stems Prepare Crate here. This will allow you to throw specific songs in here to analyze and prepare stems on your laptop. This will free up CPU, but will take up more actual disk space, as it's storing an additional stems file for each track in the crate. These will be stored wherever the individual tracks are stored. Once you put the songs you want in the crate, they will automatically begin analyzing, and you'll notice the stems logo here turn from gray to white once the stems are ready to be played. And there you have it, Serato stems feature working seamlessly in Serato DJ Pro. The combinations of different elements of songs I've been able to easily mix up in real time have blown my mind, and I'm just getting started. I can't wait to hear how creative you all will be using Serato stems in your mixes moving forward. For information on this new feature and everything else Serato, please visit us at serato.com. What up? Sonny James with Serato here in LA. In this video, we'll be taking things a bit further and discussing how to MIDI map in Serato DJ Pro. MIDI mapping is such a useful feature to utilize when you have a piece of hardware that doesn't quite have the functionality you need available at your fingertips. For instance, when you need a way to easily trigger cue points but don't have a mixer with performance pads at your disposal, MIDI mapping can solve a lot of problems for you. There also may be instances where you have a fully mapped mixer or controller for Serato DJ Pro, but have a couple of functions not included in the native mapping that are essential to your workflow, and adding them can make life a lot easier for you. So let's get into it. First off, you'll need to connect to your mappable mixer or controller of choice. Once that's done, you'll need to go to Serato Settings. Then click on the MIDI tab and be sure that MIDI mapping is enabled for your connected device. Be sure to check that box and then come out of Settings. Click on the MIDI button here. You'll see the MIDI panel open below the decks. There are options to map all 4 decks here. Some features that are frequently mapped include auto loop, loading to the deck, silent queue, and instant double. However, most of the functions in Serato DJ Pro are able to be mapped. And when you move the cursor around your screen, you'll now see all of the features we can work with. Before we begin, I should note that not all buttons on every mixer will send MIDI information, but most will. So you may want to map your first cue point to a button you don't use on the Pioneer DJM 900 Nexus 2. I usually use channels 2 and 3 for mixing, so let's utilize buttons that are meant to be used on channels 1 and 4, since I won't be needing to use those channels. Please note that in addition to the feature you've mapped to the button, it may also still perform its original function. So I'll hover over the first cue point on my left deck to assign mapping to it. I'll click it, and now Serato DJ will tell me to choose a button on my mixer. I'll be using the headphone cue button for channel 1. I'm going to click it, and it should turn blue. Then, I need to make sure that the data type is correct. For this function, I'll need to use the relative on-off option. So I'll hit my C key until this option is selected. I'll repeat these steps from my right deck by clicking the first cue point here. Now I'll assign the function to my headphone cue button here on channel 4. Once again, I'll select relative on-off as my data type and I'm all set. I can now close MIDI preferences. To save your MIDI mapping, you can go to your MIDI tab in Serato DJ settings and press save, and then name the mapping. I'll call this mapping Huey Lewis. You can save several mappings here and load them when you're ready to use specific ones for specific devices. There's so many ways to easily utilize MIDI mapping for most Serato DJ enabled mixers and controllers. And as you can see, it doesn't take much time. See how you can use MIDI mapping to create a more personalized experience when mixing with Serato DJ Pro. For more information on this and more, visit serato.com. Greetings, this is Sonny James from Serato here once again. I suppose we've all had that moment where we brought loads of music with us to a gig, but somehow don't have that one jam with us that we thought was on the hard drive, or we've been thrown a crazy curveball request that could really kill it, but we haven't downloaded that tune yet. I've been in a bunch of scenarios like this throughout the years, but now since Serato DJ Pro offers streaming integration, the possibility of being unprepared has decreased tremendously. So let's get into it. At the moment, Serato DJ Pro has the following streaming services integrated: Beatport and BeatSource, which are great for dance music and open format DJing; SoundCloud, which is great for searching for user-generated content like remixes and edits; and Tidal, which has an awesome hip-hop and R&B collection. This means that as long as you have an active account and an internet connection, you'll have access to millions of new and old tracks from these extensive catalogs. You can always access these options in the Library and Display tab of Serato settings. Please note, you can only log into one streaming service at a time, which means you cannot combine songs from multiple platforms into one playlist. Once you choose which service you'd like to use, you'll be taken to your default browser to sign into your account. Immediately after confirming your information, you'll be asked to open the collection in Serato DJ Pro. I enjoy all of the available options for different reasons, but for this demo, I'll be using Tidal since it's the platform I have the most playlists saved on at the moment. Some of the playlists here were created by me, and some were created by Serato and other friends. We also offer specially curated playlists on these platforms that can help. To get them to show up in Serato DJ, I've simply followed or liked them on the Tidal mobile or desktop app. Please note that if you follow new playlists while you're using a streaming service in Serato DJ, you'll need to log out and log back in to see the new playlist you've added since the library was first loaded. Finding new music on the fly is easy using this integration as well. When you're ready to search for a song, be sure to press the button next to the search bar. This will give you access to the music in your streaming services library. If you no longer want to include results from your streaming provider in your search, simply turn it back off. But for now, let's search for Keep On Going by Cut Corners. Once I begin typing in what I'm looking for, Tidal will automatically begin refining what shows up based on titles related to what I've typed in. Once I load the track, it will analyze and determine the BPM of the track and apply a beat grid. It will also determine the key of the track and show that info as well. Once you have your track loaded, it will be cached to your computer and will remain there until you eject it. This means that if for some reason you lose internet connection, you won't lose the track once it's loaded and analyzed. I'll set some cue points and a loop on the track. That metadata will be saved to my computer and will be associated with the track every time I load it. This is also true for Serato Flips. You can also batch analyze streaming tracks by unplugging from your DJ hardware. Choose the tracks that you want to analyze and drag them onto the Analyze Files button like this. The BPM and key information for these tracks will be there in Serato DJ Pro every time you load your streaming library. However, the ability to record your mix will be disabled while playing streaming tracks. There's so many possibilities now with having this much music to DJ with at your fingertips. I personally use streaming services in pretty much every DJ set, either in the club, on the radio, or live streaming. So now it's your turn to build up your streaming playlists and put them to good use in Serato DJ Pro. For more information on streaming with Serato DJ Pro and to check out our specially curated playlist, please visit serato.com. Sonny James once again here with Serato on the West Coast. Serato DJ Pro is so fun to mix music with. Some of the features I like to utilize include looping, cue points, beat jump, effects, and now Serato stems. However, there is a feature I think could be talked about way more, and that feature is the record function. Sometimes you have those nights where you know everything was right in the club and the crowd was losing it the whole time. It's nice to have the ability to easily capture those moments in a bottle and revisit them later. So first off, the recording function works both with DJ hardware and without, as long as you have Serato Play enabled. This is included in the Serato DJ Suite as well as the Serato Expansions bundle. If you have Serato Play and want to do this using only your laptop, go to your setup menu and in the Expansion Packs tab, be sure the Serato Play box is checked. Then, click the recording button here and a panel will open beneath the decks with some options. Since I have the Denon DJ Prime 4 controller here, I'll plug into it. Then when I click on the pull-down menu here that says Mix, I can assign which channel I'd like to record specifically. This is helpful if I want to exclude sound coming through other channels on the mixer. The recording options here will differ depending on your DJ hardware. If I have Serato Video enabled, there is also an option to record the video mix. Since I know I'll just be recording an audio mix today, I'll keep it on the mix option that is selected by default. Next, I'll decide where I want to store the recording. The default location is in the folder named Recording, which is in your _Serato_ folder. I'll keep that option for now. Next, I'll confirm my input volume is turned up, but not so high that it distorts my audio. A general rule of thumb is to stay in the green and yellow, but not go into the red on the meter here. Now, I'll begin recording by clicking the record button. While the recording is in progress, I can decide what to name the file and type it in here. I'll call this recording Ill Vibe NYC Dope Mix. Once I'm done recording, I'll click the record button once again and then the save button. As soon as the mix saves, it will automatically appear in a crate called Recording to be referenced later. You can choose to save your recordings as 16 or 24-bit WAV or AIFF files by going to the DJ Preferences tab in Serato DJ Settings. If you're recording a mix and forget to save it, Serato DJ will save it to a recording temporary folder until you click Record again. Beginning a new recording will automatically replace what was temporarily stored here, so always be sure to save your mix. Finally, please note that if you have tracks loaded from one of the integrated streaming platforms, recording will be disabled. And if you're already recording, then the ability to load a streaming track will also be disabled. Recording in Serato DJ Pro is super easy and comes in handy for content purposes, recording scratches on songs, or just to practice and play back things you may need to tighten up. Try it out for yourself and start to build your catalog of live mixes on the fly using the record function in Serato DJ Pro. For more information on this feature and all of our products, be sure to visit serato.com. Hey, what's up? Sonny James here with Serato. There are plenty of ways to maximize the many features available in Serato DJ Pro. I use a lot of these functions in all types of DJ scenarios, but one feature that has become crucial to me is the use of effects. Effects are great for adding color and sonic emotion to a track or a mix and can help create even smoother transitions. Serato DJ Pro has a large number of great DJ effects to utilize. Some of the effects that come built into Serato DJ Pro include echo, high pass and low pass filters, delay, and reverb. There's also additional effects you can access when you purchase the Serato DJ Suite license. You can purchase this through serato.com or in the program by clicking on the Expansions button here. Whether you have the additional sound effects packs or not, you may find this list of options a bit overwhelming at first, which is why there's a Favorites list feature. Here in the Effects tab in Settings, you can choose only the effects you'd like to show up in the program. Perhaps you only want version echo, combo filter, repeater, and breaker to be shown. Simply add them to your favorites list here, and when we go back to the effects options on screen, the pull-down menu will show only the few favorites we've selected in settings. You can use DJ effects in either Serato Play mode with just your laptop or while being connected to DJ hardware. Effects can be assigned to any playing deck inside of Serato DJ Pro. This means that if you're connected to a device that uses 4 decks, an effect can be assigned to any or all of the 4 decks at the same time. On the screen above the left deck is the Effects button. When you click it, the Effects panel will drop beneath your playing decks. Here, I'll be using the Roland DJ 707 to demonstrate how to use both single and multi-effects modes. In multi-effects mode, you can select up to 3 effects per unit and adjust 1 parameter for effect depth. This is also sometimes referred to as a wet and dry knob. The effects here can be chained, which means that one effect feeds into the next, allowing you to create unique combinations of the effects you have assigned. In the on-screen effects panel, the default mode is multi-effects mode, which has 3 dots in a row. The other mode is single effect mode, which has 1 dot. This allows you to adjust the parameters of a single effect. Click on one of the DJ effect slots and choose an effect to load. The DJ 707 has effects controls above each jog wheel. You can select multiple effects at once on the controller while tapping them, like this. I'll hold down Shift and press the Effect Select button. As I do that, I can continue to press it and go down until I find the effect that I want. And when I let go, the effect loads in the slot. I just chose the clean echo out, but I'm going to change that back to high pass filter. Let's do that on screen by clicking on the pull down menu and then scrolling back up until I get to the high pass filter. Once I click on it, it will be ready to use. To turn on the effect, I can also do that either on screen or on the DJ 707. On the controller, I'll press the arm button for that slot. Now that desired effect is activated, and I can add the amount of the effect I want on the song by turning the knob above. To turn off the effect, I can press the arm button again and the effect will turn off. There are so many ways to use combinations of effects to keep your audience engaged in your DJ sets. I always recommend taking some time to explore each effect and its parameters during your downtime so you can fully understand what each effect does in the mix. I find it can really help you find a sound that'll help you stand out from the rest. For more information about effects packs and more, be sure to visit serato.com. See you soon.
Hey guys, Phil Harris here. So listen, in this video, I'm going to give you a complete guide to DJing. My goal is to make a video that's so good, you never have to buy another DJ course ever again. I just want to give it all away. I just want to teach you as much as I possibly can. That is my goal of this video. Now, you can see how long this video is. I have no idea how long it's going to be. I've come down, it's like 10 to 6 in the morning. I'm just going to teach and teach and teach. I've got some notes here about what I'm going to teach, which I'm going to run you through. Now, what I am going to say is I'm going right from the basics. So if you've never DJed before in your life, I'm going to take you all the way to a point where you're going to be able to go out and confidently DJ a festival in this video. But you might not be right at the beginning of your journey, right? So you might know some of the basic stuff. So what I've also done is I've segmented this video. You see that little red cursor at the bottom of the video? You can scroll along and you'll see all the different sections of this video. If you go into the description or one of the comments below, you'll see all the different parts of the video and you can just jump to that part that suits you. There should be something in this video for every single DJ out there. It's super exciting, you know? I've never seen a video like this on YouTube, so I'm really excited about it. So what I'm going to do, because this is an intro, I'm going to give you a super quick run through of everything I'm going to be covering. But like I said, you can see these different sections below. And I might even add in additional sections that I haven't even written down here. This is not necessarily like pre-planned, okay? So that's what we're going to do. Now, just quickly before I run you through this, just want to say my name's Phil Harris. I've been a professional DJ for 10 years. I've been teaching this for ages. Obviously, this is my YouTube channel. I'm also heavily active on Instagram, so you can go and follow me there at Phil Harris Music. You can follow along with my DJ journey. It's really cool, daily DJ tricks and tips. Now, obviously, the plan of this video is to make sure you never need another DJ course in your life. But just as a side note, I do have DJ courses, which I'll leave below. Hopefully you don't need, but I'll put them there anyway. And then there's another thing which I wanted to mention to you. A massive part of DJing these days, if you think about it, is making your own music. If you think of the top DJs on the planet, you know, a lot of them like David Guetta, Marshmallow, Chainsmokers, they're really there because of their numbers on Spotify. In other words, they got really, really popular songs. So what I'm going to teach you is how to go out and DJ festivals. But unfortunately, the reality of DJing these days is you've got to be making your own music. Now, don't sigh when I say that, because the reality is making music is awesome. It's really, really fun. And I will teach you how to make professional music. Just in case you're like, who is this guy? Just go to Spotify, type in Phil Harris. You can go and listen to my music. I make tech house music. I DJ tech house music. So if you want me to teach you how to make professional music, I also run a mentorship program over 6 months where I'll work with you, even if you've never made music before, to a point where you can make professional music every single time. So that's a little bit of a drop of all the different stuff that I kind of, you know, courses and stuff I do. But like I said, let's get on with the video. So this is what I'm going to be covering. I'm going to start with what is DJing. Then I'm going to cover the basics of DJ decks. Now, I've decided to teach on the DDJ FLX4. Okay, these are one of the most popular DJ decks out there, which is why I'm choosing to teach all of this stuff on here, because I think that if you're brand new, you're going to be starting on entry-level DJ decks. However, I've got the CDJ 3000s, which I'm also going to do a little section on at the end of this video. Why is it important to know about the CDJ 3000s? Well, because they're club standard, right? Now, I know there's a bit of a, you know, people are not necessarily happy that they're club standard. People think there should be a whole range of DJ decks. But the reality is, whether you go to London, Las Vegas, Bali, and you walk into any club, the DJ decks that you're going to see in front of you are CDJ 3000. So it's also important that you have a bit of knowledge about these, because if you get on a festival stage, they're the DJ decks you're going to be looking at. So I'm going to teach on these, and at the end, I'm going to do a small section on the CDJ 3000s. I'm going to be covering DJ software. I'm going to be covering where to get your music from. I'm going to be covering things like BPM and grid that might not even make any sense to you yet, but it will soon. I'm going to be showing you about mixing in key, which is important because it'll teach you kind of like how to make your mix sound perfect. Again, I'm going to be covering all this. I'm going to be covering things like hot cues, memory points, cue buttons. I'm going to be covering where to set your hot cues. This might all sound like gobbledygook to you, but don't worry, we're going to be covering it. It's all important parts of DJing. Understanding effects. I'm going to be covering beat matching for beginners. I'm going to be covering phrases, beats, bars, and phrases, which is really important because it'll teach you where, at what point in the track you need to transition from one track to another. It's a really critical part of DJing that. I'm going to be teaching you how to transition from one BPM to another BPM. I'm not even going to begin to explain it. I'm just telling you what I'm going to be covering. I'm going to be talking about mastering beat matching by ear, introducing headphones into mixing. I'm going to show you how to actually mix different frequencies from one track to another so it begins to blend really nicely. I'm going to be teaching you about the sync button and why it's controversial and why loads of DJs seem to don't like it, but I'm going to be covering that as well. I'm going to be showing you emergency transitions. So if it all went wrong on the dance floor, it's like, oh, we just need to get away from this song to another song quickly. How to do that without looking like an absolute idiot. Mixing between different genres. So what if you've got house music and you want to go to drum and bass or hip hop or a completely different genre? I'm going to be showing you that. I'm going to be showing you kind of some like James Hype stuff and what he does, because let's face it, he's like one of the most technical DJs out there. I'm going to show you a couple of the things that he does that allows him to do the stuff he does. Then I'm going to show you the difference between CDJs and these, and then I'm going to end with some kind of final words of advice. Now, I probably could have saved 5 minutes then by not reading that out, because you could have gone to the bottom of the video and seen all of this anyway. But to be honest with you, we're in this for the long haul, guys. We could be here for the next couple of hours. So make sure you bookmark this. Make sure you grab your popcorn. And I'm also going to try and be as efficient as I can in this video. I know it's going to be a long video, so I'm going to try and get through it as quickly as possible so you're not sitting there bored at any point. And hopefully that wasn't too boring for you. And you're pumped and you're ready to go. So without further ado, let's get into it. Okay, guys, so we're going to start with the most basic question. What is DJing? So technically, DJing is the art of transitioning from one song into another song seamlessly, so your audience kind of feel like they're just listening to one massive song progression and everything kind of flows back and forth. That's technically what you're doing as a DJ. But I can tell you, as a professional DJ, what you're really doing is playing music that the audience in front of you like dancing to and are enjoying. That's basically what it all comes down to. If I had 3 minutes with you before you went to do a DJ set, we wouldn't actually be discussing technically how to DJ. We'd just be putting together a very, very good playlist of songs. Remember this, and I'm only going to say this once, but I've been to events where people are going crazy and dancing around like mad people to an iPod that's plugged in. And I've also been to events where the DJ is playing music that no one knows, and he's doing technical transitions, and no one's dancing. And I can tell you which party I'd rather be at. The one where everyone's dancing and screaming and singing along to their favorite tunes. So that's the most important thing. Let's move on to the next section of the video. Okay guys, so I'm going to start with DJ software. Now, I just want to explain. These DJ decks here are just controllers. So they have to be plugged into a laptop in order to control what's actually going on a computer program, right? So you could technically DJ from your laptop if you wanted to, but really you want to master the DJ decks. So you have to have software. Now, there's two main programs. There's Serato and Recordbox, and of course there's loads of others as well. And I'm not necessarily saying one is better than the other. Just so you know, they all basically do the same kind of thing. That's basically it. Once you can kind of understand one program, you can switch over to another program in basically an hour or so. It takes no time at all. So really do not stress about this. If you have Serato and you've got DJ decks that are compatible with Serato, use Serato. If you've got DJ decks that are compatible with Recordbox, go ahead and use them. Just to explain to you, the reason why I made the switch from Serato over to Recordbox is because I wanted to start DJing in clubs. And as I mentioned, the standard DJ decks in clubs are CDJ 3000s. And the software that you need in order to DJ with the CDJ 3000s is Recordbox. And again, I don't want to jump too far ahead, but I'm going to probably do this quite a lot throughout the video. Just in case you didn't know, with these DJ decks controllers, you will only ever control stuff that's on the program. So music that is in the program will be controlled by these. When you go to a club, you actually just take a USB with you. So it's very similar, but essentially what you do is once you've got a playlist, you export it onto a USB, and that's the USB you go and you plug into the CDJ 3000s. So the CDJ 3000s are not controllers, whereas this is a controller. Hopefully that makes sense. So, I don't know if I mentioned this, but the software that's compatible with CDJ 3000s is Recordbox. It also works well with DDJ 400s, DDJ FLX4, which just so happen to be the most popular DJ decks on the planet, entry-level DJ decks, which is why I'm using this. So I just wanted to kind of cover myself there, but the stuff I'm going to be teaching you in this video is not going to be in-depth about Recordbox. I'm just going to be showing you the absolute basics you need to know, which is essentially loading music in and loading music onto the decks and creating a playlist. So I'm just going to cover that. So if I come down here, we can see this is what Recordbox looks like, okay? And I've obviously got some music in here. So this is what it will look like. And as soon as you plug your DJ decks in, it should go to a different mode. So let's go ahead and do that now. Just going to plug these in. And the second you plug them in, you usually get a pop-up like this that tells you to update it. No one ever does. If you're anything like me, I just hit close because I just can't be bothered with it. And you see it's jumped to this mode here, which is performance mode. And you can kind of see like there's one deck over here, one deck over here. So you kind of begin to get an idea of what's going on. Now, obviously, there's lots of switches, knobs, buttons. Let's just stick to the basics so we can get you going. So essentially, you want to come to, it'll say collections, all audio, all videos, and you won't have any playlists. But if you come onto playlist here and click on it, there's a little button here called plus. This is the way you would create a playlist. So you hit this little plus button here. Let's hit that. And you can see it creates a playlist over here, which you can come and you can just like double click in and then you can call it playlist or whatever you want, okay? Now, a little note on playlists, okay? Essentially, my top tips when it comes to creating playlists is if you are going to a club and you're going to be playing a tech house DJ set, you can essentially have one playlist. When I go and play Ministry of Sound now, and I know I've got an hour slot and I'm playing tech house all night, the reality is I know what songs I'm playing before I go and play that DJ gig. I've got them all there. Maybe there's a couple of extras so I can swap them out if I want, but I've got a really good idea. And I know I'm playing tech house music all night because I'm being employed to go and play tech house music, right? So I will go with one playlist. However, I used to DJ at weddings, and you can't go with one playlist because when you go and DJ at a wedding or just a broader event where you've got a wider spectrum of people there, you need to have playlists that people are going to like, or if you're going to play a house party. And so, my top tip for you when it comes to playlists is don't have too many songs in the playlist, okay? Just keep your
Guys, I have an instrument. It is Nepinyoka, I think is how you pronounce it.
It's some kind of harp.
From the USSR, it says. Made in USSR. You can barely read it, but that's what it says. I got it from Goodwill for $8, and Martlet just tuned it.
A pain in the ass.
Sounds better though. What'd you do? Take like a pliers?
Yeah. They're already quite rounded, so it's kind of hard to tune it. But if you get a proper instrument, it should still be fun. What time is it?
It is 10:33. I should bring my like hand drum thing too. Yes. Also, I made some chai if you want some. My mouth is full of hot pocket. Sorry. Mama.
Hey, Commander, can you unplug me? Just for a minute, I need some privacy. Headset off and stretch your neck out.
My dryer is mixing with us.
The dryer's like, fuck yeah, I love this beat, bro. I'll make it shut up.
It's all good.
Silence, wench!
La la la.
What's good, YouTube? We back with a video. Today, I'm going to show you guys how I mix my beats. For this video, I'm going to use the Serato Studio, but that does not mean that you can't apply these techniques on other softwares. So, most of the stuff that I'm going to be doing, you can also do on Ableton, FL Studio, Machines, maybe even Koala. But with that being said, let's jump straight into the video. Alright, so there's two different ways that I mix my beats. I got the lazy way, and then I got the serious way. And I am going to be showing you guys examples of both styles. So for this first beat, this is a lazy style. As you can see, we got the drums right here. Not much is done right here. On the sample, again, not much but the lows. And then we also have a vocal channel. There was a little bit more put into this one. But the master, all we have is a graphic EQ. And I'm also using a compressor on the 404 to finish everything up. So let me show you guys exactly how I got to where I am right now. So for the drums, you guys already know, they gotta be swinging, but EQ wise, not much is done. We got the kick drum, not much is done here. We got the snare. Again, not much is done. But on these two different percussion sounds that I got, a little hi-hat and a cowbell, I did take out some bass. So as you can see, took out some bass and I also added a high-pass filter. For this cowbell, took out some bass, added a high-pass filter, but I also panned it to the left a little bit. Now you guys understand this, panning is crucial if you want to have a really good mix. Think of your beat as a box, alright? You got this little box right here. If you got this box and all the sounds are going through the same box, it's going to sound kind of linear, mono even, and it's not going to sound like it's surrounding you. But when you have that box and you play some sounds on different sides of, different sides of your ears, or if you got some sounds lower than others, making it sound like, if you got some strings and you lower them, it's gonna kind of sound like they're in the background. Now what that does is it makes this box and it turns it into a cube. So I can't do a cube with my hands, but you guys get the point. So once you start playing sounds in different areas, lowering it and putting it to the side, you kind of expand the track as a whole, and it basically just makes it sound a lot more stereo. But let's continue with the video. So for the sample, I didn't really do much. I just took out a little bit of the lows, and I did that just to make it sound a little bit cleaner. It was a little bit too much going on with the kick drum and the lows, and this pretty much topped it off. I also added some side chain, and I triggered that with the kick drum, as you can see. And I just used that so that whenever the kick drum hits, the sample kind of does.
Alright, Martlin's gonna hop on a Discord call, and we're gonna do stream together. How do I... Let me see. How well? Give me 1 sec. Testing, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Sweet.
Do I just stream my thingy to you, or do I stream it on Twitch?
If you want, you can stream on Twitch, and then you can.
I have to set up the whole Twitch thing.
Yeah.
I will do that.
If you want, I can just stream your camera and your art, and then I can like link to your Twitch in my pin thing, and then we can set up your stream for after. We could even like set up your Twitch stream during my Twitch stream tomorrow, and you could do art like live painting in the background of my DJ setup.
Fuck yeah, I'd love that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Am I allowed to swear on Twitch?
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
But you can't for some reason put it in your topic though, like your title. I was trying to put song lyrics, like tell your boyfriend that if he's got beef that I'm a vegetarian and I ain't fucking scared of him. It bleeped me, man. It wouldn't let me put it.
You got policed.
I got censored, bro.
You got streamer policed.
No fucking.
Robots were like, what if there's a fucking, I'm gonna keep that comment to myself because it sounds stupid. Yeah. I am so tired today. I woke up probably like, oh, you saw my door was cracked open because Chronic kept yelling at the door.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. She was like, and she'd been up because she slept like a normal person, and I was not sleeping.
She's like, where is everybody? I'm bored, man.
God damn it, guys. Like, and then during the day when you want to pet her, she's like, nah, dude.
Nah, fam.
Nah, bro. Are you crazy? Get out of here. Crazy guy. Someone is calling me. Oh, come me 1 second. We're back.
Okay. Yo, what's up, Dills? Aw, thank you, Dills. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's almost my birthday and my time.
What is going on, everybody? My name is Tatro here for ADSR, and today we're working in partnership with Serato to show you how to make a lo-fi beat in Serato Studio. Now, if you want to follow along with this tutorial, or you just like the workflow that you see here, you can download a free version of Serato Studio by clicking the link down below. Like I said, we're going to be making a lo-fi chill beat, and we're going to be starting from the ground up today. So the first screen we see when we boot up Serato Studio is this. It's asking us if we want to create a new beat or a new
Hey
remix,
yo,
and
what's
also
up, AVT Music? Yeah, I am brand new. I have no clue what I'm doing.
So by
Figuring it
default,
out.
Serato Studio actually loads us with a clean 808 drum kit. That is our first deck. And to hear the sounds within this drum kit, we can click on each individual sound. Serato Studio also makes it really easy if you just have a laptop keyboard. We can use the number row to play each of the samples in our drum kit, and you can see that they're labeled with the numbers there. We can also use home row on the keyboard. And of course, we can use a MIDI controller. But like I said at the top, we're making a lo-fi chill beat, and this clean 808 drum kit is not actually the drum kit we probably want to use. Now, there's lots of different styles in lo-fi chill beat music, but I usually associate it with some type of acoustic sounding drums. They border on acoustic and electronic. So I'm going to go from our library here and select drums, and we're going to look at some of the drum kits that come in Serato Studio. Now, a boom bap drum kit is actually probably what we're looking for here. So I'm going to go and click this drum kit and drag it right onto this deck that had the clean 808 in it, but now it has
Doing pretty good, Dills. How is you?
boom bap drum kit in it as well. Before we go any further, I have to decide on the tempo of our track, because lo-fi chill music is usually pretty slow, and our BPM is currently set to 1.
Hi, welcome to Crossfader. My name is Jamie Hartley, and in this video I'm going to show you how to get started with Serato.
Who the hell are you?
DJ Blighty. Hi guys, I'm DJ Blighty and welcome to my channel. In today's video,
how to mix R&B
Your stream keeps cutting in and out, by the way.
something that you've wanted to do for a long time.
Not sure why that is. It says it's good on my end.
Previously on YouTube,
I'm also on Twitch and YouTube, if that's any better.
which, no offense to the people that have made them, but they don't seem up to par as far as the complexity is concerned. Now, I personally believe that R&B and hip hop is some of the most complex and intricate mixing that is in the world of DJing due to the structure of the tracks, the short intros and outros, and the way that these tracks are actually put together with the melodies and the vocals, etc. So I've been doing this for a very long time, professionally for over 10 years, so I really do know what I'm talking about with this stuff. I'm going to give you a good in-depth insight into it today by giving you a bird's eye view of what I'm doing on the decks and also a screen grab of what I'm doing on the laptop on Serato, so you can hopefully take away a lot from today's lesson. Now, this isn't a specific lesson aimed at beginners or intermediate or advanced, but if you are interested in mixing these genres properly, I hope that you can take away a lot from today's video. If you've got any questions or you don't understand anything thoroughly, please feel free to hit me in the comments below. I'll try my best to answer as soon as possible. And if you're not already doing so, please hit the subscribe button.
What if we gave the cat some catnip? I've never seen that over time.
I don't. Do we have any?
I think we have some. Or maybe it's just seeds. Never mind.
I would. It might be just seeds, yeah. I would, but I gotta focus on this right now. It's all good. I just don't want to be up too late tonight. Thanks for the follow, Cy Gremlin.
For you. So I'm going to run through some simple techniques and some more advanced techniques. I'll keep them as explanatory as possible. So I hope I don't lose you along the way. If you've got any questions on anything, please hit me in the comments below.
Thank you for streaming. Aw, thank you, Cy Gremlin. How'd you find the stream? Thanks for being here.
A completely different tempo, and they're in a completely different key. Now, key is important when you are mixing musical elements together because you want them to sound good harmonically. I will do another video in the future on mixing in key, but that's not what today is about. Today is about mixing with original tracks without intro beats. So the first thing we need to do is make sure the tempos are on point. Now, what I'm going to show you here is the fact that we've got something which is really cool called key lock. Now, if you don't have this on your hardware, it will be available on your software, whether you're using Serato DJ like I am, or whether you're using a similar setup, for example, Recordbox, Tractor, or even Virtual DJ. This will be on all of those softwares. And let me just show you what that actually does for us in terms of tempo range.
Cool, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
This is with the key lock on. We're going to go to +8 and -8%. So yeah, massively moving away from its original tempo. Still sounds great, stays in key, and yeah, that is just great. So prior to having this button, which was when we used to mix with vinyl records back in the day, we had, again, an 8% plus and minus pitch range, but see if you can spot the difference in the sound now. Immediate key changes. Just does not sound good. So that being said, that's why I've always tried to stick to plus or minus 8.
Did Instagram just like recommend my content?
With this equipment, but
thank you so much. I appreciate it.
go about 6 BPM plus or minus when I'm mixing, and then try and get it a bit closer to its original tempo after the transition's been carried out. So for this one, we're going to take this one to 96 BPM. So that's a plus 6.6% change, and then
Thank you for the follow.
down to 96 by a minus 0.7% change. So they'll both sound quite good. Can't really tell the difference, and that's literally hardly anything away from the original.
Aw, thank you, Dils. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much.
We're gonna mix now. What you need to do with these tracks is, if you don't know them off by heart, get to know them. It's always good to know by using your ears where certain parts of the track are and good mixing points. But we've also got these hot cues lined up.
to actually tell us where
What's up, punk?
places are to mix. So on this one on the left, we've got the first sound, which is 4 beats before the first beat comes in. That's a then 4-bar intro before the first vocal. Then we've marked up the beginning of the first chorus.
Yo, what's up, Ice King?
And the end of the chorus, which takes us into a 4-bar bridge. And that's the end of that bridge. So
I love it. I love it so much. It's so beautiful.
Same thing. So we've lined up the first sound. After 4 bars, the intro beats come in. After another 4 bars, the first verse. Then we've marked up the first chorus and the end of the chorus. So it's important you know these by using your ears. That's what your headphones are for. But these are really great for having a visual reminder.
It's my character myco.
So the first transition we're going to look at is moving from the track on the left to the track on the right. And we're going to pick the perfect point to mix.
The bucket, Ice King. I played the bucket. Okay. Cool. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
No singing, just talking. But I'm going to show you the options we have available. So this is the beginning of the chorus. So we're going to come back just before this, and we're going to do a full chorus mix. See if you like the sound of that.
You play the clarinet. Very nice. Oh, cool, cool. Nice.
Okay, so that was quite clean, but for me personally, there was a bit too much going on because there was talking on this side, there was singing on this side. It didn't sound too bad, but for me, there was a bit too much going on, but that's all down to personal preference. What I would do personally is either come at the end of the chorus, so the
Yo, what's up? DJ Truth here, and I am here to bring you a brand new tutorial, a beginner's tutorial on how you can become a DJ sitting right at home in front of your computer, no equipment needed. All you need is a computer and a little time, and I can show you how to do it. You ready? Let's go. So starting off, let's pretend you got a computer. If you don't have a computer, get a laptop, get something, and let's do this. So today we're going to be using Serato DJ Pro. Now, I'm not going to take you through, matter of fact, yes I will. I've already got it opened up, but go to serato.com. Make sure you download Serato DJ. So download Serato DJ Pro. If you go to serato.com, I'll show you. You'll get this great screen. They have other programs and things, but they have Serato Studio. They got Serato DJ Lite, but I want you to download Serato DJ Pro. Download Serato DJ Pro. And install it. It's completely free if you download it, install it, and from there I'm going to show you where we go. So I'm using
flute. I'm a flute person.
But if you're not using the Mac, it's the same thing. So I have it down here. Open it up. Open up your program. Once you get the program open, you're going to come to a screen. My screen may look a little different than yours, but I'm going to show you exactly what to do. So when it opens, my screen looks like this. If you're brand new to it, your screen won't look exactly like this. Your screen will actually look a little more like, I believe, like this. You might not have these songs down here. I'm not sure if it'll read your songs directly straight from iTunes, but I think it will. But if it doesn't, your screen will look like this, okay? So one thing, if you look up at the top, it's fairly simple, but I'm going to break it down for you. So if you look up at the top, you have 2 circles. These are your decks. Basically, these are your turntables. You got a left deck and you got a right deck. You got play. I believe this is play from the beginning. You got sync button. Over here, you got your pitch slider. Over this side, you got your pitch slider. Basically, it's the same thing on both sides. This is your left side. This is your right side. Now, Also, up at the top, you have a couple of options. Some of these options you won't have straight out the gate, and I'm going to show you why. If I go to the top, you will have My Serato and Help. So I'm going to click My Serato. My Serato, I'm logged into My Serato. What I didn't show you in the beginning that I forgot to show you, when you go to serato.com, you have to create a profile, create your name, you know, a password and everything. And that will give you access to My Serato. So make sure you create all of that on serato.com. I don't even think you can download Serato DJ without creating those things first. So create those. Then when you come into your program that you downloaded, open up My Serato. Now, it has expansion packs and products. What I did is that I bought an expansion pack. Expansion pack, I believe, I don't remember the exact price. It's not expensive at all. I believe I might have paid, I don't know. I want to say like $15 or something like that. And maybe monthly. I don't even remember. But one of the expansions that I bought is Serato Play.
I don't have a flute, and I've never played the flute, but I just vibe with the flute more, I guess.
DJ without having a DJ controller. There's been times when I've been at events and my DJ controller stopped working. One of the sides wasn't working. Just had all kinds of problems, and I had to use Serato Play. Basically, you can DJ straight from your computer or laptop without anything else, you know. So I pay for Serato Play. Make sure you get Serato Play. All of these other things I can explain to you later, but make sure you get Serato Play. This way you can have these functions that I'm about to show you. Do you absolutely need Serato Play if you're sitting at home? No, you don't. If you don't want to put the money into it, I get it. But what I'm going to show you is going to be with Serato Play. And your screen will still look like this even if you don't get it. Some of these options you might not have. So one thing I'm going to change is the look. I'm used to the vertical look where you'll see where my waveforms go up and down instead of across, you know. So I'm going to show you. So if you look down here in Serato Play, you get an EQ for both sides too. So you got your low band, mid, high, and a filter. On this side, same thing. Filter, low, mid, high, same thing. Right here is your fader. This is your crossfader. So you can go from one side to another on your crossfader. So let's find a song. So over here on the left side, I have all selected, and basically it's gonna find all the music that I have played in my Serato or that I have in my computer that I've put inside Serato. I don't think you'll have any music once you open this up because you haven't even done any of this yet. But what you should have is music from iTunes. If you don't have iTunes, download iTunes. Most of us use iTunes, so I'm going to pretend like we have iTunes.
I'm back.
But if you don't have iTunes,
Welcome back.
iTunes, it's just an easier way to organize your music and to keep it. But your iTunes folder will be available on here. So click your iTunes folder.
Whack.
And I'm not going to go through my crates on how to create a crate and different things like that, but I'm just going to show you the basics.
I'll tell you about it later.
Click your iTunes folder and find a song that you want to play. So over here on the right side, this is my search bar. So what I'm going to do is click in my search bar, and I'm going to type Naughty by Nature. So I didn't even have to type in the whole word. It started finding it for me.
Okay.
If you look, it has the song, you have the artist, you have the BPM, which is the speed.
What sort of tunes will you DJ for tomorrow's stream? D&B or deep dubstep? A variety for sure.
A few of my songs are blue. That means I've already played the song. I was messing with this earlier to get ready for this video. The songs in white, I haven't played any of those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag two songs. I'm going to drag a song to the left side, and I'm going to drag a song to the right side. So I'm going to put Feel Me Flow over on the left, and I'm going to put Hip Hop Hooray over on the right deck. Now, one thing that I didn't mention earlier, up top to the right, we have a help function, and we have it says show shortcut keys. This right here will be your savior if you're just DJing straight from a computer. It will tell you exactly what key does what. There might be a few times in this video that I go look at this because I don't really DJ straight from my computer often, but I know it can be done and I have done it on several occasions. But me knowing these shortcut keys, no, I don't know them. I'm not gonna lie. I literally have to look and tell you. I know a few, but for the most part, I don't know them. But this will be your savior, so make sure you use these shortcut playback keys. So I'm gonna exit out of there. So as you can see, we have waveforms on the left, waveform on the right, and our crossfader is in the middle. Now, if you're not a DJ and you have no clue, this crossfader will allow you to play songs over on the left, or you can play a song on the right, or you can blend both songs in together. That is what the crossfader is for. Your EQ is simply to change the sound of the song. If you have too much bass and it sounds like this, you can take some of the low end out. If you have too much high and it sounds like that, you can take some of the high end out. Or, this is just to adjust the sound, the frequency of how you hear it. Which when you really get into DJing, it's going to become so important because every song is different. They're all at different frequencies. So you might have a song where a singer has a high-pitched voice and you're playing it and all of a sudden you have to cut down the high. Or you might get a song where it's kind of low and muffled, and a term we use is muddy, where it's not as clear, so you might have to brighten the sound and put high end in it. But these EQs are for you to use. So if you look over on this side, I know a lot of this may seem confusing, but I'll break down some of this stuff, some of the basic functions. So 90.4, this is the speed of the song. When you put a song into Serato, it'll detect the BPM. This is the speed. It'll detect it. It'll count the beats per measure, and then it'll come up with an estimate. Sometimes it's right. Sometimes it's wrong. It's a little off, and then other times it's spot on. But for the most part, it's gonna be pretty much spot on. If there's a song where the tempo changes a lot, then sometimes it can't detect the BPM, and then you'll have to physically find the BPM yourself. But Feel Me Flow has a BPM, and it's actually the BPM of Feel Me Flow it's 90. So if you look over here, I'm gonna actually get rid of that cue point. You see these little plus symbols? These are cue points. Cue points are points in a song that you can add to start the song at that spot at any given time. So an example is what I do. My first cue point is always the first downbeat of a song. So if we can take our cursor, if you see that, and we can come up to this white line right here in the middle. This is basically our start line. This is like, it's a race and this is a start line. If I come over to the cue point on this left side and hit the plus symbol, I just added a cue point there. So now what I can do, I'll show you. It'll always start on that cue point. If I went somewhere else in the song, let's say there, and I add a second cue point, hit plus, now I can start it there, or I can go here to the beginning or to there. So cue points are adding places in the song where you want to start. For the most part, I know a lot of DJs, well, most of us, we all started on the first downbeat, and then sometimes we started on a chorus too. So if you just want the hook to replay over and over, you can put it on a cue point or just jump to it whenever you want to. So I got a cue point on this side. I'm actually going to delete the second one, and I'm going to put a cue point on this side. I actually have some over here, but let's just do it again. So this one, I'm going to put it there. I'll just show you. I hit the plus symbol. So now I can start it from there and keep it going. And this is me looping it. I'm actually change the key so YouTube won't ban me. And I'll show you guys exactly what I just did. But if you notice, I changed the key and I'm looping it over and over. So you can loop it as much as you want. Or I can go to the other side. Wait, I'm gonna change the key. Now, if you notice, both songs are at 2 different BPMs. This says 90.4. This one says 99.0. So there's 2 ways. So as a DJ, your goal is to match these BPMs and get them at the same tempo so you can blend them in together. So what I would do is there's a button here, a sync button. If you hit sync, all of a sudden 99, it matched to that one, 99. I'm going to take sync off. I'm going to take sync off over here. If I hit sync on this side, it's going to match it to the opposite side. So now both are 90. See? So let's do, matter of fact, I'm going to show you something else. We're going to go over to the left side and the right side. You see these sliders over here? This is also the BPM. So where you can change the pitch and speed the song up. So let's go. You can match it this way, or you can hit the sync button. So let's go 93. 93. It's 93.9. So there we are. Can also hit sync, and now they're in sync. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start playing a song on the left side. So from the left side, I'm going to hit this cue point on my keyboard. Hitting that first cue point on this side, it's the number 1 on your keyboard. So if I hit number 1, if I hold it down, it'll keep playing. If I release it, it'll stop. So if you hold down the number 1, it'll play. But a shortcut that they have is the letter W for the left side. The letter W will start this to play without the cue point. So you can hit 1 or hit W to keep it playing. You can also stop the left side with W. The right side for this first cue point is the number 6 or the letter S, so I can play without you holding the button. To stop it, just hit S again. So we're going to work on, basically we're going to have 4 buttons. That's it. We got 1 in W, 6 in S. And again, you can go up to the help, show shortcut keys. It'll show you all of that. It says set cue point, or cue point jump, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So on this side, this is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On this side, it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. To jump to those cue points. But today we're going to work with 1 for this side, 6 for this side, W for the left, S for the right. So in a nutshell, we want to start both of these songs on time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit W to start this song. And I want to start the song on the right at the same time that one's playing. So I'm going to just keep this one looping so it won't jump in. So my goal now, sorry, I cut it up a little too loud on my end. So my goal now is to start Hip Hop Hooray on beat with Filmy Flow. So I'm going to go over to the right side. Remember the number 6? And I'm going to try to catch it. See, that was a little off. I was on. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. And that's a little off, as you can see. So it's a little harder with buttons to catch it, but we'll try it again. There it is. Now you have this crossfader here that you can start mixing. So watch this. And what I'm doing is I'm fading over to the next song. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to find another song. Let's go to OPP. So now if you notice, you can only, let me bring this down just a little bit. Now you only hear the right side. You can't hear the left side because we took the fader and we went over to the right side. So I'm going to go over to this song on the left. Matter of fact, let's just do Beyonce, Naughty Girl. All right. So I'm changing the pitch right here. If you notice I'm coming up, I'm changing the pitch. This is only for YouTube because I don't want YouTube to flag me for playing these people's songs. Beyonce's original BPM is 100. This is the original BPM up top. Hip Hop Hoorays is 99. Right now we're both at 93, so both of them are a little slower. So what I'm gonna do is grab this pitch fader and start speeding it up. And if you notice, because we're in sync, I'm pulling up the speed on both sides. So what I'm gonna do now is this Beyonce song, remember, this first cue point, Now, I already had this set, but if we didn't have it set, we'll take the Beyonce song. You can drag it to the beginning if you want. We're going to put a cue point there. Remember, you can hit the plus symbol. So now I have a cue point here. So now my goal is to start this cue point on time with this, but I can't hear it because I have this crossfader all the way on that side. So I'm gonna come a little over so I can hear it. So we wait for the downbeat. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Now
I don't really have a controller. I have a MIDI and another thingy. I'm a complete noob. I don't really know what I'm doing, honestly.
Post family was good. We got another one coming at you, and this is courtesy of the Post fam out there from Johannesburg, Africa. He's like, hey, yo, Thesis, man, yo, I need you to show me Serato sample, but I need you to really, really dig in. And I said, well, you know what? Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to do as much as I can anyway, a complete thorough walkthrough of Serato sample, what you could do with it, the many ways you can utilize it, and trust me, there are a lot of things you could do with this thing, all right? So you guys keep it locked. Stay tuned. Okay, so let's start with a total clean slate of Serato sample. Now, there are a lot of people who use Serato sample in different ways. I have a Machine Micro, right? So to slice is a little difficult as opposed to having the Machine Plus, which you can do all your cuts, your slices right there, which is super dope. To me, this is why Serato sample, you know, has to be one of the best sampler VSTs out there. So let's first go over what is in the actual description, the features, things like that, and then we're going to dive directly in as to what each feature will do. First, let's start off with the actual GUI. So as you see, when you bring it up, it comes up with this and it talks about loading an audio file. So I've already downloaded an audio file. We're going to use a good old gospel sample. All right. So of course, that's the best way to chop. So the way that you go and get samples, right? The legal way of doing it, TrackLib is one place where you can go and get great samples. You can also go to Splice and get some awesome soul samples or whatever type of sample or genre that you want to dig into. Those are great places in which I would advise. I know that there are people out there that will still use YouTube to download, so I'm not going to advise where to go, but you know, that's the case. But anywho, let's go over all the features of Serato sample. So on the beginning, you have a play button feature. Now, the way that it works is you can play it on the keyboard. You can play it with your MIDI transposer, like say if you got a Machine or a Kai, you can use those pads to actually play with the actual samples as well. But in this case, I'm gonna go ahead and utilize the keyboard. But once you play it, that's the actual play function for it. Beside that, you have what we call a continuous and a stop. So basically, when you want to continue to just play,
Serato DJ. There are two versions of Serato DJ, both Hi, welcome. It's Jamie Hartley here from Crossfader, and I'm guessing you're watching this video because you want to get started as a DJ. Now, what we're going to break down is how you can do just that without any equipment, just using software. What I have downloaded is the Serato DJ Lite software. This is a totally free piece of software to download from Serato DJ's website, which we'll link. Serato DJ is one of the biggest software DJ manufacturers out there. It's been in the industry for a very long time. It's very well trusted and used by some of the world's top DJs. So it's a great place to get started. And available now is an expansion pack for the Serato DJ Lite software, which is $39 called Serato Play. Now $39 is cheaper than any piece of DJ hardware, any controller that you're going to be looking at. It's a good way to kind of get an idea, am I really interested in DJing? Does this excite me? And do I like the basic concept of DJing? Because you're going to get to use the basic features that you need, such as mixing and blending with EQs and a crossfader, upfaders, using filters, and using basic effects, all with this expansion pack. What you're going to learn in this video is how this expansion pack works, what the shortcut keys are to access the different features, and then at the end we've actually linked a performance that I've put together using Serato DJ Lite and Serato Play, so you can get an idea of really how powerful this tool is. Remember, if you like this video, to drop a comment, thumbs up and subscribe, and let's get stuck into Serato Play and Serato DJ Lite. Here we have Serato DJ Lite installed with the Serato Play $39 expansion pack also activated. Once it's activated, you'll notice the screen looks a bit different to the original Serato DJ Lite software. We've now got this option, which is the crossfader and EQ and filter options now available to show. There are also other options like being able to change the tempo with this adjust here. We've got the loop options as well as up faders for volume control. First thing to note is that we've got a gear icon in this crossfader section. This gear icon allows you to view the keys, the shortcut keys that are all important for when it comes to mixing in a practical way with this expansion. If we have a look now, it can look quite confusing. The best thing to do is probably print screen this and then print it out so you've got a physical copy for while you're practicing, and you can then use it as a reference as to what keys map out to what features. It's a bit confusing to get started, but guaranteed, once you've been playing on it for a while, you'll feel right at home. Next thing to note is that you can use headphone splitter cable into your headphone output to actually send one of the splits to your speakers or your mini rig or whatever setup, audio setup that you've got, and then the other split go into some headphones. So if you do this, you'll notice two headphone icons appear, and you can preview either the first deck or the second deck. There's also a Q level to balance the level in the headphones if you choose. I'm going to turn that off for now because we're just doing everything out loud. Lastly, there is a crossfader assign. This just allows you to choose whether you want channels 1 or 2 on the left and right of the crossfader, or whether you want to deactivate it. Now let's load in a piece of audio to get familiar with the Serato Play expansion. I'm using the Tidal streaming service, which can be activated in the settings here and here. I've logged in, and then my Tidal playlists show directly within the Serato DJ Lite software. We've got a performance at the end of this video using this playlist here. So if you sign up to Tidal, you could find these exact tracks and follow along with the performance and try and replicate the performance that we have attached at the end of this video and linked at the end. Let's just load one of these tracks in to have a play around with. I used shift and left as a shortcut. You can also click and drag into the player and it will load the track. Let's load another one into the right-hand deck. Now, first of all, first shortcut you're going to want to know is the spacebar and the enter key. Spacebar plays the left-hand deck and pauses it, and enter key plays the right deck and pauses it. Next, we want to be able to synchronize the two tracks together because it's hard to manually beat match. Literally, you might as well synchronize the tracks up, and then you can use some shortcuts to just nudge the timing and correct the timing. So, to sync tracks, it's Y and T. If you imagine splitting the keyboard in half between this position here. So T syncs the left-hand deck with the right-hand deck, or Y syncs the right-hand deck with the left-hand deck. Now they are actually both 124 BPM, so they don't necessarily need to be synced, but if we press it, it turns green and syncs the tracks up. Now, you'll probably want to set a hot cue at the start. You'll see I've got a hot cue set up at the start of this track, but I don't have one at the start of this. I've got 3 hot cues set up on this track here, here, and here, but not at the start. So for basic mixing, I'd recommend having a hot cue at the start. In the performance, you'll see I use these other hot cues that we've got set, but for now, what I can do is click the X button here, and then click number 6, and that will set up a new hot cue. I can hold the hot cue and it'll play, let go and it'll go back. If I play the track, I can keep going back to that point. So that's where it's really useful. Next up, we want to be able to blend between the two songs. So if 2 tracks are playing, let's just play them both. So they're out of time at the moment. We can then use Q and W or P and this and P and O to move the tracks left and right. So if we move this one, they're now in time. And then we can use the arrow keys to blend with the crossfader left and right. You can also cut between the 2 songs using this button, this button. You can also cut between the 2 songs using this button, and this button. that cuts right to the left, all the way to the left, that cuts to the middle, and that cuts all the way to the right. So they're the basic features you really want to get comfortable with. Play and pause on both sides, cutting the crossfader, and blending the crossfader. Once you're comfortable doing that, you then want to think about using some of those mixer features that you find on mixers, the EQs and the filters. The EQs are split low, mid, high, filter. We've got volume controls, and then again, filter, low, mid, high. So it basically maps out to the entirety of your keyboard. You'll get used to it the more you use them. So if you watch on the screen, if we hold Z, it brings the low down, hold A, it brings it back up, and you can go up and down with the lower frequencies, middle frequencies, high frequencies, and the filters. A really neat trick as well is if you hold Alt and then press any of these, it'll reset that parameter back to the center position. So if I'm in the mix and I'm end up somewhere and I'm a bit lost.
Do you use Serato, Side Gremlin?
Positions, if I hold Alt and then scroll across, it resets everything. That's a really cool trick that I've used a few times when I've got a bit lost in all of these settings. Lastly, in the center here, we've got volume controls. As you can see, they're going up and down now for both channels. It depends whether you want to use the up faders and the crossfader, or just to start out with, maybe recommend it's a bit simpler to just use this crossfader to blend back and forth. Moving up, the hot cues that I mentioned, we've got 1, 2, 3, which are the 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4, sorry, which are 4 hot cues on the left-hand side, and 6, 7, 8, 9, which are the hot cues on the right-hand side. But if we hold Alt and press 1, it activates the loop. We can activate and deactivate it. If we hold Alt and 2, we can half the loop down to 1 beat, or double it with Alt and 3. So you can choose a loop length, activate it. You could even change it while it's active. We can get tracks in time using these nudge buttons. So then I'll just filter that out. And let's just filter the other one. So they're the basic features that you'll want to get familiar with and use to perform some really nice clean sets with just Serato Play, Serato DJ Lite, and your keyboard. So there it is, Serato DJ Lite, Serato Play expansion. It's a really cheap and fun and easy way to get started, just mixing some tunes and actually putting together some quite interesting sets. If you want to get inspired and check out the performance video that I mentioned, then click the link. It should be available. And if you want to follow along, sign up to Tidal and try and just get the tracks and just keep watching and trying to replicate what we do in that performance. It's a really good way to learn and to get started. The natural next step for DJs after using just software is to get some actual hardware. The DDJ SB3 is a really good place to get started with Serato DJ. It plugs and plays with Serato DJ Lite, and then those features that you've been using actually map out to buttons and pads and knobs instead, which make it much more tactile and easy to really use. This then you can upgrade to Serato DJ Pro and unlock way more features. If you're watching this video within sort of the week or so of it being uploaded, then we're running a giveaway at the moment, giving away a DDJ SB3, as well as all of our online DJ courses, the Serato Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, and Scratching course. It's worth a lot of money, all as a package. We can't wait to give this away to someone. It's a perfect way to get started and turn into an advanced DJ with all of this online tuition as well. To enter, all you need to do is click the link and sign up with an email and your name. You'll get entered into a raffle, which will then, the winner will be announced at the end of this 12 days of Christmas period that we're currently in. Thanks so much for watching. Please remember to like, comment, share, subscribe, do all that good stuff, and I'll see you in another tutorial video very soon.
So you've opened up Serato DJ Pro, you've seen this screen and you don't know what to do next. I'm going to show you how to get started.
Hi and welcome
you
to
open up
CrossFader.
Serato
My name's
DJ
Jamie
Pro,
Hartley
the first
and
thing
this
you're
is
gonna
a
wanna do is
special
create a
review
crate.
episode
A crate
today
is
because
pretty
we
much
have
just a
Joe
folder
here
where
from
you can
Audio
store all your
Technica.
music. So in
Now,
order to
it
do
was quite
that,
funny.
you come
Audio
over to this
Technica
icon
is
on the left-hand
actually
side here
a
and
company
click
that's
it. It will
based,
create you a
their
crate,
headquarters is
defaulted as
based
crate
in
one.
Leeds,
You
which is
can
just around the
rename
corner
this.
from
I'm
our
gonna name
studio
this
right
as
here.
music.
So it was fitting
There's
to
no
get Joe
limit
to
on
come
how many
down
crates you can create, so
and
I'm gonna create
showcase
2
this
more. So I'm gonna
new
rename
Alan
this one
Heath
R&B,
Zone
and I'm going to
96
rename
mixer.
this one hip hop.
Now this is a bit different to the
Now that you
reviews
created
that
crates,
we
it's
will
time to add music
that you're
into
used to on
Serato
this
DJ
channel
Pro.
because
So there's 2 ways you
we
can do
review
it.
a lot of
You can do it through the
controllers and a
Serato
lot of
interface,
entry level
you can
stuff.
drag the files from
But
your computer
it's the first time
itself
we've really
into the
dived
program.
into
So
a
the first
mixer
way
and
is coming
something
over to
that is
files
as
on the
powerful
screen
as
here,
this.
clicking it,
And
going
it's
to
a
where
bit
your
more high
music
end.
is stored. So
I
mine's
mean,
stored on the
you're
desktop
going to be
on my
spending a bit
music
more money
folder.
on
So
something
you can
like
see
this
here that
than
I've
some
got
of
a
these
hip hop
entry level
folder, old
controllers,
school
and it's a bit more of a pro.
R&B folder and an R&B folder. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up the hip hop tracks and then drag them over to music. Now if I close this and then open up my music folder, you can see all my music has been pulled into Serato. The other way is go into the actual folder on your computer itself and then dragging the track over. So if I pick up this folder here and drag it over to Serato onto my R&B crate and drop it here, you can see now when I open up my R&B folder, you can see all the R&B tracks. Now that you've added your music into Serato DJ Pro, the next thing you need to do is analyze your music. Analyzing your music in Serato will get all the information that you need to DJ. The 2 most important things you're going to get from analyzing your music is the key of the track and the BPM speed of the track. So in order to analyze your music, all you need to do is go to where all your music is stored, highlight all the tracks, drag them over to this Analyze Files button. If you let go, it brings up a new window and you can see that all the tracks are being analyzed now. And if you look at the bottom down here, you can see that all the values for the BPM and the key are starting to appear. Now that you've analyzed your music, you're ready to start loading tracks onto each deck. So to load a track, all you need to do is just pick up the track that you want and then drag it over to here. We're going to start with the first deck first. When I let go of it, you can see that the track is now loaded. You can see the name of the track, the artist, the BPM speed, the key, and how long the track is. You can also do this on the right deck.
Yeah,
I
have a controller on my wish list, a proper one. My friend has one, but I'm not sure how to use it yet.
All you need to do is come up to here and press the play button.
I've mixed a little bit, but not a ton. You're all good.
If you want to use the keyboard to trigger off the first deck, it's just pressing the space bar. And to stop it, you just press it again. On the right hand side, if you want to play the track, it's the same as pressing the button on this side here. And to stop it, it's the same thing. But on the right deck, if you want to use your keyboard, you need to press the enter button. Now, like on your traditional mixes, you're going to have a crossfader. If you move it to the left-hand side, it's only going to play channel 1. If you move it to the right-hand side, it's only going to play channel 2. We have this exact same thing, but in a digital version in Serato DJ Pro. So if you see here, you can see the crossfader and it's right in the middle. If you keep it into the middle, you're going to hear both tracks play at the same time. It sounds a little bit messy because the tracks are not the same BPM. So if you want to hear just the track on the left-hand side, all you need to do is move the crossfader to the left. Now, if I play both tracks, you're only going to hear deck 1. The same if I move it over to the right-hand side and then play both tracks again, you're only going to hear deck 2. So underneath the crossfader, you're going to see this button here. If you click it, it gets rid of this window. If you click it again, it shows the window. So basically, this just shows you your cue points and your loop controls. So just to touch on cue points for a little bit, a cue point is just a marker that you can set in a track. Now, you might want to set a cue point at the start of the track, the middle of the track, the hook, the verse, anywhere you want. So in order to set a cue point, all you need to do is go to a point in the track that you want to set a cue point at. So what we're going to do, we're going to drag this over here and we're going to come to the start of the track. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a cue point here. Now, if I click this cue point, it will start to trigger the track. You can also do this when the track is playing. So if I press play on the track and then click the cue point, it goes to that part of the track. You can set up to 8 cue points in the track. So I can move the track here and set a cue point. I can move the track here, set the cue point, and I can move the track here and set the cue point. You don't have to worry. Even if you change track and come back to this one, the cue points are going to be saved. So if I eject this track and then place it back, you can see that the cue points are still there. At the same time, you can also delete cue points. So if I click this cross on the cue point, it gets rid of it. And the same with this one and this one. So as a DJ, you're going to be playing different types of genres of music, and you're also going to be playing different speeds of music. So in Serato DJ Pro, you can change the speed of a track by using the tempo slider here. So if you have a look at here, you can see the track is at 97 BPM. If I press on this, it brings up this window. So if I keep holding it and then pull it up, you can see that the track speeds up. The same way I can go up, I can also go down. You can also see in the list of tracks here that 2 of the tracks are highlighted blue. This just means that both of the tracks have already been played. As a DJ, if you're DJing in a club, you don't really want to play tracks twice. So if you've played a track, it's going to highlight blue to tell you not to play it again. To clear the blue and put it back to normal, all you need to do is go to the top right hand corner here, click this settings cog, go to library and display, and then press reset tracks.
Yeah, I'll have to ask her. I think she has it in the box, but do you have Discord, Gremlin?
Now you know your whereabouts. Have a look at this video here where I'll go through all my settings in Serato DJ Pro. I'll catch you in the next video. In this video today, I'm going to show you all my Serato DJ Pro settings. A lot of DJs don't know about all the settings, so I'm going to go through every single one. I'm going to show you why I select certain settings and also explain them so you know what each one does, and then you can apply them in your Serato DJ Pro settings. This is going to be in Serato 2.5.7. The same things will probably apply in other versions, but there might be things missing in your versions that are in my version, so just take that into consideration. With that being said, let's get into the video. What's going on, people? I go by the name of DJ CB, and on this channel we help bedroom DJs transition over to a club DJ. If you like the sound of that, make sure you hit that subscribe button down below, and don't forget to hit that bell notification to get notified every single time I post a video. Right, so if we open up the settings in Serato DJ Pro, we're going to be coming to this window. What I'm also going to do is turn on the tooltips for this video so you can also see the explanation for each of the settings. The first section we're going to cover is control preferences. So the first one is playback keys use shift. I don't have this turned on, but basically what it is say for example you're DJing and you accidentally press the Q button on your keyboard. What this will do is make your track play backwards. We've all been in this scenario where we've been typing on our computer, accidentally press Q, your music's been going reverse and you don't know how to change it back. If you apply this setting, you have to press shift then Q for the reverse to happen. This is a way to kind of safeguard yourself by not pressing the key accidentally. If you happen to press Q with this switched on, nothing will happen. So that's just the first setting that you might want to apply just to make sure that you don't do anything accidental in your sets. The next thing I don't have turned on is lock playing deck. What this means is if you have it turned on and you have a track playing on the second deck and you accidentally try and load a track on the second deck, the track won't load. So you might have a track playing on deck 2, then you want to go load a track on deck 1, but you accidentally do it to deck 2. This will also safeguard you from making any mistakes. I don't have it switched on because I don't want to have to think and press stop on a track and then load the track. I just want to just load the track without even thinking. I mix quite fast when I'm DJing, so I don't want to have to stop a track then load it. It just slows me down. But you might want to safeguard yourself going forward, so you might want to check this setting. This setting I don't have turned on either, sorting cues and loops chronologically. I don't feel the need that I have to do that, so I don't have that switched on. Enabling hot cues I have switched on. With this setting turned on, you can press the 1, 2, 3, 4 up all the way up until 0, and you can set cue points in your Serato. Track end warning I have turned on. Basically what this means is when a track is about 20 seconds from the end on Serato, the deck on the screen will actually start flashing. This pretty much means that you need to change the song because it's about to end. So the next setting is disable needle search during playback. Basically on your CDJ you have like a needle search which
Weaver, thank you for 72 months. Thank you so much.
if you have this switched on, it won't allow you to do that. I don't have it switched on because when I'm queuing up a track,
Good night.
scan through the track to see where I actually want to drop it. You might want to safeguard yourself just in case you accidentally press the needle.
My birthday is in 3 minutes.
The next setting under control preferences is show beat jump controls. There's only this year I started using beat jump Serato. A lot of DJs used to tell me about it, but I never ever used it. Ever since I found this feature on Serato, I have used it consistently every single set. Another thing under control preferences is use auto gain. I'll be perfectly honest, I have no
Thanks, Weaver.
If you do know what this means, you can explain this in the comments down below. I just have it checked on because it's defaulted on. I don't know anything about these settings, but if anyone does, please feel free to explain it down in the comments down below. The break-in section under control.
Cy Gremlin, thank you. Hype Train, thank you so much.
You can actually sort out the break-in start times and stop times in Serato, so you can move this bar up and then it will change the start time. Also, you can move it up on here and you can change the stop time. So the next section under the settings is on song load. Basically, I have all these checked and I'm going to explain each one. So play from start, if you have this checked, obviously when you load the track, it's going to play from start. If you don't have it checked, I believe what it will do is is if you don't have this setting enabled, the track will play from the same point as the track currently loaded. So I do suggest that you have this turned on, because when you load a track, you kind of want it to be from the start, and then obviously you can just move the track wherever you want it after that. Instant doubles I have turned on. I use instant doubles every single set. Instant doubles is a great feature to use, especially if one of the CDJs is not working. I've had times where I've gone to a set and the CDJ on the left hand side doesn't work. If I use instant doubles, I don't need to use that left deck anymore. I can just use the right deck, instant double over, and then carry on. This is a great feature to know, and it's also a good backup feature to know as well. If you want me to do a video on instant doubles or knowing how to play using one CDJ, let me know in the comments down below. Also, another thing that I have checked is play song from the first cue point. This is really good for DJs that do a lot of routines, but I have this turned on because when you load a track, you kind of want to run from the first cue point. First cue point is normally the start of the song, so I do suggest that you have this turned on. Virtual deck speed, 32 RPM and 45 RPM. From my experience with my Rain 12s, I believe if you have 45 RPM turned on, the deck will move faster, which will make the song speed up even more. Sync mode, they have 3 different sync modes. One is off, one is simple sync, and one is smart sync. I have the smart sync turned on just because it allows me.
It's in 1 minute. Thank you, Weaver. Thank you so much, guys. Hype train for my birthday, level 1. Let's go. Thank you so much.
So under audio, there's not much.
Wait, what happened to my thing? Where'd it go? Where'd the video go? What the fuck?
I think you have a better performing computer where you can actually move this over to 1, but I just checked it as a default.
Official Womb Escape anniversary. Weaver, thank you for the 50 biddies. Thank you so much.
Where are we from? Wondering where do we go when we're gone? I'm around now, but I'm lost. There's something about it, about the way the wind blows, that I feel a part of and so. I've been working today, don't police my tone. Tell you how I want. I've been trading my days for the stuff I want. Yeah, I know, I made a deal, don't regret that, oh. Cause I'm in my zone, I've been fighting to feel, fighting to keep my flow. But I don't frozen and numb to the heat of the sun. Cause I fold, I succumb to the pressures of earth ever forging. If I run, I'm complete in a circle of old time, being drawn to the edge of the world.
It's my birthday! Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Aw, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm 28 years old. Well, technically, I'll be 28 in an hour when it's Central Time because I was born in Central Time or whatever, but... Thank you, guys. Weaver, thank you for 28 biddies. Thank you so much.
To the heat of the sun, cause I fold, I succumb to the pressures of earth ever forging. If I run, I'm complete in the circle of old time, being drawn to the edge of the world. So I, to the edge of the world. I know that you can't hear me anymore, not anymore. So much to tell you, and most of all the fact that I know that you can't hear me anymore. It's so loud inside my head with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words no longer stand here. The louder the silence. I know that you're gone, but sometimes I swear that I hear your voice where the wind blows. So I talk to the shadow, hoping you might be listening, 'cause I want you to know it's so loud inside my head with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said.
Thank you. Good night, Weaver.
And as I'm walking down, I want to be heard. I roar like a lion, my echoes return. And I can't remember the length of my stay inside this endless cave. Honestly, I could cry. Honestly, I shouldn't be alive. I don't know if I'm still awake or not. These songs don't lead to where I thought. No trunk with golden magic lost, it's all been a con. My finger traces the way I came. It makes a line on the walls in this place. All I give a shit about is the price claim. 'Cause when I
Serato Play is a fully featured expansion pack for DJing with just your laptop. You now have the option to DJ without any hardware connected and access advanced features such as EQs, effects, filters, and other expansion packs, and more. Time stretch and key shift your tracks with the best algorithm on the market, Pitch and Time DJ. This gives you the creative freedom to shift and sync the keys of your tracks, as well as speed up or slow down your tracks to extreme tempos. Enjoy the ability to mix, cut, and scratch while maintaining the perfect key and audio quality.
Sounds good, Gremlin. Thank you so much.
Use the Serato DVS expansion pack to connect to turntables or CDJs to supported industry standard club and mobile hardware, giving you the ability to control Serato DJ Pro using the noise map control tone, CDs, or vinyl. Combined with the club kit to support it 4-channel mixers and CDJs to have the ultimate club setup. Use Serato Flip to easily create DJ edits directly inside of Serato DJ Pro. Easily extend, shorten, edit, reshuffle, and imagine tracks in unlimited ways and make seamless transitions. Use Flip with quantized cue points to get the perfect edits every time. Use incredible and customizable DJ effects in-app, powered by the industry leader, Isotope. Transform your DJ sets with essential filters, echoes, and delays. Enhance your live streams and club experiences with Serato Video. You can easily add music videos and custom visual content. Incorporating visual effects, transitions, and your own promotional graphics is also super simple. Become your own VJ. Serato Video supports a wide array of video file formats on both Mac and Windows systems.
In this video today, I'm going to be walking you through my Serato DJ Pro settings. I'm using Serato 3.05 with stems, and I'm running this on a MacBook Pro with the following specs that I'm going to show you on the screen right now. So if we come over to Serato, I'm going to come up to the top here and go to settings. We've got multiple pages to go through, so I'm going to go through each one by one. I'm going to kind of talk through each of the settings, why I haven't checked or why I don't have them checked, and kind of explain what each one kind of does. So the first page we've got is DJ preferences. So we're going to start at the top with control preferences. I don't use playback keys, use shift. Playback keys, use shift is basically, say for example, you're one of those DJs that manages to type on a keyboard and then your Serato starts to play in reverse. If you have this setting checked, you'll have to press shift in order to press anything on the keyboard. So say for example, to play a track on deck 1, you need to press W, but if you have this setting checked, you have to press shift and W. It kind of just prevents you from accidentally pressing anything on your keyboard whilst you're DJing. So I don't have that checked. I also don't have lock playing deck. Lock playing deck kind of slows me down. Basically what this is if you have lock playing deck on and you try to load a track on say deck 2 whilst there's a track playing on it, it will stop you. But for me, I feel like that slows me down because basically I'm gonna have to stop the track, load the track. I haven't got time for that. If anyone's ever seen me DJ before, you know that I DJ very fast, so locking playing deck really does slow me down, so I don't have it checked. So this next setting that I have here, I've only recently put this on this year, so sort cues and loops chronologically. So basically when you set a cue point, say at the start of the track, middle of the track, or the end of the track, the cue points are going to show in chronological order based on the time. And it's the same with loops as well. I've only recently turned this on, but it's a great feature. Enable hot cues. This pretty much just allows you to enable the hot cues in Serato DJ Pro. Track end warning. Basically, if you're using something like a CDJ or you've got a controller with LEDs around the jog wheels, when the track gets to the last, I think it's 60 seconds, the lights around the jog wheel will start to flash up just to let you know that the track is going to be ending soon. The next setting is disable needle search during playback. So on CDJs, they do have the needle search. Sometimes I might be moving over the screen and I might accidentally touch that. If you don't have this switched on and you click the needle search, it might jump to a completely different part of the track. So basically, I just have this disabled just to prevent me from messing up whilst I'm DJing. And then the next one on here, show beat jump controls. Beat jump controls is one of the best features in Serato DJ Pro, and it's one of the most underrated one as well. So basically, if you have this enabled, it will bring up a new section on your DJ screen. I'm going to show it on the screen right now. And then what you can do is you can jump forward, backwards, say 16 beats, 4 beats, 32 beats, and it's a really good feature to have. I use this in every single one of my DJ sets. If you want me to do a video on beat jump, let me know in the comments down below. So under that, we've got quantized value. Quantized value, I just have set as half a beat. We also have use auto gain. So auto gain, basically when Serato analyzes your tracks, it tries to match the volumes the same. Basically, you're gonna have some tracks in your music library that are quieter than others, louder than others, and if you don't have auto gain, you'd have to use the trim knob on your controller or your mixer to kind of match the volumes. This just allows you to not have to do it as much. So if you're a Serato user and you happen to start using USBs with record box, on the USBs you don't have auto gain, you're gonna see the difference in how helpful Serato really is. But yeah, so I use auto gain. It's just got a 92 dB. There are other settings in here, but I've just left this as the recommended, as Serato says, that's the recommended one. Underneath here, break and stop time, I don't have any of these switched on. Underneath here, we got on song load. So I don't play a track from start. I have instant double switched on because if you've seen me DJ before, I always play the track on the right hand side, instant double it over to the left hand side, and then get the track ready on the right hand side. That's purely because I like to scratch in with my right hand. So I always just have the left track playing, then I'm always gonna bring in the song on the right hand side. Also, instant doubles is a great feature just in case one of the decks happens to break. I do usually go to some sets with just my S9 mixer and one CDJ. With instant doubles switched on, it allows me to DJ with just one deck. If you want me to do a video on how to DJ with one deck and one mixer, let me know in the comments down below. If you feel like you're getting any value out of this video, make sure you're hitting that like button in the video. It really helps out the YouTube algorithm. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel to get more videos like this. So underneath instant doubles, you've got play from first cue point. Now, when I do a bunch of routines, I do have to have the tracks playing from first cue point. But basically, when you load a track, it will just load the track on the first cue point. There's nothing really more to say about it. Again, if you want me to do a video on all these settings, let me know in the comments down below. So the next setting here is analyze stems. So basically, since Serato 3.0, Serato allows you to isolate the acapella of a track, the instrumental of a track, and turning this on analyzes the stems in real time. Once the track is loaded, I'm able to immediately take out the acapella or leave the acapella and take out the instrumental. This setting does use up a lot of CPU and memory. If your computer can't handle this, or your computer doesn't have enough memory or CPU, maybe don't check this setting. Virtual deck speed, I just have it as 33 revs per minute. I think that's just the default setting. I haven't changed that. Recording underneath, I've just got 16-bit and the file format as AIF. Again, these are just default settings that Serato have in there. So under sync mode, I just have simple sync turned on, and in the sync preferences, I just have snap to beat grid and maintain sync on track load. If you want me to do a video on sync and if sync is beneficial to DJs, or if you feel like DJs shouldn't be using sync, let me know in the comments down below. That's the first page done, DJ preferences. So we're gonna now head over to audio. So under audio, there's not that many settings underneath here. So I have the USB buffer size of 2. Basically, this is the time it takes for the software to register, like a button press on my S9 or the CDJs when you touch the platter. So depending on how powerful your computer is, you can bring this down lower. So my computer is quite powerful, so I brought it down to 2. 1 is a bit too much for my laptop, so I don't need to go to 1 because I don't want it to stress too much. 2 is just perfect. 5 is the default, and most of you, when you set up your Serato on your laptop, you're probably going to start with 5. Over time, maybe gradually bring it down and see how things go, but don't bring it down too much. It could put a lot of stress on your computer, and it can also cause audio dropout. So when you're sorting out this setting, please be careful. So that's all the settings on audio. CD vinyl, I don't have any of these turned on, so there's a bunch of vinyl control, needle dropping. I don't use any of these. So under library, the first setting we've got is show iTunes library. I no longer use iTunes for my music management. I came out of that about a year ago. If you want to know how I came out of iTunes, check the links in the description down below. There's a 3-part series of how I moved my music library out of iTunes into music folders, and all I do now is manage my music inside Serato. I don't have protect library turned on, so basically protect library is, say for example you have this turned on and you try and delete a crate or change anything with a crate, it will just say library's protected, you need to turn this off. That's just basically if you don't want to get any crates deleted, it's just a bit of
Hey, this is Sonny James, Artist Relations here for Serato in Los Angeles. Now that you've downloaded Serato DJ Lite, I'm going to show you the basics of how to mix with it. Beat matching is a method of mixing 2 tracks together by matching the tempo of one track with another track. For starters, you'll want to choose the first track wisely. This will dictate the tempo of the next tracks that you select. If I choose a house track at 124 BPM, I want to follow up with another track in a similar range. So let's look through our music library in Serato DJ Lite and use the Serato Demo Tracks crate. These come preloaded so you can get mixing right away. Here we can identify tracks in a similar range of tempo. I try to stay within a range of about plus or minus 5 BPM of what's already playing. But depending on how creative you're feeling and the effect that you're trying to achieve, you can really choose anything you want. Let's load the first track on the left deck and begin playing it by pressing the start button. We'll find a track in a similar range to the tempo of this track and load it to the right deck. Now, let's drop our second track in time with the first track. You may need to adjust the new track to get it playing either slower or faster. Use the tempo slider on the hardware to increase or decrease the tempo. You can use your cue and listen on the headphones, as well as use the on-screen BPM next to the track title to be sure you're at the right tempo. Use the cue button or cue points on the hardware to bring it back and drop it again as you see fit. If you drop your track in a little late or early, you can nudge it forward or backwards by using the side of the platter. It's best to only nudge the track you're bringing in and not disturb the one that's already playing. Bring the track in by either using the crossfader or the line faders on the hardware. Once you have the beats matched, you can bring the second track into the mix. When you're mixing, pay special attention to when you bring the songs in. It's good to avoid cutting off a verse or bringing it in at the wrong place in a build-up. These mistakes can turn a crowd against you pretty quickly. Alternatively, you can use the sync function to match your beats. This feature makes it quick and easy to match the tempos and is as simple as pressing sync on the track you're planning to bring into the mix. With your first track playing, let's press sync on the other track. Now that the tempos
Do you think Serato Lite or Serato Pro would be better, Gremlin?
You may still have to nudge the track a little bit, forward or backwards, depending on when you press start. If you press sync again, it will snap the transients of the second track to get it aligned with the first. The sync function will match the BPMs of both tracks, so you don't have to move the tempo slider at all. But if you do, the tempo slider will now affect both tracks instead of just the one that you're moving. To disable the tempo slider, press Shift, and then you can move the tempo slider freely without affecting the tempo of either track. If you want to get out of sync, you can simply press Shift and the sync button on the controller. However, be sure to turn sync off on the deck that doesn't have sound playing, as when you disable sync, the tempo will instantly jump back to the original tempo or wherever the tempo slider is set to. If you practice these techniques, you'll be on your way to playing seamless sets for other people soon enough. Once you have this fully in the bag, you can begin thinking about scratching, using cue points, loops, and much more, which we'll cover in other videos. Have fun playing with music.
That's what I figured.
Hey, I'm Sonny James, Artist Relations for Serato here in Los Angeles, California. By now, you should have downloaded and installed Serato DJ.
Let's be honest, most pro DJs only do 3 things. But what makes their DJing sound so good is their mastery of those 3 techniques. So in this video, I'm gonna teach you those 3 techniques that you absolutely need to know and master to be a pro DJ. Besides, of course, beat matching, selecting songs, mixing key, reading the crowd, using stems, negotiating rates, setting up gear, talking to girls, paying your taxes, etc. Whew, who pays taxes? Here's the hard truth. The DJs in DJ Mag's Top 100 list all really do the same transition to varying degrees. And the reason why they employ this mixing style, despite the multitude of amazing techniques they could potentially utilize, is quite simple. This Top 100 DJ transition is undeniably the easiest and most reliable way to mix. Now, before we break down this must-learn transition, it's worth mentioning that all the tracks used in this video are available for free download below. Additionally, if you're a member of the channel, your download will include even more free stuff. Now there are 3 levels to this transition, each progressing in difficulty. And if you manage to learn all 3, you'll be set for a lifetime of DJing, as this is the only mixing technique you'll ever need. So let's start with level 1 and work our way up. So with your current song loaded up and playing, do the following things. Ensure all your EQs are at the 12 o'clock position and your opposite deck's volume is all the way down. Next, load up your next song and match its BPM with the current song. With your next track loaded and queued up, play it when you reach your current song's mix-in point, which in this case is here. Next, beat match your next song. With that done, it'll be time now to blend. So here's what the pros do. They'll lower the low EQ of the current song and bring the next song's volume up. And once they near their mix out point, which in this case is here, they'll lower their current song's volume to completely mix out.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
So by focusing on the low EQ of the current song and the volume of the next song, DJs create ample sonic space for the upcoming track. This allows it to seamlessly enter the mix without overpowering the overall sound. And although pro DJs are aware of the multitude of knobs and faders at their disposal, the key to this subtle blending technique lies in its simplicity. Now the levels of this transition will progressively increase as we incorporate different effects and elements into the mix. So with that said, let's move on to level 2, where we'll enhance this basic transition by incorporating the echo effect. For level 2, there are 3 key actions: activating the echo effect on the current song, increasing its intensity, and lowering the current song's volume. These actions are performed as we approach the mix out point, and they all need to be executed quite quickly.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
Now once you're comfortable with the pace of level 2 and activating that echo effect, it'll be time now to progress to level 3. For level 3, we'll incorporate a high-pass filter sweep, and that's when we turn the filter knob clockwise. So as you approach the mix out point, activate an echo effect on the current song, increase the effect's intensity, and gradually apply a high-pass filter to the track. Then just before reaching the mix out point, bring the volume of the current song down to smoothly transition out completely.
In the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up
So that's a transition these top 100 DJs mostly abuse. I mean use. But if you want to add more variety to your level 3 transition, you can also substitute the filter sound color effects with the noise or dub echo effects.
Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air.
Uno, dos, tres.
Now, pro DJing isn't solely focused on technical mixing. Its primary focus is the crowd and ensuring they stay on the dance floor. Because honestly, what's the point of having DJ skills if you can't keep the crowd dancing? So the secret to sustaining energy on the dance floor lies in knowing exactly when and where to mix tracks in and out. So to keep things simple, there are 4 important sections in a song: the intro, build-up, chorus, and outro. And pro DJs mix in and out of those specific sections only. So sometimes they blend the intro of their next song with the outro of the current song. Other times, to surprise and wow a crowd, they blend the build-up of their next song at the build-up of the current song to perform a drop switch transition. So let's cut to the chase and learn the 4 best sections to mix to keep the dance floor going. To maintain the energy of a mix, it's best to mix the intro of the next song at the chorus section of the current song. This way, when the chorus of the current song ends, the first verse or build-up of the next song begins.
Move, bounce, turn it out. Move, bounce, turn it out. Drop it low, girl, work it out.
To To hype the crowd and potentially surprise them, it's ideal to mix the build-up section of the next song at the build-up section of the current song. This way, when the build-up of the current song ends, the chorus of the next song begins. To have more time to mix to create seamlessly silky smooth transitions, it's ideal to mix the intro section of the next song at the outro section of the current song. This way, when the outro of the current song ends, the first verse or build-up of the next song begins. Now, if you want to really raise your crowd's energy to the stratosphere, it's ideal to mix the next song's build-up section at the current song's chorus section, so that when the current song's chorus ends, the next song's chorus begins. Now, it's important to note that the effectiveness of these transitions and their impact on the crowd largely depends on the songs you're playing rather than solely on where you mix in and out of each song. So you can think of it as a 1 + 1 = 3 type of concept. When you play a powerful first song and follow it up with an equally impactful second song, the effect on the crowd can be mind-blowing, far surpassing the impact of playing those two songs separately. So all in all, song selection is key. And pro DJs download all their songs from DJ record pools. And you can think of DJ record pools as huge libraries of music of all genres where DJs can download all the tracks they could ever need. And the DJ record pool I use to get all my music from is Create Connect. And you can get a huge discount on their services by using the coupon code DJ Carlo when you sign up on their site. Now, it's important to admit that our timing in triggering the next song in will never be perfect. There will of course be instances where we miss our intended mix-in point. However, to address this issue, we have the next technique. DJs like James Hype and Long Story Short are known for incorporating insane looping techniques to enhance their performances. Now, the reality is, most typical DJs do not employ such techniques. This is because they can be quite challenging to execute, and unfortunately, they are rarely appreciated by audiences who primarily seek to dance and have a good time. So DJs in the top 100 list often utilize loops as transition points within their sets. Now, there are two common methods DJs use to activate loops. The first method involves simply pressing a button to activate a predetermined loop. However, this method, while easy to use, does not offer the same level of flexibility as the second method, which involves pressing the in and out buttons. So with that said, let's make a 4-beat loop. Press the exit button to exit the loop. This manual looping method is predominantly used by professional DJs as it provides greater control over the length of the loop. So the in button marks the section where the loop will begin, and the out button marks the section where the loop will end. Now, the advantage of manual loops is that they can be any size you want depending on when you press the out button. For instance, you can create a long loop, or you can make a short loop. So with those looping methods in mind, let's now move on to the two most common ways pro DJs use loops as transition points. Playing a track exactly at the mix-in point can be quite challenging, and even experienced DJs may occasionally miss their timing or even choose to forgo sectional mixing. In such situations, DJs employ loops as emergency transition points. For instance, if they mix their next song too late, they can create a loop on the current song to compensate for any discrepancy.
Bounce, turn it out. Move, bounce, turn it out. Drop it low, girl, work it out.
When DJs aim to ride the crowd's energy and amplify the excitement, they often utilize loops on their current song while mixing in the next song's build-up section. The two essential keys are to activate a 4-beat loop on a section of the current song where there are minimal vocals or drums, and to trigger and play the build-up section of the next song at the same time. To generate even more hype for their build-up, DJs tighten the 4-beat loop using the 1-X button. So they'll gradually tighten the loop of the current song as the next song approaches its drop section. Highly skilled DJs like Long Story Short, though, take this looping technique to a whole nother level. And if you guys want to learn how to mix to any BPM and genre using loops, then this video here is a must-watch. Using stems in your DJ sets is becoming the new standard, and if you don't want to be left behind and sound like a beginner forever, you have to master this new style of DJing. Wait. If you're a new DJ, let me first explain why EQing is dead. Sorta. So usually DJs use EQs to isolate and highlight specific parts of their track like it's a cappella and instrumental.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
But DJ software now have an insane new feature which allows DJs to isolate specific elements of a track.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
So in this video, we'll cover everything from getting started with stems on Rekordbox DJ and Serato DJ with any DJ gear, to setting your software on the best settings, and to learning a couple of pro DJ techniques. Now, unfortunately, most people won't even reach the end of this video and even take action. So if you manage to actually listen to all these points, especially the application part, you'll be at a huge advantage to take your DJing to the next level. So let's start with Rekordbox DJ. First things first, make sure you have the latest version of Rekordbox DJ. Next, go to Preferences, then click Extensions. Then click Enable the Track Selection function. Now at the deck section, you now have the drum, vocal, and instrumental part mute buttons. So by default, these buttons enable you to mute specific parts of your track. If you would like these buttons to solo specific parts of your track, you can enable that as well. Now, how do we enable these functions on a Rekordbox DJ controller? Well, usually for controllers other than the FLX10, you'll need to map these functions on your controller. But fortunately for you, since I'm a glutton for pain, I've painstakingly done the hard work of remapping the most popular DJ controllers for Rekordbox DJ. You can simply download the mappings below along with the video installation guide to get stem functions on your Rekordbox DJ controller. With the mapping installed, your Rekordbox DJ controller can now do this. Getting started with stems on Serato DJ is a breeze, and there are 3 important steps to ensure a seamless stem mixing experience. The first step is to enable stem mode on your controller. So to enable stem mode, make sure that you have the latest version of Serato DJ installed. Then, go to your settings and navigate to the DJ preferences section. Here, select replace pad mode with stems and choose a pad mode you would like to replace. And now you can play with your track stems. The second step involves analyzing your tracks for stem mixing, and there are 2 methods to do this. The first method involves analyzing your track stems.
DJ Connect, what's up? What's up?
Welcome to Serato DJ Pro.
So not a lot of DJs know this, but there's a secret rule to mixing that guarantees you will have a perfect transition every single time, no matter what. And using this rule is what's going to separate you from every other beginner DJ out there who has no idea when to start the next song and just presses play whenever they feel like it. So you want to know what the secret rule is? Well, then you're in luck, because in this video, I'm going to teach you exactly what that secret rule is and how you can use it to have a perfect transition every single time, guaranteed. Hey, what's going on, gang? Borla DJ here from Pro DJ Academy, and if you're new to the channel, then make sure you hit the subscribe button for more weekly DJ tips, tools, and tutorials just like this one. Also, consider joining our free Discord group so you can network and collaborate with other DJs in the game, as this is where we engage daily, giving you personalized feedback and answering your personalized questions to help you in your journey along as a DJ. So, what's the secret rule that's going to guarantee that you have a perfect transition every single time? Drum roll, please. It's called phrasing. Now, if you don't know what phrasing is, I actually have the encyclopedia definition pulled up in front of me here. In DJing, phrasing
She looks amazing.
refers to the alignment of phrases of 2 tracks in a mix.
I love you.
Between the tracks is done without breaking the musical structure. Phrasing is an aspect of beat matching, not a separate technique. Basically, what this means is by understanding the arrangement of a song, you should know exactly when.
What'd you say?
I keep feeling like I need to fix the eye, like it's too far out.
I think it looks good.
Let's see. I'll figure it out in a second.
when to start the next song, so the bars line up perfectly and you have a smooth and seamless transition into the next song. Now, if you don't use phrasing correctly, you risk having the song that you're mixing out of overlap into the next song that you're mixing into, or you could even have the next song that you're mixing into start too early or come in too late, and this really messes up the flow of your mix. Now, here's an example of a mix that does not use phrasing correctly. Now, on deck A, I have Tequila by Jax Jones, and on deck B, I have Pump It Louder by Tiesto. Now, I'll go ahead and mix these two songs using improper phrasing. Now you'll notice here that both songs sound like they're mixed in perfectly. Even here, everything sounds like it's going super smoothly. Now, as you just saw in this terrible example of how to mix without using phrasing, you saw that I started deck B a little bit later than I should have, and although it sounded alright at some points throughout the mix, what ended up happening is deck A actually overlapped into deck B, so the buildup of deck A ended up playing out as I entered into the chorus of deck B, and so by the time I wanted to cut deck A, it was partway a couple bars into the buildup, and so it was just a very not smooth, not clean transition, and it's going to cause a lot of interruptions for your dance floor if you were to do something like this out in the club. So before I teach you exactly how to use phrasing, I need to make sure that you fully understand the structure of a song. Now, if you're not familiar, there's obviously counts, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. You count every beat. Every 4 beats is going to make up 1 bar. This is exactly what this sounds like. Now, as you just saw on screen here, we just counted up to 4 bars. And so what you'll notice is that in almost every single genre of music, there is always going to be a change after 8 or 16 bars, which is going to signify a new section of the track. Now, these different sections of the song, for example, the intro, the chorus, the build-up, the drop, the breakdown, so on and so forth, is what's going to make up the arrangement of a song. Now, as I mentioned, in most cases, these sections of the song are usually going to be about 16 bars long. In some cases, they're 8 bars, or in some cases, they're 16 times 2, which is 32 bars long. Now, I know this sounds like a lot of math, but just stick with me and try to look at everything in bars of 16. So now, by understanding the arrangement of a song and by understanding phrasing, you know that the perfect time to start the next song is always going to be at the top of a 16-bar phrase. So if you have 2 16-bar phrases playing at the exact same time, by the end of those phrases, it's going to be the perfect time to cut fully into the next song, at which point the chorus of the song is then going to start, making it for the perfect transition every single time. Now let me go ahead and show you an example of what mixing with proper phrasing actually looks like. So what I'm going to do here is, because I understand that both of these songs have a 16-bar intro, I'm actually going to start both of the songs at the exact same time, just to show my point here of by the end of the 16 bars, it's going to be the perfect time to transition into deck B. Now, as you just saw, that was a much smoother mix with literally minimal effort, all because I took the time to properly understand phrasing and understand the structure of a song. And so knowing that both of these songs had a 16-bar intro phrase, all I did was start deck B at the top of the phrase of deck A, and so by the time those 16 bars were up, I was able to fully transition into the next song, making it for a super smooth and clean mix. So if you're ever in the situation where you're not too sure where to start the next song, always remember to wait to the top of the next phrase of the song that you're mixing out of. Also, make sure you take the time to go through all of your music so you have a solid understanding of what the structure of all of your songs looks like before you ever have to mix it live. Being familiar with your music combined with your newfound knowledge of song structure and phrasing is going to ensure that you have a perfect mix every single time, because you're always going to know when to start up the next song, which is always going to be at the top of a phrase. Now, if you want to learn more about phrasing, beat matching, mixing, and just about everything you need to know to become fluent on the DJ decks, then make sure you check out our Intro to DJing course, where we teach you absolutely everything you need to know to become an absolute beast at mixing, all the way up until getting your first paid gig. If this sounds like you, go ahead and hit the link in the description below, and we'll tell you everything you need to know about Intro to DJing. So there you have it. Now you know exactly how to have a perfect transition every single time by using phrasing. I hope you're able to learn a thing or two from this video. If you were, let us know in the comments down below. Make sure you leave a like on this video and subscribe to this channel for future weekly DJ tips, tricks, and tutorials just like this one. And with that being said, we will see you in the next video. So Pioneer DJ recently announced their newest addition to their controller lineup with the DDJ FLX4.
These are the best DJ settings that will make you DJ better. Watch closely because most pro DJs use these exact
Enjoy your
settings in
pizza.
their DJ sets.
See you
And
later,
while
Gremlin.
you DJ just fine, the truth is you could be DJing better and more easily by simply adjusting your software settings. So we'll first talk about the settings that you need to change to DJ better, followed by the settings to optimize your DJ interface so that you can mix perfectly every time and also in key. And finally, the best effect settings to make doing complex DJ techniques like this super easy like this. And this all starts by changing your hot cue settings, because by default, queuing tracks up sounds like this, when it should really be like this. By making this simple change, queuing songs and mixing them in becomes so much easier, because now you have the flexibility to jump to the song's position where you want to trigger it in, queue it up, and get it ready to mix. So on Serato DJ, this setting is already on by default, but on Rekordbox DJ, it's not. So just follow these instructions to get this hot cue setting. Pro DJs usually stop their tracks like this to do cool tricks like this. And getting this setting is super easy. So on Rekordbox DJ, follow these instructions. On Serato DJ, do this. With those changes made, you can now do that traditional vinyl break stop. Let's move on to the most exciting new DJ feature, stems.
Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air.
So using stems allows you to isolate specific elements of your track like vocals, instrumentals, drums, etc. The thing is, by default, these settings are disabled on Rekordbox DJ and are difficult to access on Serato DJ. So let's fix that. To enable stems on Rekordbox DJ, do this. And to use stems with your Pioneer DJ controller, just download the link file below, follow the provided instructions, and you'll be ready to utilize this amazing feature. On Serato DJ, to have an easier time accessing stems on your controller, go to the settings menu, and within the DJ preferences section, check this box over here. Then choose a pad mode you wish to replace. Now on your controller, whenever you access that pad mode you replaced, you'll be able to manipulate your stems. Using stems can be daunting at first, But I have a simple hack that'll make stem mixing a whole lot easier later on in this video. Anyway, now that we've changed the 3 most functional settings, it's time for the most crucial change of all that will significantly affect and improve your performance, and that's changing your latency settings. To provide a better understanding of this change, here's an example of bad latency. And here's an example of good latency. Audio latency can be compared to a brief pause or delay that occurs when transitioning between actions. So the lower your latency settings are, the more accurate your performance will be. However, it's important to note that adjusting this setting can impact your computer's playback, so I typically keep mine below 10 ms. Anyway, here's how to adjust your latency settings on Rekordbox DJ. And here's how to adjust your latency settings on Serato DJ. One of the biggest challenges of DJing is getting your timing right. This is especially important when queuing songs in and making loops. So a quick trick to help your timing when you need it is to activate quantize. And you can think of quantize as an automatic correction feature which basically corrects your timing and snaps your track on beat. So here's how to activate quantize on Rekordbox DJ. And here's how to activate quantize on Serato DJ. You can also customize your quantize settings, and for me, since my sense of rhythm is always off, I typically keep my quantize value at 1. Keep in mind that you don't need to have quantize on all the time. There will be situations when you DJ when it's actually preferable to keep it off, so use this setting whenever you need to. Now, for me, I typically keep mine on when I DJ electronic music or when I make loops. Speaking of personal preferences, let's explore a couple of very important bonus setting changes you might want to consider if they align with your DJing style. And let's start with Rekordbox DJ, beginning with a hack that'll make sectional mixing super easy. Now, the key to DJing is knowing where and when to mix. And if you're starting out, your blends may actually sound like this.
Let me see those hands, let me see them, come on. Diamonds on my wrist, diamonds on my wrist, diamonds on my wrist.
When they should really be like this. Back in the day, to consistently mix like that, you had to know every section of your track by heart. But who has the time nowadays to count beats and cue pointer tracks one by one? So this hack bypasses that and makes Rekordbox DJ show your track sections, breaking them down into easily identifiable segments. So for number 1 on analysis, make sure phrase is ticked. And to see this change, on the view layout section, make sure the following items are selected. Now with each section labeled, mixing perfectly every time becomes effortless, because now you only need to match the right phrases at the right sections. So there are 2 common types of sectional mixing techniques. Let's break them down. The first and most basic is intro-outro mixing. This involves mixing the intro section of the next song at the outro section of the current song. This way, the first verse of the next song seamlessly begins right after the current song's outro section ends.
What you need if you need to feel a buzz. Come give me a hug, get in the rug. You can find me in the club.
Now, understanding the best locations for song transitions involves considering various factors, such as genre, key, and overall energy. However, knowing the exact moment you should mix your next song in and mix out from your previous song is a difficult skill to master, even for pros. That's why I use DJ Studio to guide me and create a roadmap for a perfect mix. Basically, all you have to do are the following things. load all the songs you plan to use for a mix into DJ Studio. Then, activate Auto Mix and select your mixing preferences. Then let DJ Studio determine the optimal order for your tracks. Once you're happy with the overall mix, click Export, select your DJ software, and make sure Add Hot Cues is selected. Then open up your DJ software, and your DJ Studio ordered and cue-pointed playlist will be there and ready. Upon loading a track, you'll notice the hot cues created by DJ Studio, providing clear guidance on where to start the next track, initiate the transition, execute the bass swap, and determine where the transition needs to be finished. So let me give you an example. So the decks are loaded with the first 2 tracks of the mix. Now that deck 1 is running, keep an eye out for hot cue marker H, which is also present in deck 2. As soon as track 1's H marker aligns with the playhead, play deck 2 via its hot cue H marker. With both tracks now in sync, keep in mind that hot cue marker H occurs precisely 32 beats before we should start our next transition. So keeping this in mind, be attentive to the upcoming hot cue markers, K, L, and M. These cue points are strategically placed on both decks, signifying 3 crucial moments in your mix. So K marks the ideal starting point for blending in, while L serves as an optional indicator for executing a bass swap. Finally, M indicates the moment when your transition should be completed. So cue point markers H, K, L, and M were used to mix track number 2. To smoothly transition out of track 2 and introduce track 3, DJ Studio made a new set of hot cue markers, G, N, O, and P. So track 3 starts with a G, 32 beats before the transition. And like what we did before on our first transition, follow the hot cue markers, but this time follow the N, O, and P ones. All these cue points in these songs are set up in the right order for this playlist, so if you follow them, you can even mix without using headphones. Just keep an eye on the cue points as your visual markers for smooth manual mixing. So this feature is just a sample of what DJ Studio can do. So if you want to try this amazing software out, check the links down below. Anyway, let's now move on to intro chorus mixing. In this approach, you mix the intro of the next song at the chorus of the current song. This way, as the chorus of the current song concludes, the first verse of the next song smoothly begins.
Move, bounce, turn it out. Move, bounce, turn it out. Drop it low, girl, work it out.
Now you may be wondering, where do DJs get their tracks with intros and outros? Because most of the time, songs just start immediately, making sectional mixing almost impossible. And as DJs, we simply need more time to mix, so extended edits like this are way more preferable. So pro DJs like Skrillex, James Hype, and Martin Garrix download all their tracks from DJ record pools. And you can think of DJ record pools as huge libraries of music of all genres where DJs can download all the tracks they could ever need. And these high quality tracks can range from radio edits, to remixes, to instrumentals, to acapellas, and to tracks with extended intros and outros. So the DJ record pool most pro DJs use is Crate Connect, and you can get a huge discount on their services by using the coupon code DJ Carlo when you sign up on their site. Anyway, let's speed things up. Moving on to number 2, deactivate tooltips because you're not a noob. Number 3, on the controller section, make sure instant doubles is selected. This way, when you load a duplicate track on the other side of the deck, it'll follow the same position and pace of the original track. Number 4, for jog, untick this section here so you can have an easier time queuing your tracks up when using the jog wheels. Number 5, on the mixer section's EQ side, select isolator so that you can better adjust your track's equalization. Number 6, on the crossfader curve section, if you want to do cool tricks like this, make sure the crossfader curve is all the way to the right side. Number 7. If you stream music, on the advanced other section, make sure the following settings are ticked. And number 8. To ensure your songs maintain their pitch, ensure key lock is activated. Now let's move on to Serato DJ and let's quickly go through this. Number 1. Enable beat jump controls. This function allows you to easily jump through your track. Number 2. Enable track end warning so you can visually see if your track is nearing its end. Number 3. Enable instant doubles so that when you duplicate your track, it'll follow the same positioning as the track it was duplicated from. Number 4. To get the best mix recordings, select 24-bit and choose WAV as your file format. Number 5. For easier harmonic mixing, on Library plus Display, make sure Show Key As is set to Camelot. Number 6. If you have a computer with a nice screen, make sure high-res screen display is ticked. Number 7. For music streaming, make sure only the streaming sources you use are selected. Number 8. If you scratch, ensure the crossfader curve is set to fast. Number 9. To ensure your songs maintain their pitch, ensure key lock is activated. And number 10. For your user interface, this is totally up to you, but I would select extended as our layout because doing so will give us a better view of our track's waveform. With our Serato settings and layout finally adjusted, let's now move on to optimizing your user interface for Rekordbox DJ. So we'll turn this boring default interface into this. Okay, let's first start with our view settings. So here on the layout menu, untick any of the items here you don't use. Personally, I like to keep all of this unselected. Next, on the effect panel, so you can access your sound color effects and do cool things like this. Make sure to click Beat Effects plus Sound Color Effects. With that setting viewable, you can now change your default filter color effects to any of these here. So just select your desired sound color effects and turn your CFX knob. Next, select high speed as your waveform drawing rate. For the color side, opt for RGB. The rationale behind this choice, apart from the visual appeal over just using blue, lies in the fact that these colors more accurately depict the spectrum of the track, enhancing your visual mixing experience. And on that note, change your hot hue color settings to colorful. And finally, for key display format, enable alphanumeric, as that type of format is much more easier to read for harmonic mixing. Also ensure that key is selected in the analysis settings, even if it's not always perfectly accurate. The reality is, Rekordbox DJ often gets its track key analysis wrong. That's why I rely on specialized software like Mixing Key 10 for this task. And you can get a huge discount on this software by using the coupon code down below. Now, when it comes to harmonic mixing, there is a lot to break down. But essentially, harmonic mixing is a process of mixing tracks together which have compatible root keys. And the key to stem mixing like a pro lies in mastering this type of blending. The challenge in harmonic mixing lies in determining which key pairs harmoniously with another. While tools like the Camelot wheel aid us in making these corrections, it would be ideal if there were a way to instantly identify the optimal key for our mixes, and luckily, there is with this easy setting change. So at the traffic light section, select Related Key 2. Then close the Preferences tab. Now at the browser section, make sure Master is selected. With that done, load a song up. And there you go. All the songs that can go harmonically with it will have its key section highlighted in green. So if you want to mix in key, just select any of the songs highlighted. Now let's set up Rekordbox DJ's most underutilized feature, pad effects. So you can think of pad effects as effect shortcuts you can program into your performance pads. And let me give you an example. Let's say you want to use the echo effect to echo your track away. So instead of doing all of this to mix out, can instead just do this. As a longtime user of pad effects, I've tailored my settings to be the absolute best. They're applicable for normal DJing and performance DJing. So the top row here is in charge of accenting your tracks. And the bottom row is in charge of smoothly fading your tracks away. So let's get these exact pad effect settings. Back in Rekordbox DJ, let's access our pad effect settings right here. In this section, click on the gear icon to customize them. And to streamline this process, simply copy what I do here. Now please keep note that once you've configured your pad effect settings on one deck, you'll need to set the other deck as well. Now all these settings will instantly make you DJ better, but what's the point of having the best DJ settings if you're still doing the wrong techniques? So watch this video over here to learn the 3 most important techniques you need for DJing. Let's be honest, most pro DJs only do 3 things. But what makes their DJing sound so good is their mastery of those 3 techniques. So in this video, I'm gonna teach you those 3 techniques that you absolutely need to know and master to be a pro DJ. Besides, of course, beat matching, selecting songs, mixing key, reading the crowd, using stems, negotiating rates, setting up gear, talking to girls, paying your taxes, etc. Whew, who pays taxes? Here's the hard truth. The DJs in DJ Mag's Top 100 list all really do the same transition to varying degrees. And the reason why they employ this mixing style, despite the multitude of amazing techniques they could potentially utilize, is quite simple. This Top 100 DJ transition is undeniably the easiest and most reliable way to mix. Now before we break down this must-learn transition, it's worth mentioning that all the tracks used in this video are available for free download below. Additionally, if you're a member of the channel, your download will include even more free stuff. Now there are 3 levels to this transition, each progressing in difficulty. And if you manage to learn all 3, you'll be set for a lifetime of DJing, as this is the only mixing technique you'll ever need. So let's start with level 1 and work our way up. So with your current song loaded up and playing, do the following things. Ensure all your EQs are at the 12 o'clock position and your opposite deck's volume is all the way down. Next, load up your next song and match its BPM with the current song. With your next track loaded and queued up, play it when you reach your current song's mix-in point, which in this case is here. Next, beat match your next song. With that done, it will be time now to blend. So here's what the pros do. They'll lower the low EQ of the current song and bring the next song's volume up. And once they near their mix out point, which in this case is here, they'll lower their current song's volume to completely mix out.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
So by focusing on the low EQ of the current song and the volume of the next song, DJs create ample sonic space for the upcoming track. This allows it to seamlessly enter the mix without overpowering the overall sound. And although pro DJs are aware of the multitude of knobs and faders at their disposal, the key to this subtle blending technique lies in its simplicity. Now the levels of this transition will progressively increase as we incorporate different effects and elements into the mix. So with that said, let's move on to level 2, where we'll enhance this basic transition by incorporating the echo effect. For level 2, there are 3 key actions: activating the echo effect on the current song, increasing its intensity, and lowering the current song's volume. These actions are performed as we approach the mix out point, and they all need to be executed quite quickly.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up
Now once you're comfortable with the pace of level 2 and activating that echo effect, it'll be time now to progress to level 3. For level 3, we'll incorporate a high pass filter sweep, and that's when we turn the filter knob clockwise. So as you approach the mix out point, activate an echo effect on the current song, increase the effect's intensity, and gradually apply a high pass filter to the track. Then just before reaching the mix out point, bring the volume of the current song down to smoothly transition out completely.
In the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up
So that's a transition these top 100 DJs mostly abuse. I mean use. But if you want to add more variety to your level 3 transition, you can also substitute the filter sound color effects with the noise or dub echo effects.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the
Uno, dos, tres.
Now, pro DJing isn't solely focused on technical mixing. Its primary focus is the crowd and ensuring they stay on the dance floor. Because honestly, what's the point of having DJ skills if you can't keep the crowd dancing? So the secret to sustaining energy on the dance floor lies in knowing exactly when and where to mix tracks in and out. So to keep things simple, there are 4 important sections in a song: the intro, build-up, chorus, and outro. And pro DJs mix in and out of those specific sections only. So sometimes they blend the intro of their next song with the outro of the current song. Other times, to surprise and wow a crowd, they blend the build-up of their next song at the build-up of the current song to perform a drop switch transition. So let's cut to the chase and learn the 4 best sections to mix to keep the dance floor going. To maintain the energy of a mix, it's best to mix the intro of the next song at the chorus section of the current song. This way, when the chorus of the current song ends, the first verse or build-up of the next song begins.
Move, bounce, turn it out. Move, bounce, turn it out. Drop it low, girl, work it out.
To hype the crowd and potentially surprise them, it's ideal to mix the build-up section of the next song at the build-up section of the current song. This way, when the build-up of the current song ends, the chorus of the next song begins. To have more time to mix to create seamlessly silky smooth transitions, it's ideal to mix the intro section of the next song at the outro section of the current song. This way, when the outro of the current song ends, the first verse or build-up of the next song begins. Now, if you want to really raise your crowd's energy to the stratosphere, it's ideal to mix the next song's build-up section at the current song's chorus section, so that when the current song's chorus ends, the next song's chorus begins. Now, it's important to note that the effectiveness of these transitions and their impact on the crowd largely depends on the songs you're playing rather than solely on where you mix in and out of each song. So you can think of it as a 1 + 1 = 3 type of concept. When you play a powerful first song and follow it up with an equally impactful second song, the effect on the crowd can be mind-blowing, far surpassing the impact of playing those 2 songs separately. So all in all, song selection is key. And pro DJs download all their songs from DJ record pools. And you can think of DJ record pools as huge libraries of music of all genres where DJs can download all the tracks they could ever need. And the DJ record pool I use to get all my music from is Create Connect. And you can get a huge discount on their services by using the coupon code DJ Carlo when you sign up on their site. Now, it's important to admit that our timing in triggering the next song in will never be perfect. There will of course be instances where we miss our intended mix in point. However, to address this issue, we have the next technique. DJs like James Hype and Long Story Short are known for incorporating insane looping techniques to enhance their performances. Now the reality is, most typical DJs do not employ such techniques. This is because they can be quite challenging to execute, and unfortunately, they are rarely appreciated by audiences who primarily seek to dance and have a good time. So DJs in the top 100 list often utilize loops as transition points within their sets. Now there are two common methods DJs use to activate loops. The first method involves simply pressing a button to activate a predetermined loop. However, this method, while easy to use, does not offer the same level of flexibility as the second method, which involves pressing the in and out buttons. So with that said, let's make a 4-beat loop. Press the exit button to exit the loop. This manual looping method is predominantly used by professional DJs as it provides greater control over the length of the loop. So the in button marks the section where the loop will begin, and the out button marks the section where the loop will end. Now the advantage of manual loops is that they can be any size you want depending on when you press the out button. For instance, you can create a long loop, or you can make a short loop. So with those looping methods in mind, let's now move on to the two most common ways pro DJs use loops as transition points. Playing a track exactly at the mix in point can be quite challenging, and even experienced DJs may occasionally miss your timing or even choose to forgo sectional mixing. In such situations, DJs employ loops as emergency transition points. For instance, if they mix their next song too late, they can create a loop on the current song to compensate for any discrepancy.
Bounce, turn it out. Move, bounce, turn it out. Drop it low, girl, work it out.
When DJs aim to ride the crowd's energy and amplify the excitement, they often utilize loops on their current song while mixing in the next song's build-up section. The two essential keys are to activate a 4-beat loop on the section of the current song where there are minimal vocals or drums, and to trigger and play the build-up section of the next song at the same time. To generate even more hype for their build-up, DJs tighten the 4-beat loop using the 1-X button. So they'll gradually tighten the loop of the current song as the next song approaches its drop section. Highly skilled DJs like Long Story Short, though, take this looping technique to a whole nother level. And if you guys want to learn how to mix to any BPM and genre using loops, then this video here is a must-watch. Using stems in your DJ sets is becoming the new standard, and if you don't want to be left behind and sound like a beginner forever, you have to master this new style of DJing. Wait. If you're a new DJ, let me first explain why EQing is dead. Sorta. So usually DJs use EQs to isolate and highlight specific parts of their track like it's a cappella and instrumental.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
But DJ software now have an insane new feature which allows DJs to isolate specific elements of a track.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
So in this video, we'll cover everything from getting started with stems on Rekordbox DJ and Serato DJ with any DJ gear, to setting your software on the best settings, and to learning a couple of pro DJ techniques. Now, unfortunately, most people won't even reach the end of this video and even take action. So if you manage to actually listen to all these points, especially the application part, you'll be at a huge advantage to take your DJing to the next level.
Hey guys, Phil Harris here from beginnerdjlessons.com, and in this video I'm going to teach you how to DJ on a computer or laptop. Now I'm going to go right back to basics and assume that you've never done this before and run you through everything you need to know, from the program to loading your music to doing your first tech house transition using something called beat matching. Okay, so let's begin. So the first thing you're going to need is some software in order to do this. I'm using Rekordbox. You can download this from rekordbox.com. I'll leave a link directly below the video. Once you've got it installed, what you need to do is some preparation.
Hi, welcome. It's Jamie Hartley here from Crossfader, and I'm guessing you're watching this video because you want to get started as a DJ. Now, what we're going to break down is how you can do just that without any equipment, just using software. What I have downloaded is the Serato DJ Lite software. This is a totally free piece of software to download from Serato DJ's website, which we'll link. Serato DJ is one of the biggest software DJ manufacturers out there. It's been in the industry for a very long time. It's very well trusted and used by some of the world's top DJs. So it's a great place to get started. And available now is an expansion pack for the Serato DJ Lite software, which is $39, called Serato Play. Now $39 is cheaper than any piece of DJ hardware, any controller that you're going to be looking at. It's a good way to kind of get an idea, am I really interested in DJing? Does this excite me? And do I like the basic concept of DJing? Because you're going to get to use the basic features that you need, such as mixing and blending with EQs and a crossfader, upfaders, using filters, and using basic effects, all with this expansion pack. What you're going to learn in this video is how this expansion pack works, what the shortcut keys are to access the different features, and then at the end we've actually linked a performance that I've put together using Serato DJ Lite and Serato Play, so you can get an idea of really how powerful this tool is. Remember, if you like this video, to drop a comment, thumbs up and subscribe, and let's get stuck into Serato Play and Serato DJ Lite. Here we have Serato DJ Lite installed with the Serato Play $39 expansion pack also activated. Once it's activated, you'll notice the screen looks a bit different to the original Serato DJ Lite software. We've now got this option, which is the crossfader and EQ and filter options now available to show. There are also other options like to change the tempo with this adjust here, We've got the loop options as well as up faders for volume control. First thing to note is that we've got a gear icon in this crossfader section. This gear icon allows you to view the keys, the shortcut keys that are all important for when it comes to mixing in a practical way with this expansion. If we have a look now, it can look quite confusing. The best thing to do is probably print screen this and then print it out so you've got a physical copy for while you're practicing, and you can then use it as a reference as to what keys map out to what features. It's a bit confusing to get started, but guaranteed, once you've been playing on it for a while, you'll feel right at home. Next thing to note is that you can use headphone splitter cable into your headphone output to actually send one of the splits to your speakers or your mini rig or whatever setup, audio setup that you've got, and then the other split go into some headphones. So if you do this, you'll notice two headphone icons appear, and you can preview either the first deck or the second deck. There's also a Q level to balance the level in the headphones if you choose. I'm going to turn that off for now because we're just doing everything out loud. Lastly, there is a crossfader assign. This just
What's good, YouTube? It's your boy DJ with.
Hey, welcome.
Thanks for the follow, AVT. How you doing?
All right.
What's up, YouTube? My name is Mike. I go by DJ Access, and today we're going to be talking about the settings that I use in Serato DJ Pro.
Yeah, people have been saying that. On my end, it says it's good. I'm not sure what's going on.
I conduct tutorials, perform routines, and discuss DJ-related topics. If you find this video helpful or interesting, please hit that like button so other DJs can find the video. And do consider subscribing if you want to learn the art and business of mixing music alongside me. I wanted to make this video because I've been using Serato since 2008. The program started in 2006, so almost the entire history of the program I've been a Serato user. I've spent countless hours practicing, performing, and troubleshooting Serato, so I feel like I have a good understanding of the program. A lot of the DJs in Columbus, when they do have a problem with Serato, will give me a call or shoot me a text, and I think that's great. It definitely helps me learn more about DJing and the program itself. And often when I'm looking over other DJ shoulders, especially the younger guys, I'll ask them about a setting that they use because I'm curious about why they do it that way, and they'll say, oh, I don't know, that was just the default setting, or they're not really sure why they're doing it that way. And when I show them the other method or method that I use, oftentimes they end up adopting that style. So I just want to go through all the different settings in Serato, what they do, and then which option I choose and for what reasons. Okay, everyone, here we are inside of Serato DJ Pro. I have the latest version, and I can check that by going up here to the settings. And when you click check for updates, I've already done this, but I'm on version 2.2.2. It is September 2019, so I can only speak for what's in here right now, but I didn't see too many videos on YouTube discussing the Serato settings that people are using in 2019. So again, just wanted to make this video. I'm here with the DDJ 1000 SRT by Pioneer. Great controller. You can check out my video review on that I just did recently. So the first tab we'll talk about is the Preferences tab. If you see these boxes on the sides here, those are for DVS. That's when you're using CDJs or turntables to use Serato. So a couple things in there. When you have something playing, and you're using DVS, there'll be a circle here, and you want to use these controls right here to make the circle as, oh my gosh, circular as possible. You want to make it as perfect circle as possible, and that'll let you know if your needles are dirty or if you're having a bad connection to the system. As far as noise sensitivity, when the record is playing, you can hold down estimate, and then that will tell you how close your record is tracking to accurate. You can zoom in and out using this to if the circle is too large or too small for you to see. Moving over to the preferences tab, we have control preferences. So playback keys using shift. So oftentimes when you're typing and searching for a song, you can use, or you can accidentally hit the play buttons, which I believe are, let me just double check it so I don't mess it up. Also, if you ever need to know what your hotkeys are, you can use this help tab, show shortcut keys, and you have it all here. Or the other thing that you can do is go to show tooltips, and let's say I want to know what the play button is on the right deck. You can see it right here that if I want to play on the right deck, I would use S, and if I play reverse, I would hit A. So if you've ever had a situation where you were thinking that you were searching for a song, and you hit maybe S or even worse A, and it started playing in reverse, you can just hit the help menu, go to show tooltips, go to play, and then now to get out of playing from reverse, I know I can hit A on the right deck, Q on the left deck, or if I want to, maybe I don't have any hardware hooked up and I just want to use my keyboard to play, I can use S for the right deck and W for the play deck. Typically this will happen when you think you've clicked the search bar and you haven't, so Serato is still in, using your keyboard as a MIDI controller, and that's when the issue can start to happen. So again, if you ever have that issue, you can hit help, show tooltips or shortcut keys, and then kind of just drag around to see what you need to fix or use as a MIDI controller. So what that means with regard to this checkbox is you would have to hold shift and then those buttons in order for the playback keys to work. So I don't necessarily use that all the time. I guess if it became a habit where I thought I was clicking the search bar and didn't, and the playback keys were affecting my performance, I could click that, and then that way it knows that I need to hit shift in order to use the playback keys. Lock playing deck, this is one that if you're not so comfortable on Serato, I do suggest having. I mix very quickly, but so that's why I have it off. But lock the playing deck means, let's say I'm in here and this song is playing. I can't, with lock playing deck on, or off rather, I can just drag a song, and even though it's playing, it's still gonna switch the song. So if I'm a newer DJ and maybe I haven't gotten really comfortable with going back and forth between music, I can hit lock playing deck, and then if this is playing, it won't let me drag songs. So I'm gonna leave it the way it is. Sort cues and loops chronologically. This is something that when I'm looking over DJ's shoulders, they don't do often. I think it's a really, really, really great tool. So what this will do is when you're setting new cue points, it will just sort them chronologically within the song. So when I'll be looking at other DJs' cue points, their cue points will be all over the place. And I can't imagine, with some of the amounts of songs that we have as DJs, memorizing all of those cue points. Yeah, maybe you can color code them, and I do for some things, but I think sorting them chronologically makes the most sense for me, so that's why I have that enabled. Enable hot cues. I believe that's just your cue points when you're jumping around the record. I'm actually going to double check this. Oh, okay. So if you do not have a cue point set and you hit one of the number keys, which are your cue points on the keyboard, it will set a cue point for you without you having to hit the control key, just as it says right there. So I actually didn't know that, but I've been using that forever, so I'm going to leave that the way it is. Track end warning, I do use. Sometimes I'll be talking to someone and having that flashing.
Yeah, it's for an original character. Me and my friend designed. She helped me draw it out. She's drawing it right now in call with me. You can kind of see her.
I don't want to get flagged for copyright, but when it gets to like the last 20 to 30 seconds of the song, you'll notice the platters start to flash red, or it's different for different controllers, but it'll be some indication that, hey, your track's about to run out, you should probably pick a new song. Disable needle search during playback. So what that means is, let's say I was using another controller where there's a needle search, which is the bar up top where you can jump around the record. That will disable it while the track is playing, and I do recommend that, but it's not like a full-on, this is something that needs to be on. I definitely know other DJs that don't mind being able to use the needle search during playback, but I imagine if you're jumping around through the song, it's probably not playing, which is why I have that enabled. Show beat jump controls. Now, I'm one of the DJs who does not use beat jump controls. I used to use it back in Serato Itch, and I used to love it, but when they took it away for the first implementation of Serato DJ, I just got used to knowing what cue points to use, and I wouldn't have to use the beat jump very much. I do know there's a lot of talented DJs that love beat jump. I'm not willing to give up my bottom row of loops in order to have beat jump, and I'll show you what I mean here. So right now, I have 8 loops that I can select from an 8th to 16th. If I enable beat jump controls, I lose 4 of my loops down here, and now my beat jump is active, and I can select, whether I beat jump 1 beat, 2 beats, 4 beats, etc. So I don't want to give that up, and I find I don't use it that often, so I don't use beat jump. If you love beat jump, I totally get it. That's definitely one of those 50-50 options. Quantized values, a quarter beat. I don't use quantize very often, but a quarter beat makes sense to me. That's typically what I want to be close to. Use auto gain. I've been having some issues with auto gain recently. Sometimes it updates, sometimes it doesn't, but I definitely like when it does work. So when you load it on a new track, the auto gain is this gray area here. You'll see it's grayed out. Let's see if I can find a song that I haven't used. No. So occasionally when you're loading up a new track, that will be white, and that means that the auto is not set. Let's see if I can sort by added. Aha, see? So now it's white, which means it hasn't been added, and you'll notice when I dragged in the track, it went and analyzed, it set my beat grid, but it did not set the auto gain. So I wonder if I exit, it's gonna write the tag at the bottom here, and if I go back in, you'll notice that now it's gray. So that's what the auto gain is. Basically, that's kind of make it so all your tracks are leveled out. Sometimes it works,
My love for music for the past 28 years.
it's definitely a tool that I would want.
My dad did karaoke DJing since I was a small kid.
Breaking. So this is when you hit the play button in order to stop a song instead of hitting the cue button to go back to your auto cue point. I like it right around here, and let's see if I can pull something up to let you see what that sounds like.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I use the break all the time for transitioning large BPMs or for creating a dramatic moment where I'm about to drop something with like a big hit, like a Hypnotized by Biggie, or 24 Karat Magic by Bruno Mars, or anything else that has a really solid hit that like once you hear one sound and everyone knows the track and starts to get hype. So I do use the break very often, and I think that's a solid area to have it. And obviously you want to use whatever you feel is comfortable. Start time, I almost always have is fast. I don't know very many people who have a slow start time, but this is where you would select that. On song load, I have play from start. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Not really sure. It's not a really big deal. Instant doubles is a big deal. So if I load the track, the same track that's already playing on the right deck to the left deck and vice versa, it will copy the track over. So if it's playing, it'll be playing, it'll jump to the portion of the song that it's on, and it's gonna go, if there's a loop, it's gonna bring the loop over. So basically it's like making a copy of the song. It's great for doing some beat juggle tricks. Let's say I notice that my beat grid is off on this song, but I'm at a live gig. I can have this deck playing, the right deck playing.
A general? What do you mean?
Copy the song over to the left deck.
Like type of music?
Set the beat grid, and everything's gonna happen to both decks. So that's really helpful. I'm not gonna mess up what the audience is hearing while I'm databasing my music. Play from first cue point. That's basically the other option from the play from start. if there's a song where I don't have a cue point, I just wanted to play from start, so that's not a big deal for me. Virtual deck speed, 33 RPM is normal, and then 45 would be if you want to speed it up, much like an old Technique turntable. Recording, I don't use recording through Serato a lot. Do watch my recording or how to record your sets video to see which recorders I use. But occasionally I will use it for little things here and there. So you have, I use 16-bit just because it's smaller, and AIFF because that's also a smaller file format.
Like liquid drum and bass, psytrance, anything like melodic,
right now, I still have,
like orchestra type music too.
Using sync than I do with just regular beat matching. I do think that DJs
Anything with like nature sounds.
By ear, but if you want to use sync if that's how you DJ, more power to you. Like I said, I'm trying to learn how to use sync because I think it'll make it'll cut when I figure it out, it'll cut down on mistakes, and it'll make mixing faster, even easier. So I know there's a stigma attached to it for those DJs who have a problem with the sync button. It's 2019. Let's move forward and find other ways to be creative. But if that's your thing, that's your thing. Anyway, I prefer to use simple sync at this moment because not all of my tracks are beat gridded out, so I'm not sure how to use a smart sync. It might be something I have to practice with, but especially with this controller, this is the first controller I've really liked using sync because the sync buttons are very accessible, so I can just hit sync, mix this track in, do my thing. On the other mixers, my S9 and my 72, it's more of like a 3-button thing to get to sync, so I have to do like tap, tap, tap instead of just a single tap on this controller. So this is my favorite controller or favorite mixer to use sync with, but I don't use this controller often, maybe for 5 hours a week live and for 2 hours a week of practice. So still very much new on sync, but it's a great tool. Snap to beat grid is the preference I choose. I do not use maintain sync on track load just because I want to know what the new track coming in is normally. I guess it would be kind of a really easy, fast tool, so maybe I will use that eventually. And then the tempo slider affects all sync tracks. I'm actually going to look at the tooltips here. Yep, so that's going to maintain the sync on the track deck. So if I have something playing on the left deck and I bring in something on the right deck, it's automatically going to sync to whatever's on the left deck. I don't use it, but I mean, maybe I'll try it here in the coming weeks to see what's going on. And then tempo slider, changing the tempo of a virtual deck that is in sync will also change the tempo of all other virtual decks that are in sync. So that's pretty self-explanatory. If you move a slider, it's also going to affect the BPM of the opposite tracks when they are synced. So again, play around with these, see what you like. So that should cover the DJ preferences. I don't see anything else here. So let's move on to audio. USB buffer latent size. Mess with whatever this is on your computer to see what your computer can handle. Start with 20. Practice for hour, 2 hours, move down to 10, 5, 2, 1. Most of you who are Serato users for some time now know how this works and knows what your computer can and cannot handle. But if you're ever having a lot of issues with latency or stutters or crashes, definitely check this out. Another way you can kind of see this is up here. That's a CPU meter, so you want that in the green. Sometimes if you see it spiking in yellow or red, that's when you want to come into this audio setting and move this up. So again, lower is going to be more stress on your computer, and then higher is going to be less stress on your computer. So if I wanted to get less, so if this was flashing yellow and red, I would move this to the right. And if I find that the responsiveness isn't as good as I want it to be, I can move this to the left. I hope I explained that clearly. CD vinyl, adjust loops with vinyl. I do not do this, but this is where if you use like in and out for your loop and then you hit in again, it'll show you where the in is on the loop, and then you can move the vinyl disc to adjust the loop. I don't use vinyl hardly at all anymore now that I got my Rain 12s, so I don't have to necessarily do that, and I prefer to use the auto beat loops rather than in out. And then anti-drift, stabilize fluctuating BPMs when using vinyl or CDJ. So if you have these areas, these calibration decks done correctly, you should not have to use the anti-drift. I've never had to use it, and I've heard issues with it that it's not that great. They've probably updated it since then, but I don't have too much familiar with anti-drift, so just saying that. Needle dropping in relative mode. Again, I don't use this too much anymore. When enabled, a deliberate needle drop will position the playhead at the absolute position of the track. Okay, so when you're needle dropping, this will treat Serato like it's in absolute or ABS mode, which I don't know too many people that use that. And then when enabled in relative mode, needle dropping into the first 5-minute sections of the control vinyl will jump the playhead to the corresponding cue point. So again, I haven't used vinyl in this manner before, but if you are a vinyl user, can you please comment on which one you use and why, so that people can know. Sticker lock. So sticker lock I talked about in the last video a little bit. I wish I could get a good view of my turntable, but basically what this means is when there's a new cue point, if you're using a controller, the indicator that goes around the record, if it's coming to a new cue point, will be the same as what you see on here. So if you have sticker lock on, whatever's on your screen will show up on your controller deck. And then for spin nearest, aligns your vinyl sticker with the Serato DJ virtual deck spindle position. This alignment is applied when loading a track into the virtual deck. Yeah, so basically this is just the option of how your sticker lock works. I do recommend sticker lock, but there are some instances, like when I talked about in my previous video with the SRT, that if you're beat juggling, sometimes you might want to have that off. Okay, library and display. I use iTunes to organize my library, so if you use iTunes, show your iTunes library. I might make a video on why I use iTunes. If you want that, please leave it in the comments. Protect library, so this means you cannot add cue points, change beat grids, or delete anything that's in your library. Maybe if someone else is using your Serato, you click this on, and then that way they can't mess anything up. Custom crate columns, so check this option to allow different column views for each crate. So each playlist can have its own column views. I do not use this. I want the same view that no matter what crate I'm in, and I can kind of change it on the fly. Center on selected songs. This, when you're scrolling through your crate, the song that you selected will always be in the center. Very self-explanatory. Include sub-crate tracks. So if I click on a crate and it has sub-crates, it's going to have not only what's in that main folder, but also what's in the songs that are in the sub-crate folder. Played track color doesn't really matter. I have mine set to blue. This is one that I notice people don't have. Reset played tracks on exit. So this will clear out all the tracks that you've played every time you exit Serato, so that when you're at a gig, maybe you have 2-3 gigs in one day, you can, man, I don't really remember if I played Lizzo already. Every time you exit your Serato, it'll reset that so you know which tracks you played and which tracks you haven't played. But that's one that when I'm looking over other DJ shoulders, they do not have clicked, and I feel like you really should have it, because that really helps when you're thinking about what you've played and what you haven't played. You can also just manually reset played tracks here. Library text size, I get made fun of all the time for how large my library text size is, but for some gigs, I'm very far away from the laptop, and I want to be able to see what's going on, so I don't have to be like right up on here. So yeah, I'm blind. It happens. Okay, another big one that I don't see. So show tempo matching display. Tempo matching display is right up here. It's it was in Serato Scratch Live. They got rid of it for a little bit, and thank goodness they brought it back, because I love it. I can kind of see what's going on here. So as I move the slider up and down, you can actually just beat match on the fly here. Let me see if I can get out of here. All playlists. Sort by BPM. So we got here and here. So these songs are relatively the same speed, so the tempo match display, but if I move them around, you can kind of see exactly when they're beat matched. So if you don't want to go by the numbers that are here on the record and kind of go, okay, 68.3, and you just want to see what's going on, I find that the tempo matching display is more accurate than the numbers often. So I can just look over here. Let's say it's like this. I just go until it's matched, and then now I know the songs are beat matched and I'm ready to go. So I definitely recommend that option for DJs. Hide track or artist AM mode. I could do a whole video about how I feel about that, but I do not have that on. That basically makes it so your tracks names do not display. So if you have DJs looking over your shoulder,
Welcome back.
like that, that's what AM
Me
mode is.
too. Yay! I'll definitely mix some of that tomorrow.
So this is what this looks like. If I cut out the lows, you'll notice the reds disappear. If I cut out the mids, the yellow and greens disappear. And then if I cut out the highs, that's like the blues. So you can kind of see at a glance what your EQ is doing to the song. I've gone back and forth over this. I know DJs that use it and it makes sense for them to use it. I prefer not to because I want to see when the changes in my songs are coming coming in Serato. So I want to see those flat. But I do understand people who, you know, maybe they accidentally left the lows down. You can see that visually on the screen. Just be careful of, you know, getting into bad habits with that, because if you're, you know, let's say you play on flash drives sometimes, which is pretty common at larger clubs, you won't have that. So if you're relying on the screen to tell you whether your lows are down, that might affect you when you're not using Serato. But if you're using Serato all the time, it's not a big deal. Color key display, another thing that I see a lot of people using and I think is great. I find that if I have the color key display turned on, or if I'm too much focused on matching tracks and key, then my programming kind of suffers. I'm kind of thinking, okay, what song fits best, rather than like, okay, what makes a crowd dance more? And I can definitely do a whole nother video on programming, but if you're the kind of person who wants every song that you play to match in key, I think that's a great option. To me, what's necessary for the dance floor is more important than what sounds good in key to a point. So again, I can talk more about that if you'd like, but color key display, if you turn that on, I think I might have to restart my Serato, but this, oh, here it is, key. These will all do different colors. I have my keys in the comments. I forget why, but that's the way it is. I think because sometimes in the comment it works and then the key it doesn't, like we're seeing here. So I have it in comment and I have my BPM in comment. And so if I need to sort by comment or by key, I can also do that by BPM with the two columns. So color key display, 50/50 option right there. And then performance pad cue layout. I definitely recommend you have this on because that makes it so your cue points are the same as they are on the SRT, the S9, the 72, the SP1 controller. So it's anytime you have a piece of a gear that has cue points, it's almost always laid out in this 2x4 grid, and that's how it matches. So if you do not have that on, you'll see this, and so maybe you get more text, but I think that's a little bit, I don't think that's as intuitive as having it as the same layout as you'd see on all of the controllers and mixers that you'll be using. Send usage data, Serato, your option. It doesn't affect performance, and I know it helps Serato out, so I do have that checked. BPM display, your choice, 1 decimal or 2 decimals. Maximum screen updates per second is going to matter what type of graphic card and what type of laptop you have. So, you know, test that out. High risk screen display, I don't find necessary. Show key as Camelot. Camelot means, you know, 9A, 8A, using the Camelot wheel for keys rather than displaying, you know, A minor, B minor, C minor, and so on and so forth. So music streaming, I do use Tidal for my streaming, but if you use SoundCloud, you have those options, and there's plenty of videos on YouTube describing streaming in Serato, so definitely check those out. I think that covers everything for library and display. Mixer, the EQ boost option is just when you're using a controller. Serato, you know, you can either do 6 dB or 12 dB if you really want to boost it up. I'm typically cutting out the EQ with the exception of the mids, so I don't use that. Output mono, most people are going to have this set to stereo. The clubs and the places that I spin often are set up mono anyway. So if you want the most consistent sound, do mono. If you want something that's a little bit more, there's a little more quality in it, you're gonna hear things bouncing back and forth between the channels, go to stereo. You can also switch this in and out depending on the system that you use. I just find that mono works for everything because you never know when you're gonna have a subwoofer on the right channel and maybe not on the left channel, and if you're set to stereo, you're only gonna get half the bass. It's not exactly like that, but I find mono is the most consistent, and then if I need to switch it to stereo, that's where you do it in the mixer tab. For monitoring, this is your cue options. Typically, you'll control this on your controller, so if I change the option on my controller, it changes here, but you can do that within the program as well. Your up fader curve, you can set within the program. Actually, you can't do it on here, so I have it set to slowest for the up fader and then fastest for the cross fader. Fastest is going to be like for scratching, slow is going to be for more methodical mixing, like smoother mixing. And then your mic aux volume, again, you're going to find this on most of your controllers and mixers, but you can also set it in the settings. I don't want to get too much into effects. I don't use Serato effects a whole lot. And I can get into why I do that at another video, but if you want to select which effects are available to you, this is where you would do that. MIDI devices, you can have different MIDI presets, so I have one for the SRT and one for my rain setup, and this is where you would set that. When you're changing MIDI, if you don't want to mess anything up, you can always go new, and then you will have to save it if you do change anything, and then load it. Like if I was using my rain setup, I would click rain and then go to load, and I'd be ready to go. And then here are your expansion packs options if you need to enable any of those. Woo! So that was way longer than I expected, guys. Please ask questions in the comments. I hope you found it helpful and interesting. If you did, leave a like, subscribe to the channel. I got more tutorials, routines, discussion videos coming up, and I think we can grow this channel together and make a great community of DJs that can ask questions and learn together. That's it. I'm Mike, DJ Access. Peace and practice.
These are the 3 most important mixing techniques every DJ needs to know. And mastering even just one technique can turn an impossible transition to an easy one.
And then just touch me till I can get my
So stop making boring mixes, because the hard truth is this.
Anyone can mix one record into another really smoothly. That stuff's easy now.
So if you want to learn how to DJ like a pro, how to mix to any genre and any BPM, and how to do cool DJ tricks like Skrillex, then this video is for you. So the secret to how pro DJs mix perfectly every time lies in knowing 3 things: the mix in point on the current song, the mix out point for the transition, and the section on the next song you plan to mix with the current song. Most pro DJs mix their next song in at the current song's chorus or outro section, so that when those sections end, the next song starts exactly where they planned it to. Of course, Skrillex has a unique way of going about this, but we'll get to his techniques in just a bit. Anyway, with your current song loaded up and playing, first ensure the vacant deck CQs are all neutral and its volume fader is down. Then load your next song in and match its BPM with the current song. So this is the most important part to ensure perfect mixing. The plan is to mix the next song's intro section, which has a length of 32 beats, right at the moment the current song's chorus hits. So we'll have exactly 32 beats to execute our transition. and we should be mixing out right here on the current song.
Oh yeah.
So here's how pro DJs smoothly blend their tracks. The main idea is to create balance, and in order to do that, we have to make sonic room for the upcoming song. So we'll decrease the low EQ of the current song while simultaneously increasing the volume of the next song at a consistent pace. Once the current song's low EQ is completely decreased and the next song's volume is up, it'll be time then to mix out. So activate a 1/2 echo effect on the current song and gradually increase its intensity, then fade the current song away. Alternatively, you can also high-pass filter your previous track away to better hype up the next song's entry. Another popular way to blend is to do a bass swap, so here's how to do it. With the current song playing and your next song loaded up, bring the next song's low EQ all the way to the left side. Once you reach your mix in point, play your next song, then work on smoothly bringing the next song's volume in.
Oh yeah.
To execute the bass swap, as you near your mix out point on the current song, simultaneously decrease the low EQ of the current song and return the low EQ of the next song to the neutral position. Then fade your current song away. Mastering these blends is easy if you DJ with tracks with extended intros and outros. The thing is, most songs beginners use just start immediately, making smooth mixing impossible. And as DJs, we simply need more time to mix, so extended edits like this are way more preferable. So pro DJs like Skrillex, James Hype, and Martin Garrix download all their tracks from DJ record pools. And you can think of DJ record pools as huge libraries of music of all genres where DJs can download all the tracks they could ever need. And these high quality tracks can range from radio edits, to remixes, to instrumentals, to acapellas, and to tracks with extended intros and outros. So the DJ record pool most pro DJs use is Crate Connect, and you can get a huge discount on their services by using the coupon code DJ Carlo when you sign up on their site. Now, mixing and blending are just one aspect of DJing, and before we discuss the fancy transitions, like the best way to mix to anything, it's first important to explore DJ extending techniques that make your DJ sets one of a kind. And Skrillex is the best DJ to learn these tricks from. So there are 3 important things he does to give his DJing style its signature flair, which you can also incorporate into your own style of DJing. And the first is this. During mixing, right before he reaches his mix out point on the current song, he backspins the track.
Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle.
Doing this on CDJs is easy as those jog wheels can be set to loose. On a controller, however, we need to be more resourceful. That's why I recommend activating an echo effect on the song you'll be backspinning. Second, during the buildup of a track, to hype it up even more, he cranks the high-pass filter. Third, to really hype his current track's buildup, he activates a noise color effect on a vacant deck and cuts the noise sample with the volume fader. By default on Rekordbox DJ, this noise color effects is deactivated. So here's how to activate it. Now let's implement it. Now, mixing to any genre and any BPM is a challenge for any DJ. And before we discuss the best techniques, the key to these types of blends is knowing the exact moment to mix your next song in, initiate the transition, and mix out from the previous song. The challenge though is identifying those specific phrases, sections, and parts of the song to mix with each other to guarantee those seamless blends. But a handy program I use to guide me to mix perfectly every time is DJ Studio. Basically, all you have to do are the following things. Load all the songs you plan to use for a mix into DJ Studio. Then, activate Automix and select your mixing preferences. Then let DJ Studio determine the optimal order for your tracks. Once you're happy with the overall mix, click Export, select your DJ software, and make sure Add Hot Cues is selected. Then open up your DJ software, and your DJ Studio ordered and cue-pointed playlist will be there and ready. Upon loading a track, you'll notice the hot cues created by DJ Studio, providing clear guidance on where to start the next track, initiate the transition, execute the bass swap, and determine where the transition needs to be finished. But my favorite feature so far is the ability to stem mix with DJ Studio. So a transition like this
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
can be programmed into DJ Studio.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
Let's break this down. So let's create a new mix and select those two songs we just used. Next, on our Studio tab, let's move our transition to the first song's chorus section. Then, on our second song, let's move the mix-in point to its build-up section. Next, let's press Transition, then select None for the volume and bass parameter. Next, let's access our stem functions. Now here's the fun part. On our second song, let's isolate our vocals. And on our first song, let's alter its instrumental section to deactivate here and its drum section to deactivate here. And our transition is done.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
Once you're done fixing up your tracks and blends, simply press Export and choose Local File to get either an MP3 or WAV version of your mix. And if you guys want to learn more about DJ Studio and try it out for free, check the links down below. There are 3 ways pro DJs mix to anything. Let's work our way up from the easiest to the nerdiest. So the first method involves no beat matching at all, just preparation and timing. The key to this blend lies in knowing exactly where you want your current song to end and your next song to begin. And the 2 best places to apply this technique are at a track's breakdown section and chorus section. So to execute this blend, there are 3 things you need to do. First, on the deck you're planning to transition from, ensure its vinyl speed adjust is set to break to achieve that vinyl break stopping effect. Second, as you near the transition point, activate an echo effect on the current track, then simultaneously stop the track and play the next song. Depending on how the next song starts, this technique can be applied to any genre. This transition is pretty controversial as it uses sync, but if you want the smoothest method to mix between BPMs and genres, this is it. So to execute this technique, The first thing you want to do is to make sure the song you'll be mixing from is designated as master and that both the extempo ranges are set to wide. Then, load up your next song, sync it, and play it once you reach your current song's mix in point, which in this case is here.
Please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up.
Now, as you blend your next track in, bring the current song's BPM closer to the native BPM of the next song. And once you near the transition point, echo and filter the previous track away. There are two keys to this transition. First, mixing at sonically empty sections in your current song, which most of the time would be the breakdown and outro section. Second, making sure your next song has a long intro. This ensures you have a lot of time to blend and smoothly adjust BPMs. Another flexible way to execute this trick is to create a loop on the current song and to mix out from there, and to use either a noise CFX or high-pass filter to hype the loop up. So with both the extempo ranges set to wide and your current song designated as master, load your next song, sync it, and play it once you reach your current song's mix in point. Then on the current song, when you're ready, create a 4-beat loop. Then slowly blend the next song into the loop while at the same time, slowly bring the current song's BPM closer to the native BPM of the next song. Now, once you reach the end of the intro, echo and high-pass filter the loop away. Now, an alternate way to do this is to make the loop tighter and tighter as you transition to the next song. Now, the next technique is pretty insane, as it not only involves using loops, but math as well.
I want your body, everybody wants your body, so let's check. I want your body, 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 body.
The main advantage of using this technique is that it can hype up a crowd as you're increasing the BPM and creating your own build-up within the current song. So there are two keys to doing this transition. The first is knowing this formula. Current track's BPM divided by 0.75 is equal to the next track's BPM. Now, setting up our DJ software with this setting is the second key. So let's get things fixed up. For Rekordbox DJ users, access pad effects mode and do the three following things. Set pad 1 to roll, set its beat rate to 3/4, and set its level or depth to 100.
So let's check.
Applying both keys, let me give you an example. To mix to 174 BPM, your current song has to be 130.5, and you have to activate a 3/4 roll pad effects on it to match the next song's BPM. Now it's ideal to activate that loop at a sonically empty section in the song, such as during its breakdown. To really hype this blend up, it's advisable to activate an echo effect on the loop and to high-pass filter it away as you mix the next song in. Now, don't think this technique is limited to house to drum and bass blends. By following the two keys, you can apply this transition to anything.
Money wise like a shit, 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 a shit.
And here's a cheat sheet you can reference. These are the 3 most important music theory principles that actually matter for DJs. And understanding even just one principle can make the difference between a good mix and a bad one. And don't worry, we're skipping all the unnecessary music theory mumbo jumbo so that you don't waste any time learning unnecessary things like the meaning of these squiggly lines and hashtag symbols. Now keep in mind that most DJs don't know or even apply any of these principles. So if you manage to listen and learn all these 3 things, you'll be set for a lifetime of DJ. So let's start with the first principle, which is by far the most important, because this is the secret to how pro DJs mix perfectly every time, and that's through understanding song structure. And the first step to that is by first understanding beats, bars, and phrases. So obviously, a beat is just this, but a bar is 4 beats. Now the next thing you need to know is how to count bars, and learning this is pretty simple. Let me give you an example. We're going to count 4 bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. Now, as you learn to count bars, you'll notice something interesting. Every few bars in a song, usually between 8 to 16, something new kicks in. Drums, bass line, singing, a melody, etc. And that musical change, which happens at the first beat of the bar, marks when you enter a new phrase. And phrases can differ for every genre, but they're usually between 8 to 16 bars. Now here's a magical part of getting good at DJing. The process of matching phrases only gets easier because with the help of these musical cues and changes, you begin to feel the phrases and instinctively know where the one is in each phrase without even having to count.
Get your hands up when the beat go. Let me get a bass line for the people. You've been waiting for.
And the key to mixing perfectly every time lies in identifying and matching these specific phrases. And doing it right leads to transitions like this. And doing it wrong leads to mistimed transitions like this. Now that you're familiar with bars, beats, and phrases, let's now move on to sectional mixing and understanding how DJs control the energy of the dance floor. So there are 5 important sections in a song: the intro, verse, build-up, chorus, and outro. And as we discussed earlier, they're usually either 8 bars or 16 bars. And pro DJs mix in and out of those specific sections only, so it's crucial to mix exactly when you have to at those sections. But of course, mistakes can happen, and if you miss a beat or miss time queuing a track up, things can get tricky. But luckily, there's a DJ feature that helps you fix things up quick, and that is beat jump. So let me give you a quick crash course. Beat jump, as its name suggests, allows you to jump either forwards or backwards. So let's say you're late in triggering your next song in by 4 beats.
Get your hands up when the beat go. Let me get a bass line for the beat.
To get both songs lined up again, all you'll have to do is simply beat up your next song forward by 4 beats.
Let me get a bass line for the people. I got this shit that you've been waiting for.
Though beat jump is indeed useful for emergency situations, the best thing you can do as a DJ is to avoid those situations entirely by preparing your tracks in advance so that you don't miss a beat. So back in the day, to make sure I would never miss a beat, I would listen and cue point every track I had, and these cue points would serve as visual cues, letting me know what section is what, so that I can not only hear when it's time to trigger the next song in, but also see it as well. Nowadays though, I don't do this. Thanks to technology, it's now easier than ever to visually see those sections in a song. So by default, your Rekordbox DJ interface may look like this, but with the proper settings, you can change it into this. So here's how to enable this setting on Rekordbox DJ. With this hack done, mixing phrases and sections becomes incredibly easy. Now all you need to focus on is your timing, blending, and most importantly, where you mix your track, as that will determine the energy on the dance floor. So there are 5 sectional mixing methods to controlling the crowd's energy, and that is all dependent on what sections you mix with what. So let's talk about the first method, which I refer to as intro-outro mixing. So this involves mixing the intro section of the next song at the outro section of the current song. This way, the first verse of the next song seamlessly begins right after the current song's outro ends.
Let me get a bass line for the people.
Ladies, leave those hands up now, fellas.
The advantage of this type of sectional mixing is that it provides a DJ the most time to prepare and beat match their next song. However, one potential impact on the dance floor is that the audience might become bored from the current song given that it's played in its entirety. Next, we have intro-chorus mixing. In this approach, you mix the intro section of the next song at the chorus section of the current song. This way, as the chorus of the current song ends, the first verse of the next song smoothly begins. Most pro DJs mix between these two sections because doing so helps maintain the energy of the mix. This type of sectional mixing not only maintains the momentum of the mix, but also provides the flexibility to switch tracks swiftly if the current song proves less effective. Now before we move on, you may be wondering, where do DJs get their tracks with intros and outros? Because most of the time, songs just start immediately, making sectional mixing almost impossible. And as DJs, we simply need more time to mix, so extended edits like this are way more preferable. So pro DJs like Skrillex, James Hype, and Martin Garrix download all their tracks from DJ Record Pools. And you can think of DJ Record Pools as huge libraries of music of all genres where DJs can download all the tracks they could ever need. And these high quality tracks can range from radio edits, to remixes, to instrumentals, to acapellas, and to tracks with extended intros and outros. So the DJ Record Pool most pro DJs use is Crate Connect, and you can get a huge discount on their services by using the coupon code DJ Carlo when you sign up on their site. Now the next 3 methods are more advanced ways to mix but should not be overused, as they can become frustrating and even annoying to an audience that just wants to party and have a good time. With that being said, the next method is what I like to call build up to build up mixing. So this method involves mixing the next song's build up section with the current song's build up section. Then right before the current song's drop hits, one fades the current song away and fades the next song in, so that the next song's chorus hits instead. This is an excellent way to keep the energy up and the excitement of the dance floor high, as doing this keeps your audience on their toes wondering what the next song will be. Now this type of mixing is very similar to drop mixing, as we're switching drops in the end. But if you want to take this technique further, try doing this with the opposite track. Next, we have chorus to build up mixing. This type of mixing is done when one mixes the next song's first verse section in at the current song's chorus section, so the next song's build-up section begins when the current song's chorus ends. Doing this type of sectional mixing works best with electronic songs and is advisable to use when the crowd starts to become energetic or when the DJ wants to boost the energy of their mix. Moving on, we have chorus to chorus mixing, and this is done when one mixes the next song's build-up section in at the current song's chorus section, so that the next song's chorus begins when the current song's chorus ends. Now this mixing style is the best way to keep the energy of the mix up at its highest level, as you are bombarding your audience with chorus after chorus. The one caveat of this style is that it tends to tire the crowd incredibly fast. Now, expertly controlling a crowd's energy and mood is what separates good DJs from bad DJs. Just because you know the best places to mix in a song does not automatically mean you'll be able to rock a crowd instantly. There are other equally important aspects to consider, such as the songs you plan to use and their key. And before we dive into the complex world of harmonic mixing, I think by now you've realized that there are levels to creating a DJ set that can really impact the crowd. And if you really want to take your DJing further, admittedly, you need to incorporate all these factors. And honestly, that's a hassle. As DJs, we just want to mix music and make people happy. That's why I use DJ Studio to guide me and create a roadmap for a perfect mix. Let me show you how it works. So basically, all you gotta do is this. Load all the songs you plan to use for a mix into DJ Studio. Then, activate Auto Mix and select your mixing preferences. In this section, you can customize how each track will mix into the other. By clicking Auto Mix, you let DJ Studio figure out the best harmonic sounding sequence for your tracks. So if you want more harmonic control over your mix, you can go to playlist ordering and choose either mood or fuzzy. So let's explore the differences between these two options. Mood essentially arranges your tracks to create the best vibe, and the legends here show you the effect those blends will have on the mix. You can either increase or lower the energy, but be aware that this might result in some off-tone transitions here and there, as we're dealing with a wide spectrum of keys to mix. On the other hand, fuzzy mixing focuses more on avoiding key clashes and ignores any effects a transition may have on the mood. The most crucial aspect of fuzzy mixing is ensuring you're not going off tone when mixing songs. So for this example, let's choose this. Next, let DJ Studio determine the optimal order for our tracks along with the respective mix in, blend, and mix out points. With the order set, let's check out our match column. And as you can see, everything is in order. Let's inspect our timeline. Looks good. Now let's export and choose DJ set. Next, select record box, and here, make sure add hot cues is selected. Then, open up record box DJ, and your DJ Studio ordered and cue pointed playlist will be there and ready. With the heavy lifting done and the knowledge that I have an amazing playlist, I can now focus on what I do best, mixing. So let's load up a track and check it out. Here you'll notice the hot cues created by DJ Studio. Now let me show you how I mix using these cue point guides. So the decks are loaded with the first two tracks of the mix. Now that deck 1 is running, keep an eye out for hot cue marker H, which is also present in deck 2. As soon as track 1's H marker aligns with the playhead, play deck 2 via its hot cue H marker. With both tracks now in sync, keep in mind that hot cue marker H occurs precisely 32 beats before we should start our next transition. So keeping this in mind, be attentive to the upcoming hot cue markers, K, L, and M. These cue points are strategically placed on both decks, signifying 3 crucial moments in your mix. So K marks the ideal starting point for blending in, while L serves as an optional indicator for executing a bass swap. Finally, M indicates the moment when your transition should be completed. So cue point markers H, K, L, and M were used to mix track number 2. To smoothly transition out of track 2 and introduce track 3, DJ Studio made a new set of hot cue markers, G, N, O, and P. So track 3 starts with a G, 32 beats before the transition. And like what we did before on our first transition, follow the hot cue markers, but this time follow the N, O, and P ones. All these cue points in these songs are set up in the right order for this playlist, so if you follow them, you can even mix without using headphones. Just keep an eye on the cue points as your visual markers for smooth manual mixing.
Bad girl, you a bad girl. You a talk with a freaky thing, whoa. You a make it go sticky like whoa. Me a bad man, Dallas, you my protein, baby. Bad girl, you a bad girl.
This feature is just a sample of what DJ Studio can do, and if you want to try out this software for free, check the links down below. Now, DJing involves more than just blending 2 songs together and knowing where and when to mix. By incorporating the third principle, mixing in key, you can elevate your mixes to a whole new level sonically, and not only just rock the audience, but music theorists and DJs as well. So what is mixing in key or harmonic mixing? Well, this is a technique used by DJs to smoothly transition between songs that have complementary keys with each other. And what this enables is a harmonically pleasing mix of music. And let me give you the opposite example. Before we discuss mixing in key, it's crucial to configure your software to display the alphanumeric key display format. This setup will greatly simplify the process of mixing in key. So here's how to get this setting on Rekordbox DJ. And here's how to get this setting on Serato DJ. Now there are many ways.
I'm here, yeah, I was doing other things.
And one can go
Hello.
extremely deep. However, to keep things simple, I'll teach you my way of mixing in key.
Later, music. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Let's break it down. So this is a Camelot
Excuse me.
wheel. Consider it as your guide for harmonic mixing. So if you want to mix in key, just imagine a T sign overlaid on this image. For example, if your current song has a key of 2A, you can mix a track that has a key of 2A, 3A, 1A, and 2B. To make this process easier, I would advise pressing the key tab here so that your songs can be arranged according to their key notation. Now you can easily see what songs will match. But if you want to take this further on Rekordbox DJ, we can utilize the traffic light feature, which instantly lets us know which are the optimal keys for our mixes. So here's how to get this setting and to enable it. So at the traffic light section, select related key 2. Then close the preferences tab. Now at the browser section, make sure master is selected. With that done, load the song up. And there you go. All the songs that can go harmonically with it will have its key section highlighted in green. So if you want to mix in key, just select any of the songs highlighted. Now music theories will only get you so far, but if you really want to apply them and be a pro DJ, you need to watch this video next. This is the best way to stream music, back up your DJ library, and have it ready for DJing in a car, train, club, and more with any device. So be it in the streets of Taiwan to the streets of New York, DJing and preparing tracks anywhere now is easier than ever before with Algorithm DJ's integration with Apple Music. So in this video, we'll talk about that, plus 3 new DJ features that make DJing better than ever. So first of all, it's worth mentioning that DJ runs on Apple devices, as well as Windows and Android, and this Apple Music integration works seamlessly on all platforms, including the Apple Vision Pro. So boasting a catalog of over 100 million songs, Apple Music ensures that all tracks stream instantly when loaded onto a deck. And just like any other song, these tracks can be cue pointed, looped, and more. Let me give you an example. With DJ Up on my iPhone, let's tap on the Apple Music source and log in via Face ID. With that done, let's access Apple Music and make a playlist. So let's start by searching for some songs and adding them to a playlist. And let's name this playlist Mix. Now let's add a few more songs. With our playlist complete, let's go back to DJ, refresh Apple Music, and access our Mix playlist. And there you have it. The playlist we just made is there. Now let's load up each song and cue point them. And with that done, let's access this playlist on my MacBook. And as you can see, the cue points we added from our iPhone are here. Now on Apple Music, let's add a new playlist into our library. So let's select this playlist.
Welcome, Jamie Hartley here from Crossfader, and in this 6-part tutorial series on Serato Studio, today's lesson is all about creating a DJ mashup or DJ remix. We're going to be layering in Serato Studio multiple audio sources together. It's a very common thing for DJs to create mashups live by adding, say, an a cappella over an instrumental and doing something creative with hot cues potentially by cutting it up, but you're doing all of that live in a set. And if you only have 2 decks, you've already used up your capacity to then mix out to the next song. So using a tool like Serato Studio to build out your ideas and create DJ mashups and remixes is really, really useful. In today's tutorial, we're going
That
to
looks
use
really
the full
cool.
version of Serato Studio. Now, if you don't have the full paid version yet, then just click the link in the description, enter the code Crossfader, and you'll get 2 months free of Serato Studio. And you can follow along really easily with this tutorial. To start with, we're going to be layering multiple audio sources together in Serato Studio and tweaking them to make sure that we're building up this initial project. In the next 2 videos, we're going to be really adding to that using effects, automations, really working with the full potential of Serato Studio and the scenes that are available to us. But for now, let's build that initial project, work on some multiple audio sources, and look at how to sample elements of songs and acapellas into a remix. For this lesson in the Serato Studio tutorial series, we're going to be looking at making a new DJ edit still. However, this is the paid version of Serato Studio. So the reason why we're using the paid version now is we want to work with multiple audio sources and access some of the other features that the paid version of Serato Studio.
Hey, I'm Sonny James from Serato's Artist Relations team here in Los Angeles, California. Welcome to Serato DJ Pro. This is the most popular DJ software in the world due to its intuitive layout, ease of use, and compatibility with over 90 pieces of DJ hardware you'll find in most professional settings. So many amazing DJs who are both legendary and up and coming rely on this program to share music with millions of people every year. Serato DJ Pro is an award-winning program with lots of amazing features to help keep you on point in the DJ booth and anywhere else you may be performing as a DJ. If you haven't already, you'll want to head over to serato.com, sign in, and then download the latest version of Serato DJ Pro. Please note, you will need to purchase a license or subscribe to fully connect a wide range of devices. If you're planning to use the program with DJ hardware, be sure to visit our DJ hardware page and confirm that your device of choice is compatible with Serato DJ Pro and whether you need a license or not. Once you have Serato DJ Pro open, sign into the program. You'll be briefly taken back to your browser for a moment to confirm that it is indeed you on serato.com. If you have a license for Serato DJ Suite, you will have access to all of the expansion packs available. There's even an option to DJ with Serato DJ Pro using only your laptop, but for now we'll be connecting to hardware. To import MP3s into Serato DJ Pro, you can use the Files panel and drag a folder to the crate area, like this. If If you have your music locally stored in iTunes or the Music app, you can enable that library to show up by going to your setup menu here. Click the Library and Display tab and check the box that says Show iTunes Library. Depending on the size of your library, Serato DJ Pro may take a while to load your music for the first time, so be sure not to do this for the first time at a gig. You have to start right away. And remember, streaming tracks in Apple Music won't show up in the program. Currently, you can stream songs from your Beatport, BeatSource, SoundCloud, and Tidal libraries. You will need to have an active paid subscription on whichever service you choose. Once you have your tracks in Serato DJ Pro, you'll want to analyze your files to determine the BPM of your tracks. You can either simply click the Analyze Files button to begin analyzing the entire library, or drag only the song.
Hello YouTubers, this is DJ Blink Bling. Welcome to my YouTube channel. So today we'll just be going into the basics of DJing. We'll be talking about setting your cue points, how to arrange your crates on Serato DJ, depending on the software you're using, hopefully Serato. But what we'll be doing basically is the major basics, the foundation of DJing. So let's dive in and let's see how it goes. So here we go. This is Serato DJ on the screen. That's the software I use when I'm mixing. So we have some tracks here, about 9 in total. So what we're going to do now, we're going to dive in straight. We'll load in a track here. There are various ways you can use to load it. You can use a controller, but I'm using Serato so you can see what I'm doing. So this track here is Rhythm Road by Jingle Punks. And what we'll do now is we'll just play it, just freestyle playing. So that song there is set with the BPM correctly. There are 2 different tutorial sessions I've done already. This is talking about analyzing the tracks. So basically, you should have your tracks analyzed already. And also setting your beat grid. You have your beat grid set already. So now, my advice for anyone that wants to mix song is don't mix vocals with vocals, all right? What I mean by vocals is where they are talking within the song. So, but when it's the tune, if you want to mix in 2 songs, mix 2 tunes together. So we're talking of the beat itself. So like the beat, like something like this. So that would flow well into any song. Now, when we're talking about mixing now, also we're talking about mixing BPMs. And the first thing you need to know is when you're mixing 2 songs together in regards to either the BPM, the beat per minute, which is here, or you're mixing in regards to the key of the song. So it depends on what's the style you want to mix. So, but for now, let's just stick with mixing with BPM. So when we're talking about mixing with BPM, we're talking about mixing of maybe a song that is 88 beats per minute, which is BPM, with a song that is maybe a little bit lower, 5 beats lower, so maybe 83, or maybe 5 beats higher, which is approximately 93. You can also do doubling. We'll talk about doubling of beats later on, so which will be 88 multiplied by 2. Songs in the range of 160, you can mix them together. That would be another tutorial entirely. So what you need to know first is, as a DJ, you definitely, most likely now, you have a controller, you have your laptop, and you have your software, and you have your library, which is your songs. So you should have, I have my library set up to my convenience. Whatever way you want to set it, you set it. So what you now need to do first is, whatever song, let's put this in there now, whatever song you want to play or you want to mix, you should have your cue point set. You can see there's nothing set here now. No cue points at all. Now, when we're talking about cue points or hot cues basically, what we're talking about is what you want to use, like maybe like energy of the song, or where you want to drop the song, your own preference. It doesn't mean the way someone else has done it, that's the way you would do it. So let's play this track and let's see how this track sounds itself. So you see, just good. So now that's energy. So you see the way that song sounds, yeah? So right here is just, for me, if I'm gonna set anything here, I won't put anything within this area because it's just empty space. Now, for the beginning, now if you look at this, this grid here, you can see there's empty space here also. We'll also talk about how to handle spaces like this in another tutorial. We use something called flip. All right, so now we're still talking about setting your hot cues. So let's play this again. So now, if we want to set the hot cue for this song, I would prefer choosing the energy section here. So you can see here we have number 4. So what you do is, whatever controller you're using, mine has the chance of 8 hot cues. So you can either use your controller and press it there. Now when you press the button on your controller, if your controller gives you the chance to set 8 hot cues, good. Then you can set other ones. But if you don't want to use the button on your controller, you could then decide to just use the software you're using. And that's it. So let's hear this section now again. All right, so you see, that's a good point to start. To start the song itself. Now, if you tap your hot cue button on your mixer, or even right here, it will go back to that point itself. All right. So what we'll now do now is, so we have. What I do is I label it as start. All right. So start. So when I load the song, I know that's where I want to start from. However, you could have something else within, maybe in the middle of the song. So let's hear this section. Nah, I wouldn't set a hot cue there. That's not. It's not even gonna go well with the energy. All right. So I won't start the track there. However, if we go a little bit forward here, all right. So that's just space, all right? So I may decide I want to jump that section, all right, to another point. So watch here. All right, so you could set another hot cue there by pressing plus here, or you use your controller, all right? And what I do for things like that, my own style of labeling, I'll label this as either jump or escape. So I now want to jump into that section. All right, so I could just put escape. All right, so escape. So if we go a little bit forward now, so let's imagine this is where we are within the track. Let's go a little bit more forward. All right, let's play from this section. Then you see the way we're going to escape to that point. All right, now if you know how to count beats the way I've explained already for my first tutorial video, you would know the exact points, which is basically the markers where you jump ahead. So let's do it now. You see? So we're able to escape that section, which most likely if you're mixing would have just dulled the energy of those you're mixing for. All right. So if we pick another track here, Silent Partner by Wrong Time, right? So now we're still talking about setting the hot cues. This is going to lead into mixing. And remember what I said, we avoid mixing vocals with vocals. So what we're going to do now is we load the second deck, Mr. Pink, and we'll listen to this track now. Now, looking at the waves itself, you can see at this section here, there's basically nothing, like there's no bass, all right? So it's just there. So let's play it and let's see how it goes. So now, definitely, if you're mixing, you wouldn't want to set your hot cues anywhere around there. You'll be targeting somewhere around here, all right? So you're gonna see it now. This is just some nice tips that can help you. So now we're getting there. Now, okay. So now, what you need to do, you can either decide to set your hot cue here, which is the first point at that section. If you play it again. But what I will always advise anyone is right before where that energy landed, all right, for the first beat itself, where it came in, all right, what you need to do is you set it right there before it, the first section. So let's put a hot cue here. All right, so we put start. So that starts there. All right, so you can either use your software or use your controller to set it there. At that point is your choice. And what you now do now is, if you play it now, you'll see it's the way it's going to now drop. All right, so you see, so have our start for the second track. Now, mixing, as I said initially, you either mix by BPM, the beats per minute, or you mix with the key of the track. So what we want to do now is we want to mix by BPM. Now, the BPM for this track is 85 and this one is 92. Two ways. You can either decide to move it closer, all right? So what you do is you can either move the first one, which is duty vibe tracks, move it closer to the other one, all right? So you use on your controller, there will be the tempo section, all right? So it's at that tempo button that you would use to move it closer to it. So you can see now, you need to make it a little weeny bit close to it, all right? Or you can move this one back a little if you feel the difference is too much, 8.2. All right, so you move that, and then you move this also. So let's move this to 91.0. Okay, so yeah. So now we're in the same range of beats per minute. Now, let's go back to the beginning of this track, and let's play. So what you need to do is, for this one, you let this one to be playing, you get to the point you've decided you want to mix in. Now the second track coming in, you can either use 4, 8, 2, or 16. That's the auto loop button. Now, what I always tell people is this, yeah? If you would use your auto loop, don't use 2, just use 4 and make 8. 4 is the best to use. If you want to use 8, it means maybe the tune coming in didn't end at 4 auto loops. It ended at 8, all right? So what you do now is, first one, start playing, all right? So the second side, yeah, you have your hot cue set. So what you need to do, so you have your hot cue set already, you set your auto loop, okay? So now you have 4, all right? So that's it, 4 is there. And then you wait for, you can see these bars here, yeah? 12, 13. So this all the section about when I said counting beats. All right, so if you watch my first video about how to edit your beat grid and counting beats, you would understand this that I'm explaining now. So what we're doing now is we're counting the beats, and you can see the markers with the numbers on it. I can slow it down a little. All right, let's slow it down some more. See, 20, 21, 22, all right, 23. You can see it there. So that's the point we want to target. I want to play. We'll press play for the second one coming in. So to make it to be in line, and then we'll smoothen it out. So that's basically mixing. All right. So by now, definitely you would have your headphones on, and you're listening to it through the headphones to see how it sounds. You press your Q on your controller. That's going to give you the chance. So the Q buttons, there's some Q buttons, all right? So if you look at your controller, you see Q. That's Charlie Uniform Echo. So Q lets you listen to the tracks before you release it out there, all right? And then you will see the channel fader. With the channel fader is what you use to bring it in, all right? So let's start this again because we got to the escape section. So let's go. 1, 2. So you see, that's basically beat counting. That would help you to go back in a track. So now you have your headphones on, you're listening to it. So let's target that section now. So we want to target one of the numbers. That's why we press play. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're counting again. All right, we're counting beats. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. So you see we're in line. All right. You can see it's right there. Look at the grades. Perfect. So now, if you're ready to mix, what you now need to do is you now need to decide what do you want to do. Do you want to use your filter? All right. So you go to filter, you see low and high filter. So you need to decide, do you want to use a filter? Do you want to use echo? Whatever choice you want to use is your choice. All right, so what we're going to do now is we use filter. All right, so the song is playing. All right, so we press the filter button. Now listen to the side now. You see? You can see there was a little bit of change. All right, so let's bring the second one in. All right. You see? Now let's go. and then you release it. Let's go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's it. You've mixed. Okay? So that's it. That's a simple, easy way to mix songs. So what you need to do, as I said initially, first thing you need to do, for every track, you need to have set your hot cues. That's the best easy way. That just makes life easy for you. So you have your start and your start, all right? So for the first track that is playing, you target the section like maybe the chorus. That's where you want to target, that you want to mix the other one too. For the second track, you don't use the chorus or vocals. You need to use like where it's just pure sound, because you don't want it jumbled together. So at that point, for this section, you press your auto loop. When you press your auto loop, 4 is the preferable preference for myself. And as you're counting the beats for this track that is playing, you press play. All right. When you press play, boom, you bang on there. When you bang on there, you use your filter or whatever you want to use to mix it, either jet, echo. And then at that point in time, as you're dropping one channel fader, you bring in the other one up, and that's it. You've mixed it, and at that section, at that point, at that particular area, the sweet spot, you release the auto loop, and then you let the song go, and it keeps on playing, and that's it. So yeah, so this is DJ Bling Bling with another beautiful tutorial number 3, which, you know, it's a summary of how to mix and setting your hot cues, you know, how to be a very good DJ out there. So yeah, like my channel, like my posts, subscribe to my channel, and if you do have any questions, as I always say, send me a message or anything, or leave a comment or questions, and I would make a video about it if I have the knowledge. So that's DJ Bling Bling signing out. Cheers.
Slow DJ mixing is dead because this is the most popular DJing style right now on social media. Doing this style of DJing and looping is actually stupidly simple once you break it down piece by piece. And so in this video, I'm gonna teach you how to do this professional style of looping, and I'll also teach you a practice routine you can do to fully master this new style of DJing. Now before we start this tutorial, let me just let you know that all the tracks used in this video are free to download below. And if you're a member of the channel, you'll get even more free stuff like additional acapellas. And speaking of free stuff, I'm giving away this limited edition DDJ 400 for free. Just watch through this video to find out how you can join this giveaway. Quick warning, I will not be announcing the winner via Telegram because there are a bunch of scammers out there pretending to be me. So if you win, you will be emailed by this specific email. So this technical loop transition is comprised of 3 things. Number 1, manual looping and tightening. Number 2, volume cutting. And number 3, key manipulation. So let's start this tutorial by first learning how to make manual loops like a pro. Now the first thing you want to do is activate quantize. Doing so will ensure that when you make your manual loop, it will be perfectly set on the beat grid. FYI, perfect manual looping also involves properly beat gridding your song. So skip to this section over here for a quick guide. Anyway, with your properly beat gridded track loaded onto deck 1, let's make a manual loop via the in and out buttons. So the in button marks the section where the loop will begin, and the out button marks the section where the loop will end. So with that said, let's make a 4-beat loop. Press the exit button to exit the loop. Manual loops can be any size you want. It all really depends on when you press the out button. So you can make a long one, or you can make a short one. Most pro DJs though use the in and out button specifically to just do tricks like this. But how do pro DJs make their loop sound like that? Well, they do so by tightening their loop. And there are two ways you can do this, the easy way and the hard way. Let's start with the easy way. Now, the easy way to tighten your loop is by pressing the 1/2 X button. Doing so will half your loop. You can also use a 2X button to double the size of your loop. Anyway, pro DJs use the 1/2 X button to tighten their loop on beat, and they usually do so during a track's build-up. Usually when pro DJs reach a beat rate of 1, they do the technical method of tightening loops, which is the hard method. And that's by using the in and out buttons and the jog wheel. You see, you can adjust your loop's out position by pressing the out button once more and turning the jog wheel. And this also works with the loop's in position as well. Just press the in button once more and turn the jog wheel. Pro DJs though mostly use the out button and jog wheel to tighten their ongoing loop to incredibly dense rates so that the loop can sound like a long sample. They also refine their tight loops more by additionally pressing the in button and turning the jog wheel clockwise. The reason why they use both the in and out button to refine their loops is because doing so enables their loop to sound less harsh. So instead of having their loop sound like this, it'll sound like this. Now that you know how to make your loops incredibly tight, it's time now to accent it. So pro DJs do so by rhythmically cutting these tight loops with either the crossfader or volume fader. They also add flair to this trick by affecting the loop's key via the tempo fader with key lock off or with the key shift functions. So now that you know the various methods on how to manipulate your loops, let's now apply this knowledge and learn a practice routine you can do to further master this style of DJing and looping. Now keep in mind that this insane practice routine combines everything we learned so far, plus the best elements of those videos I just showed you. So it'll start stupidly simple and eventually get pretty insane. Don't worry though, I'll be breaking down this 5-part practice routine step by step so that you can do this trick yourself. Now doing this style of looping and accenting takes proper software and track preparation. What? So before we get to the exciting part where we break down each section of the routine, let's first prepare our software. Now to get that vinyl break sound effect when you stop a track, do this. To enable sharp cutting with your crossfader, do this. With those two things done, set your primary effect as echo and change its parameter to 1/2. Now let's set up our decks and ensure our timing will always be perfect. So set both decks tempo range to wide, disable master tempo, and activate quantize on both decks. Finally, ensure this hot Q setting on Rekordbox DJ is disabled and that your hot Q quantize settings are set to 1/16. With your software set up, let's now prepare the tracks we'll be using. So load your instrumental to deck 1 and load your acapella to deck 2. On your instrumental track, set cue point A here. Now on your acapella, we have 5 things to do. Number 1, ensure your beat grid starts here and that the acapella's BPM is set to 127. Number 2, set cue point A here. Number 3, set cue point B here. Number 4 and 5. Then make a 1 beat loop here and set that as cue point C. And now let's proceed to doing this routine. Here's what we're going to do for part 1 of this routine, which involves the first 16 beats of the instrumental. So trigger both tracks via their cue point A section and immediately stop the acapella once it reaches its toe sample. Re-trigger the acapella via cue point A and stop it once again once it reaches its toe sample. Re-trigger the acapella via cue point A, and this time trigger cue point B multiple times while bringing the track's tempo fader up and back to the neutral position. So this is part 1 of the routine. Next, for part 2 of this routine, which involves the first 16 beats of the first chorus, here's what we're going to do. So when the instrumental reaches its drop, trigger the acapella via cue point A. Then stop it once it reaches its toe sample, and do this pattern twice. Next, trigger the acapella via cue point A, and this time make a 1 beat loop on the toe sample via the in and out buttons. Then let that loop go on for 4 beats. So this is part 2 of the routine. For part 3 of this routine, which involves the last 16 beats of the first chorus, we'll be doing 2 patterns. For the first pattern, we'll let the 1 beat loop go on for 3 beats. Then, we'll backspin the loop at the 4th beat.
It's going pretty good. Ty, how are you doing?
Then, very quickly, we'll stop the deck from spinning. Then trigger cue point C. And here's the first pattern done in slow motion. Now for the second pattern, we'll let the 1 beat loop go on for 3 beats. Then on the 4th beat, we'll vinyl break the track, then trigger cue point C. So part 3 involves alternating between the first and second pattern for a total of 3 times each. Part 4 of the routine involves a build-up which lasts for 24 beats. So here's what we're going to do for the first 16. With your 1 beat loop going on, we'll first press the out button. Then we'll turn the jog wheel counterclockwise to tighten the loop.
Oh, Saul. Okay, I thought that was I. My bad.
Then we'll press the in button and turn the jog wheel clockwise to tighten the loop even more. If you have time, try to do a quick high-pass filter. After 16 beats of loop tightening have passed, we'll silence our loop by slamming the crossfader to the left side. Doing that will let the instrumental play out solo. Now once that instrumental sample plays, quickly activate a 1-up echo effect on the loop and make sure key shift mode is armed. So this is part 4 of the routine. So part 5 involves 3 things. Cutting the tight loop via the crossfader, vinyl break stopping the loop, and key shifting the loop. Quick disclaimer, the coolness of this section heavily depends on your proficiency with cutting. So don't feel like you need to copy my pattern of cutting to do this routine. Just cut the sample as best as you can. Now speaking of cutting, here's how we'll be cutting the sample. So keeping your crossfader on the left side, tap it to hear the sample, then bring it back to the left side. Now if you're still watching this video, here's how to join the giveaway. Just subscribe, like this video, download this video's free practice tracks if you haven't already, and comment down below your thoughts on this loop trick. Although I will say, be careful in the comment section. If you get replies from an account that isn't me saying that you've won something, well, that isn't me. Because the winner will be emailed in the next 36 days by this particular email. So make sure to check your inboxes and not the comment section to know if you've won. Now let's break down part 5. So we'll be doing 2 patterns. The first is this. Rhythmically cut the sample with the crossfader for 3 beats. Then, making sure the crossfader is not on the left side, vinyl break the sample at the 4th beat. Then, bring back the crossfader to the left side to silence the loop. So here's pattern 1 done in succession. Feel free to cut the sample in any pattern you want. Pattern 2 involves using key shift, and key shift on the DD Shift 400 can be activated by pressing shift and the sample button. Now if your controller doesn't have key shift, simply use the tempo fader to alter the key of your sample. Anyway, with key shift enabled, cut the sample for 4 beats, and while doing so, press pad 6, 7, 8, then 8, 7, 6, and 5. So here's pattern 2 done in succession. Feel free again to freestyle this section however you want. Now to do part 5, simply do pattern 1 and 2 in succession for a total of 4 times. Then on the 4th time, when you're done doing pattern number 2, just vinyl break stop the track. The key to beat gridding is identifying where your 1 is, and that's usually the first beat of your track. So to beat grid on Rekordbox DJ, let's first view our BPM/grid buttons.
Dels, thank you so
Next,
much for the
with our
gifted
track loaded
sub.
up,
Thank you so
let's
much.
zoom in. Now that we can see our track's waveform better, we can accurately set our beat grid marker. This is where the first beat really begins. So let's set our beat grid marker here. And now your track is properly beat gridded. But how do you beat grid acapellas? Well, we apply the same principle. So first identify the one of the acapella. Once you find it, set your beat grid marker there. So overall, this style of looping will 100% level up your creativity and coolness when you DJ. But if you really want to take your DJing further and actually learn a technique that you can use every time you DJ, well, you need to check this video out because this video here will 10x your mixing smoothness. These are the worst mistakes DJs are still making right now. So if you want to know how to avoid this, or even this, watch this video and make sure to watch till the end because there are a bunch of mistakes mentioned here that you may already be doing. Mistake number 1. Mixing anywhere. Lazy DJs think that since they know how to beat match, they can just mix anywhere. But pro DJs don't mix like this. They put thought into their transitions and specifically know where and when to mix in and out from a song. It's important for DJs to know their song and their structure, and fortunately, most songs have set number of beats per chorus, verse, bridge, and outro. So all you gotta do to mix perfectly is trigger your next song's intro at the start of any of those sections. Mistake number 2. Not making contracts. Nobody wants to get screwed out of a deal and nobody ever wants to get scammed. And so the best way a DJ and client can ensure they get what they want from a negotiation is to make contracts that delineate the details of the negotiation. Now these are just some of the details that should be in a decent contract. But what most lazy DJs forget to include are damage liability clauses, which basically state that the client is responsible and liable for all equipment damages caused by them or by their guests. That means if your equipment gets accidentally damaged, you'll be taken care of. And speaking of accidents, side tip, make sure to always have backups, be it USBs, your phone, extra DJ gear, etc. Anyway, to better protect yourself and be more professional, please make contracts. And if you want some free contract templates, there's some link down below. Mistake number 3. Updating your software without first checking. Now a lazy DJ just updates their DJ software without first doing research. Though updating may seem like a good thing because you're getting all the latest features and maybe even better performance, the truth is you're exchanging stability for improvement. And here's an example. So the latest version of Serato DJ features stem mixing. And though that update is indeed groundbreaking, the reality is stem mixing is CPU heavy. And so it can potentially slow down your computer if your hardware is outdated. I would advise to only update when you truly feel the need to do so and when you've done your research on the software and its stability. But if you really want to try out the latest DJ tech, just download the betas and play with them at home. That way if anything goes wrong, no one...
Thank you, Sober Guy. Have a great day. Thank you, Pinky.
And speaking of getting pissed, the one true way to annoy any DJ is by playing ripped tracks.
The second Hardware exclusive will be the second release of Revealed in 2017. Can you guess which artist this is?
Lazy DJs just go to YouTube, find a song, and rip it online. And though that method gets you the song fast and easy, the big problem with rip tracks is they're essentially a terrible copy of a mediocre copy. You see, songs on YouTube and SoundCloud are intended to be played on phones, laptops, TVs, etc. And though these ripped songs may sound fine in your home studio, they won't sound fine through a professional audio system that utilize speakers and amplifiers the size of cars. Because that system will only amplify whatever input you give. So if your ripped song, being your input, already sounds like crap at 128 kbps, it's gonna sound a lot worse when that sound system blasts your music through a bar, club, or festival. So instead of illegally ripping songs, do what pro DJs do, and that's download songs from DJ record pools. And you can think of DJ record pools as huge libraries of music of all genres where DJs can download all the songs they could ever need. And these songs are made for DJing, so they're high quality, perfect for playback in clubs and festivals. And these types of songs can range from radio edits to remixes to instrumentals to acapellas to tracks with extended intros and outros and a whole lot more. And so the DJ record pool I subscribe to and get all my music from is Crate Connect, and you can get a huge discount on their services by using the coupon code DJ Carlo when you sign up on their site. Mistake number 5. Redlining. Redlining is a terrible habit of pushing your volume meters to the red, and this results to audio distortion because you're essentially pushing your audio equipment to its maximum capacity. Lazy DJs think that the louder you are, the better you are, while pro DJs know that just because you're loud doesn't mean you're good. It's a DJ's responsibility to make sure they're giving their audience the best sounding audio they can, and pro DJs know that redlining is the easiest way to ruin their sound. You see, pro DJs will always keep their volume meters nice and healthy at the green level because they know at that level, their audio sounds the best. If a pro really wants to get loud, they'll either trust their audio engineer to fix things up for them, or they'll balance their gains and trims on all their audio equipment beforehand. Mistake number 6. Overdoing effects and DJ tricks. There are many lazy DJs out there that think that high-level DJing is all about doing cool DJ tricks like effect looping and activating effects. But high-level DJing isn't just about that. It's more so about song selection, setting the right vibe, and simply playing the right song at the right time. Lazy DJs just tend to do too much. Pro DJs, on the other hand, balance their sets out and use those tools to not overpower their music, but to instead complement and enhance it. DJs like James Hype and Long Story Short indeed showboat and show off their skills when they perform, but their showboating isn't 100% of their performance. As pro DJs, they balance their sets out with amazing song selection, tasteful use of effects, and jaw-dropping DJ tricks. At the end of the day, it's about the music and what you do to it to tastefully accent it and make it your own. Mistake number 7. Buying DJ gear for the wrong reasons. Better DJ gear will not make you a better DJ. Though DJ companies sell amazing DJ gear with out-of-the-world features, the painful truth is, most DJs don't utilize any of them because most DJs just mix tracks. The law of diminishing returns is real, so before falling for the marketing hype and buying a 6-channel mixer when you really just mix on 2 channels, please take the time to think and analyze if you'll really maximize that equipment. Don't get me wrong though, buying DJ gear is indeed fun and great. It's the easiest way to get a dopamine hit and feel like you're making an improvement. But all I'm saying is, just be more mindful and deliberate with what you purchase, because the money you spend on gear can rather be used for better means, like getting a DJ record pool, upgrading your software, buying a DJ course, buying an instrument, or even upgrading your laptop. Mistake number 8. Not adapting. The reality is, being a DJ now is more than just being a good purveyor of music, knowing people, and actually having talent. If you really want to succeed in this oversaturated, cutthroat industry, you also have to be a marketer and, sadly, a content creator. And I know, this sucks. I for one used to believe that all you need to succeed in this industry is just skills. But the reality is, there are so many good DJs nowadays, and what separates the good DJs from being book DJs is their willingness to adapt to the times and do the new work which is now required of them. So lazy DJs, start learning how to leverage what talents you do have, be it making mixes or producing music. Because if you don't do any of those on-trend things, your dream of being a successful book DJ will be nothing more than just that. Mistake number 9. Not preparing your music. The very first thing every good DJ has done since the dawn of time is prep their music. Doing so allows the DJ to get familiar with the ins and outs of the song, allowing them to DJ better. But nowadays, most lazy DJs don't prepare. They just download a bunch of songs online, drag them to their music library, and think they're done. To an extent, yes, they are, but pro DJs will always analyze their tracks and sort them out. Analyzing tracks helps your DJ software figure out their BPM, key, beat grid, and best volume level for playback, so that when you DJ, not only will your set sound more balanced, but you'll also have an easier time figuring out what song to mix with what, because all those new details are now uncovered because you analyzed your tracks. Pro DJs take this even further by also cue pointing their songs so that they can have an easier time DJing with them. I, for one, skip that tedious process because I let Mixing Key 10 do that for me. Now, once you've got your tracks analyzed, you're good, right? No, you're not. Another thing lazy DJs don't do is organize their libraries. You don't want to be the DJ focused on their laptop in the middle of a set because you want to be the guy pumping your fists up and not looking like you're typing an email. So DJs, please take the time to analyze your music, sort them out, and create playlists so that you can have an easier and more fun time DJing. And if you guys want to take your DJing and mixing sonically further, it's important to also learn how to utilize that analyze info to mix in key. So check this video over here to better your mixing now. Serato DJ's latest update.
Hey, what's up guys? Thanks for checking in again. In this week's video, I'm going to be teaching you guys all about setting the grid correctly.
What's up, Tattooed Explorer? How you doing, buddy?
This video will teach you how to get it right again. Cool, let's do it. Okay guys, so I'm hoping this video is going to be nice, short and snappy, unlike my usual marathon videos that are 20 minutes long. Before I get into it, I want to say if you guys are new to DJing, beginnerdjlessons.com. If you guys want to produce incredible tracks so you can become a superstar DJ, beginnerabletonlessons.com. And don't forget to start following me on Instagram. I'm really trying to get into it. I'm trying to do more Instagramming. Okay, cool. So let's get straight into it. Sometimes Serato will just analyze a track wrong, and you need to know how to get it right again. Because if you're using the technology at all, as in you're looking at the BPM on the screen, or you're checking anything on the screen at all, and that beat grid is wrong, it's going to really throw you. Now, if you guys are just beat matching by ear and you're never looking at the screen, then you don't need this. But I'm guessing most of you probably are. So, here's the thing. What I've done is I've chucked a track in. It's one of my beat tracks. It's 128 beats per minute, okay? And I've purposely thrown the grid off big time. I'm just going to show you how I'm going to get it back on. And it's going to be quite a good example of this because it's 128 beats per minute. It's a 4 on the floor, so 4 beats to a bar. That's a bar, 4 beats to a bar. And I'm just going to show you how to get it on. So, first thing you want to do, go right to the beginning of the song, okay? And you'll see there's the bar numbers here. First bar, second bar. Over here is -1 bar. So you want to make sure you go from the 1, 2, 3. And we want to, first things first, we want to just make sure that 1 is on the first beat. Now, this is how you do it on DJ decks, and I'm going to show you how you do it on the actual program.
Thank you, Jerome. I appreciate you. How you doing?
To do it on the program is this grid adjust and slide. Slide, if you hold it down and you can touch the top of the jog wheel and it will slide the grid to the left or the right like that, okay? So you want to slide that 1 all the way to that first beat. Now, just show you quickly, if you don't have those features, you've got to come on Serato here, go to edit grid, and this section will pop up here where you can slide by kind of doing it in micro bits or even more micro bits here all the way along till it's lined up perfectly.
Doing pretty good.
Let's go off edit grid now. Now, as we know, it's 4 on the floor, 4 beats to a bar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. This is the beginning of the next bar. But as we look on Ableton, we'll see the second bar is starting all the way over there. So even though we've slid the grid, we've now got to adjust the grid so it kind of is the right BPM, so to speak. So you guys have guessed it. You go to adjust and you slide that 2, because the number 1 will always be locked, okay? You slide that 2 all the way back to here, like this, like that. So you think, cool, well, we've done it. Make sure, by the way, another top tip, make sure the tempo slide is directly in the middle. Okay, cool, so we've lined up the first bar and the second bar, and we're looking at the screen, and we're going 125.8. Well, we know the song's 128, like I just know that is. But here's the crazy thing, right, and maybe this is a glitch with my program, but if I just press play, once it goes past the second bar, it jumps to 128, watch. Boink. No idea why it's done that. Now, I'm just going to quickly take the grid back out, so I'm going to adjust the grid so it's wrong again and show you how you would do this in Serato. So you go to Edit Grid, and what you can do is you can see Adjust here. You can just bring it back, like that to this point here. And there we go, we've got it on point, and you can just click Save like that, okay? So that's how you do it on here, and that's how you do it on Serato. Now, there's something else I did want to mention. You can actually do this live. I wouldn't recommend it because it's terrifying. But say you're actually doing a set live and you notice the beat grid was wrong, you can hit one of these and actually readjust it live. Watch. Hit adjust, and you can move that grid in and out. You can change it around. So if you're actually going live, you could kind of set it as it's going along, just like that, okay? Scary, I wouldn't recommend it, okay? Now, here's the next thing I want to tell you about, okay? Notice how it says 128.1. That 1 is bad because it will always throw you out, even if it's a minuscule amount. So how do we get around this issue? The answer is to go further on in the song, just manually go along, go towards the end of the song, and you will notice that beat grid has gone out. So once again, adjust, bring it on point, let go, lo and behold, it's gone to a perfect 128 beats per minute. Hallelujah. Happy days. We done it. Everything's right with the world. The equilibrium of the world is now perfect. Okay guys, so that's relatively easy. When you've got a track that starts with a drum beat, it's a 4 beats to a bar, everything's relatively easy. What happens when you've got a track that's got a bit more of an odd intro that doesn't have a strong drum beat? What if it's a hip-hop song that doesn't have a solid dum 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 dum? It's more like a slightly unusual drum beat, like dum dum tsh, dum 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 tsh. You know, and it's not so easy to count along. Well, I've got an example here, and I'm going to show you exactly how I would do it. So there's a track here called Bunny Hop, okay? As you can see, it's kind of just way off. 1 beat there, 2 beats there. It's a bit odd. Let's just have a listen, okay? First thing I can hear is a hi-hat, so that's going to give us a beat. So instead of a drum beat, we've got a hi-hat now. Have a listen, okay? Cool, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the number 1 beat to that first sound. Now notice with this song, it's kind of got a trail in of hi-hats, like a... Okay, have a listen. But I'm going to ignore those. First bar, I'm going to slide it along. So that get out number 1 to the first sound here, okay? 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to adjust this in, bring that 2 all the way in here like this, okay? 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. Now, I can already see it's kind of gone out a bit here. See, I'm guessing that that 9 should kind of be right on that new sound that's coming in. So I'm going to get the adjustment. I'm just going to slide it along to there. Okay, let's keep going. Now, something else to point out is at this point, I'm relatively confident that we're getting a lot closer. And I look at the BPM, I see 141.2, and I'm thinking most tracks are not written in a 0.2 structure. So it most likely is 141.0, this track. So the next thing I'm going to do is just go much later on in the song, and now look at those snares. They're not right, the blue bit's here. So all I got to do is grab adjust, bring that so it's exactly right like this, so it's in line with that snare, and look, 141.0. I think we've done it. So there you go, guys, that's how you do it. There's one last bit of advice I want to give you. If you feel like your computer's so wrong you just want to start completely from scratch, you can go to edit grid and you can go to clear, and you can just keep clicking clear until the grid goes completely, and then you can set a marker at the first point, scroll forward, and at the beginning of every single beat you would go to the next beat, and then you click set, and you can go through and set the different points. There's another way to do it, but these are the techniques of the way I would probably have done it. But if you want to start from scratch, that's how you do it. So there we go, guys, that's how you set the grid on Serato. It all kind of comes down to knowing how to count music. If you want any help on that, I did a video on it last week. I'll put a link up here and you can learn how to do that. Guys, if you haven't already subscribed to this channel, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment so I know what you guys think about this. And give it some thumbs up as well, because that's like YouTube currency. Guys, beginner DJ lessons if you want to learn how to DJ. Beginner Ableton lessons if you want to learn how to make your own dance music. I'm done. I'll see you guys next week. Thanks for watching.
What's up, everybody? My name is Matt, and I'm coming to you live from Los Angeles. And I'm here today to present a workshop on troubleshooting, library management, and show you about beat grids. And all these things are really designed to help you prepare and make sure that you can avoid any kind of technical issues that you may have with your computer, Serato software, and with the hardware that you use. So first off, I'm going to get right into the drivers for your devices, some basic troubleshooting with drivers. So drivers are little bits of information on your computer that allow your software and your hardware to communicate with your device that you're using, your mixer or your box, or your controller, for example. So today I'm using the Pioneer DJ MS9. I'm using the Rain 12 controllers. So I'm going to be using this for the whole workshop. So most importantly, when you first install Serato DJ Pro on your computer, and you plug in your mixer, you're going to get prompted to install a driver on your computer. It'll pop up on your screen in the bottom right-hand corner, and it'll say install driver. And all you have to do is press yes, and if it all goes through as you'd expect, it'll just connect right away. Now, recently, Apple have introduced an extra security preference that you're going to need to check. And when you install the driver, it's going to ask you to open security preferences. And so you'll want to do that. In your system preferences, you'll need to navigate to the security and privacy section. And when you have installed a driver for the first time, you'll get this prompt down here. You won't see it on my computer right now, but you'll get a prompt saying, you know, do you allow this device to be installed on your computer? And you want to make sure that you say yes. And only when you say yes will the computer and the mixer or device start communicating with each other properly. If you say no or you skip that step, then you'll most likely be waiting for this to connect forever. Now that won't be ideal. You want to get moving right away. So make sure that you check that. And that's only going to be available to you if you're on OS High Sierra or OS Mojave for the Mac computer. PC users and users of the OS before that time, you won't have to worry about that. But that will probably be a continuous thing with Mac operating systems moving forward. So be sure to take note of that and hit us up and support if for whatever reason you don't get that. We have support members right now watching this video, so if you have a problem, feel free to comment in that section and we'll try and help you out with that. Or you can always go to our website and hit on the support tab and you'll be taken to the support portal. And anytime you have any Serato questions or any trouble, make sure you go there. That's where we have our support team working full-time, 7 days a week to help you guys make sure that everything's working and catch anything that's maybe not working right. So by all means, we want to hear from you. If you're having problems, make sure you reach out to us. So that's how to install a driver with a newer OS. And in this case, with this S9, I've already got the driver installed on my computer, so I won't need to worry about that. But say I updated my operating system and I need to reinstall the driver for whatever reason. Now, if you've already plugged it in, your computer's going to see it already, so it will think that you've already connected it, but you may need to update the driver. So you're probably wondering, where can I get that driver from? Well, you can go to the website for Pioneer, pioneerdj.com or Pioneer, and search for DJM-S9 driver, and you can download it from there. But there's a faster way in case you're not connected to the internet and you're at a club and you do need to access the drivers in your computer. And fortunately with Serato DJ, we actually install a lot of drivers with the application. So if you go to your computer and you go to your applications folder, I'm just going to click out of there. You go to your applications folder, which should pop up in the Go menu here. Just go to Applications, and I'm already in it here. You can see I've got a bunch of different versions of Serato here. Now, if you right-click here, you can show package contents. Once you show package contents, you'll be taken to the contents folder, and then under the contents folder, you'll see a resources folder, and under that folder, you'll see a packages folder. So it's a couple steps. So let's just go back a bit. And we'll go back to here. We'll go right-click, and we'll go show package contents. And then under resources, and then under packages, you'll see all these drivers. So you can now install, you won't need to be connected to the internet to access this. It's already on your computer, as long as you've installed Serato DJ Pro. And you'll see all these different drivers that you can install. Now, some of them you won't be able to install. They'll be for older operating systems, and you'll get a prompt if you try and install it. It'll tell you that you cannot, so you won't be able to. But for the right installer, you'll probably just be able to look at the date and identify the one that you need to install. So here's a DJM-S9 one here. I can double click on this and I can start installing it. There we go, and it'll ask to me to go through all these steps here, and it'll see if my computer can have it installed on there. Now, I don't need to install this driver. I've already got it on here, but I can continue and it'll reinstall the driver for me. And then once it's in your computer, if you go back to your applications folder, specifically with this Pioneer DJM-S9, you actually get a Pioneer folder in here. Now, what's really good about this, the way Pioneer have done it, is that you can actually open up the setting utility. Now, you can start adjusting preferences in here that you'd like to change. For example, you can adjust the pad mode, you can adjust your fader start or your cut-in speed for your mixer, crossfader. You can also change the effects and all sorts of things in here. So it's a really good thing to explore if you want to kind of get the most out of your mixer. And the good thing about this is it's saved to your computer, so it won't affect somebody else's computer. This is all living on just your computer, so it's going to remember how you like things. And when you plug into this mixer, it's going to react how you want it to. When your friend plugs into it, it may act a little bit differently, but that's fine. This is how you want yours to be, so this is how it'll always remember. So that's a really good thing about the setting utility. Another one that you probably want to get familiar with if you're playing in clubs a lot is the 900 Nexus or 900 Nexus 2 setting utility. The 900 Nexus definitely is an important one to set up, especially if you're using timecode CDs or turntables with DVS control tone. You'll need to set up the mixer inputs for those sorts of things. So if you're going to use those, you can change the input for the DJM 900 Nexus. Now, I don't have one here, but if, for example, when I do need it, I've always got it set for phono on 1 and 4, so I can use turntables with that mixer. Maybe we'll cover that in a pro tip at a later point, but I just wanted to quickly touch on that. So that's drivers. The next thing that I want to talk to you about is firmware. So as I mentioned, drivers are made by the manufacturer of the hardware, not us. We don't make the drivers. Pioneer make the drivers, and that is so that this mixer can communicate with your computer and the software correctly. So you need to get that from Pioneer's website or the installer that's in the Serato DJ application. Now, there's another thing called firmware, which we also don't make. It's made by the manufacturer of the hardware that you're using. So in this case, with the DJM-S9, when you turn it on, it tells you what firmware you're using. So if I turn this mixer off, and then I turn it back on again, if you look on the screen here, you'll see DJM-S9 version 1.08, which is the most recent version of firmware. So I know as soon as I turn this mixer on, it's up to date, and I'm good to go. If it says something lower than that, you will have to update the firmware for this mixer. Now, updating firmware is a little bit more complicated than the driver. For example, you will need to download the firmware update from the website, and there's no way of getting that without having access to the internet. So if you are using a mixer at the same venue, or you own this mixer, then you want to make sure that you update this at some point before you start using it live. Now, if you want to update the firmware, there's certain procedures that you may have to take. You need to connect it to your computer via the USB port, and then you also need to turn it on and power it up a certain way. So for this mixer in particular, I have to press the back button and the left parameter button, and then turn it on, and then it's ready to receive the firmware update. I don't need to do that right now, so I'm good. But that's the procedure for this particular piece of hardware, and it's different for every different piece of hardware that you use, whether it's a controller, whether it's a mixer, whether it's a box, whatever. So you need to be very careful about how you know how to do that, and to do it probably not before you're about to start DJing, but if you have to, definitely check, so at least you know what you're getting yourself into before you start playing. Firmware, yeah, it's a little bit more difficult, but again, it's usually not as terrible if you don't have it up to date as a driver, for example. Now, another thing that you really need to make sure that you're up to date on is either understanding what OS you're using and what driver you need for that OS. So OS is the operating system, that's what it stands for, and that is the operating system of your computer. So that's something that you have to control and that you have full control over. To find out the operating system that you're using, you just click on the little apple here on your screen, and then you can click on About This Mac, and it'll tell you what OS you're using. I'm using Mojave, and it's working perfectly for me, and I've got all the right drivers, and so I have no problems with it. Now, if you're using Mojave and say you updated from something like Yosemite, as I mentioned earlier, you may have older drivers that you need to update to work with Mojave. So it's very important that you understand that you've got the right drivers for the right operating system. If you don't, that's when problems can happen. We don't want that. Luckily, I know that I've got all the right drivers and I know how to get up to speed, so make sure that if you're using Mojave, that you're using the right mixer that will work with that, with the right driver and the right firmware, and you won't have any problems. So if you're using an older OS, that's totally fine. You don't have to use the latest OS. I recommend using Mojave, but if you want to continue using an older piece of hardware that you've bought from a long time ago, you can use an older piece of hardware with the right drivers and the right operating system and the right version of Serato DJ. If you have the right version of all those things, you won't have any problems. Make sure that you've optimized your computer properly and you'll be fine. So real quickly on that, if you ever need to get a system report to us, you can also do that in the About This Mac section. You can find out a lot of things about your computer. It can tell you what operating system you are on, how much storage you've got available, and all sorts of other important things like from the system report, things about like what graphics card you've got, what sort of RAM you've got available, all sorts of really important things, what sort of drivers you've got installed on your computer. So you can actually save this by just pressing File and pressing Save, and you can save that to wherever you want, to your desktop. You can call it whatever you want. So I'm going to call it Matt's MacBook Pro, save it, and then it's going to create that system report, save it on your desktop. And if you have any problems and you want to get in touch with us and tell us what your problems are, if we're going to ask for that, that's how you get it, and you can send it off to us, and it'll give us the most detail about your computer that will be able to help you the fastest. So it's a great idea to learn how to do that and be able to send it off to a support. Cool, so that's about it for Troubleshooting 101. That's definitely the top 3 things that you need to do. Just a quick recap. Make sure you got the right drivers for your hardware, make sure your firmware is up to date on the hardware, and make sure you're using the right operating system and the right version of Serato DJ, and you should be good. So what I'm going to get into next is beat grids. So beat grids in Serato DJ are only visible if you have sync active, and you'll be able to tell that if you go to your setup menu or the little cog here on the right. You can tell if you've got sync off, you won't see any beat grids at all. You'll just see the track and the waveform, and that's it. And then you'll see the BPM. But if you have sync on, simple sync or smart sync on, and you have snap to beat grid on, you will see beat grids. So if you have beat grids off, everything is being determined by this number here. This is the BPM, which is at 136, or half of that for in this case, which I would like to change. I'm just going to quickly change that. So to change that, all I have to do is double click and press Alt and the down arrow and enter, and it's going to half that tempo. So I want it at 68 BPM, which is what I know the song to be at. Now if I turn on snap to beat grid, you'll start seeing the beat grid throughout my song. And you'll see it with the starting with the number 1 and a red line. Now that number 1 signifies the downbeat, or the first beat of the track. Now Serato doesn't get this right all the time. If your song starts with a noise of any sort, Serato is often going to think that that's where the beginning of the song starts, not necessarily on the first kick. So sometimes you need to move this grid around. But this is where it thinks the downbeat is, and then it has counts of 1 beat, 2 beats, 3 beats, 4 beats, 5 beats, and you can see the beginning of the 5th beat is signified by a slightly lighter white line. So that means that's 4 beats to a bar, and that's exactly how our beat grids work. So if you're playing songs in a different time signature, this probably won't work, but I'd say the majority of the music you're playing, if you're playing popular music, is going to be 4/4 and a range of a BPM range. So this will work for the majority of your songs, unless of course you're playing some different time signatures. Now, you don't have to have a beat grid on every song. You can just clear it if you don't want it. So to do that, you can just press Edit Grid here, and you can just press the Delete button or Clear, and it'll clear your beat grid. Now you've got no beat grid on that song. But if you do want a beat grid, when you analyze your song, it's going to apply the beat grid to the song relative to the BPM value. So now that my song is analyzing, it's done. When I pull it up here, you'll see there is my beat grid, and it says it's 136. Again, I don't want it to be like that, so I'm going to half it, double click, Alt and down. Yes, and you can also choose your range here in this little cog next to the Analyze Files where it says Set Beat Grid or BPM. Make sure you've got that. If you don't have that enabled, you won't also see beat grids. And then you can choose your beat grid, your BPM range. Now I have it turned to none. That's just how I like it. But you can change it however you'd like it if you usually find yourself playing in a certain BPM range. So the first thing you'll notice about this song, I'm going to plug in the hardware right now, and I'm going to get you some audio so you can hear what it sounds like. All right, now I'm connected. Select the deck. Now if I bring it to where the beat grid thinks it's going to start, it's right here. And it's just got some raindrops. And right there, that's where I want the beat to start. So you can see what's happened here is that Serato thought that the raindrop sound, that's where it thought the beginning of the song was. So now you can see I've got my first downbeat set with a cue point, which is the first cue point. Now that's where I want the beat grid to start. So all I have to do is edit the grid, and that's done by pressing Edit Grid or Alt and Spacebar. And then what I could do is I could either shift that whole grid across, or I could delete it and set it again. Now the fastest option for me is just to delete the grid and to set it again. So to set it again, I can just need to make sure that I've got this playhead right here. Now if I zoom in, you can see this white line as the playhead, and as the sound passes the playhead, that's how it plays. So you want to get that playhead right here as close to the first downbeat as you can, and then you want to press Set or X on your keyboard, and that will set the downbeat to the first beat. So you can see right here, and it's playing throughout the song. The divisions are all correct, lining up the snares and other transients. And If I skip to the other part of the song, it's all good there. Still good there. If I go all the way to the end, looks like the beat grid is complete throughout the whole song and it's correct. So now all I need to do is save it or press enter to save. And now that's correct throughout the rest of the song. So if we go back to the beginning, we're all good. So you can do that on any song that has set the grid just a little bit wrong. And if it needs a little bit more adjusting, you can start using the adjust controls. Now, I'm going to talk about that with a song that wasn't done in time.